You made it. That is the whole thing right now. You made it here, to this exact spot, horizontal, with your eyes closed or almost closed. And whatever today was, it is behind you now. That is not a small thing. I know it might feel like it is. Lying down in a bed is technically something most people manage every night, so the brain tends to skip right over it, the way it skips over breathing and heartbeats, and the fact that the earth is holding you up from underneath at this very moment. But I want to stay here for just a second, because this is the threshold. You have crossed it. The day is done and you are horizontal, and the ceiling is above you being a ceiling, doing nothing, demanding absolutely nothing from you, which honestly makes it a bit of a role model. Feel the weight of the mattress beneath you. Not metaphorically, actually feel it, the actual physical press of it against your back, your shoulders, the backs of your heels, however you're lying. The mattress is doing all of it, holding the whole of you. You don't have to hold yourself up right now. You haven't had to since you lay down, but the body sometimes takes a little while to remember that, like a phone that's been unplugged and is still running on the fumes of whatever it was doing before. You can let the mattress have it. It has got you. It is, in fact, very good at this. Your head is on the pillow. Your shoulders are somewhere, maybe up near your ears a little, which would be fair, all things considered. We'll come back to the shoulders. They have earned their own moment tonight, and we will give it to them. But for now, just notice them wherever they are and let them be there. They carried a lot today. A lot got carried today by a lot of parts of you, and none of it needs to be inventoried right now. You don't have to remember what it was. It knows where you live, and it will find you in the morning if it needs to. Tonight it can sort itself out. And I mean that with more kindness than it sounds. There is something real in it. The worries and the unfinished things and the ones that are technically finished, but your brain keeps reopening just to be sure. They do not need you right now. You are off the clock. You are, and I say this with full sincerity, logging off, and the operation will survive without your supervision until at least 6 a.m., at which point you can resume being a person with concerns. But right now it is night, and you are lying down, and that means you've already done the only thing that was actually on tonight's list. You're here. Let's stay with that for a moment, because I think it's easy to let it slide past without really landing on it. You made it through today. The whole thing, the morning with all its friction and the long middle of it, and whatever the afternoon became, and then the evening that asked one or two more things of you before it let you go. You moved through all of it. Not necessarily gracefully, not necessarily in a straight line, not necessarily in a way you'd want to submit anywhere for review, but you moved through it. You are now on the other side of it, which is only available to people who went through it, and that is you. The day is behind you on the other side of a door. You don't even have to close the door, it has already swung closed, quietly, just by the fact of you being here, horizontal, with the lights off or almost off, your body finally given back to itself after a long day of lending it out to everything that needed it. The door is closed. The day is there on the other side. Tomorrow's version of you will know what to do with it, or will at least get another try at it, which is essentially what mornings are for. But right now, the door is closed, and you are on this side of it in the quiet. Can you feel how quiet it is? Not necessarily silent, there might be sounds. The particular sound of your building or your street at this hour, the small noises that live in a room at night, the hum of something electrical being electrical, whatever the night outside is doing. Those sounds are not asking anything of you. They are just the texture of the quiet, the way a room has texture even in the dark. Let them be there. They are old sounds, familiar, even if you don't usually notice them. They have been keeping this room company for a while. Your breath is doing what breath does. In, out. It has been doing this all day without any help from you, which is the kind of quiet competence that deserves more recognition than it gets. The breath just kept going, through everything. It is going right now. You can take a slightly slower one if you'd like, not a big dramatic inhale, not the kind with a name and a count attached to it, just a slow, ordinary breath that goes a little deeper than the last one and takes its time coming out. Or don't and just let it keep doing what it's doing. Either way, it's there. It has always been there. It is very much on your team. Today asked a lot of you. I don't need to know what, and you don't have to tell me, and we don't have to go through it. But I know it did, because they all do. That is just what days are like. They come with the thing that was already on the list, and the thing that arrived uninvited and took up most of the afternoon, and the thing you had to carry quietly all day that no one else could see. They come with the sense of being perceived and assessed, which is exhausting in a very particular way. They come with the small frictions, the things you said or didn't say, the decisions that piled up by noon and kept coming, the digital noise of everyone needing a little piece of you, all of it adding up into this accumulated weight that a person carries until they finally get to put it down. And you get to put it down now. That is the permission, not a metaphor, not something you have to visualize particularly, just the real, physical, actual fact that you don't have to hold any of it right now. The unfinished thing doesn't need to be finished tonight. The thing you're worried about doesn't need to be solved tonight. The message you haven't answered, the one that's been sitting there acquiring a faint low-grade weight all evening, it will still exist in the morning, and your morning self is going to be so much better equipped to handle it than your current self, lying here in the dark with their eyes almost closed, running on whatever's left of the day. You can leave it for her, for him, for you but tomorrow, who is getting a full night of rest first, unlike you but right now, who honestly deserves a break. You stopped. That is the small, controllable thing, and it is no small thing at all. You stopped. In a day full of things that kept going, the work, the news, the group chat's relentless appetite for a response, the timeline moving whether you were ready for it or not, at some point tonight you made a choice, or fell into it, or both, and you stopped. And your body is horizontal, and the ceiling is above you doing its easy, reassuring nothing, and the day is behind the door. You are not required to do anything with that information. I just want you to have it for a second. You made it here. You stopped. That is, right now, enough. That is, in fact, the whole assignment. Some part of you might be waiting for the other shoe, for the thing that comes after the stopping, the productive winding down, the reflection, the 5-minute journal, the breathing exercise with a specific number attached to it. And I want you to know that all of that is fine if it came, and also completely optional, and also that it doesn't have to come at all, because the only thing that actually needs to happen between now and morning is rest. And rest has already started, not when you fall asleep, but when you let yourself stop, which you have, which you already did. The day is over. I mean that in the most straightforward and lovely possible way. The day is over. It is a past tense day now, which means it is technically history, which means scholars could one day study it, although they probably won't because they will have their own days to deal with. But it is done. It happened, it ran its course, and now it lives entirely in the past, which is one of those places you don't have to go to tonight. You are here, right here, in this room, in this darkness, in this particular quiet that belongs to this hour. There is a breath you have been holding, maybe without knowing it, not a literal one, though maybe that too. The jaw that doesn't quite unclench, and the shoulders that stay just a little north of where they could be, and the low, constant vigilance that keeps the eyes moving even when there's nothing left to look for. That held breath, that long, careful holding. You have been carrying it all day, maybe longer, and tonight you do not have to. There is nowhere to be. There is nothing to check. There is no alert coming that needs you. You can let it go. Slowly, the way something releases when it's really ready, not all at once, but like the way a held thing finally softens. You don't have to force it. Just be in this room, in this dark, in this body that has carried you the whole way through today, and know that the breath you have been holding is already beginning, gently, to find its way out. You are here. You are not behind. You are right here. And the night is long and unhurried, and you have nowhere to be inside it, and you can rest now, gently, like a person who has earned it, which you have like a person who never had to earn it at all. The body knows a few things about today that the mind hasn't fully filed yet. It knows that somewhere around the second hour of the morning, maybe earlier, maybe right from the alarm, something gathered. Not dramatically. There was no moment of bracing, no deliberate decision to hold tight. It just happened, the way it always happens, gradually and without ceremony. A little less breath at the bottom of each inhale. A jaw that came together slightly more than necessary. Shoulders that rose, very quietly, very slightly, and stayed there, deciding somewhere below the level of thought that this was just how high they lived now. This is what a day of being on feels like from the inside. From the outside, you looked fine. You looked exactly like a person managing their day because you were. But the body is honest in a way the face isn't, and the body knew. Something was being watched, and things needed to go a certain way, and there were things that depended on you getting them right, and so it held. Not dramatically, it wasn't a grip, wasn't a clench, nothing anyone would name or notice. Just a low, constant, nearly invisible readiness. Like a person sitting in a chair and not quite letting their full weight into the back of it, just in case. You've been doing that, maybe without knowing it. You might be doing a version of it right now. There's a reasonable chance some part of you has been slightly on since this morning, and slightly on doesn't have an automatic off switch, so it just kept going, all the way through the afternoon and the evening and the getting ready for bed. And here you are, lying down, still carrying a little of the shape of a day that required you, which is completely understandable. Which makes you an ordinary human person who spent a day being responsible for things, including, at every point, yourself. That's actually a lot to be responsible for. You don't think about it that way, usually, but it is. The question is just, do you still need to hold it? And the answer, the very boring and very lovely answer, is no. There is nothing in this room that requires your readiness right now. There is no meeting in the next 5 minutes. No one is going to ask you to explain yourself between now and morning. You are not being assessed right now by anyone, including yourself, or anyway, you are allowed to stop being assessed by yourself, which is often the evaluation that runs longest, the one with the most thorough rubric and the least generous grading curve. The room has no expectations of you. The ceiling, as we've already established, is asking for nothing. Whatever it was that kept you slightly north of your own exhale all day, it is behind the door now, with the rest of today, and it will be there in the morning if it turns out it still needed to be. It will wait. So you can exhale. Not as a technique, not the kind with a number attached to it, or a visualization, or a thing you're supposed to picture releasing. All of that is fine, genuinely, but you don't need any of it right now. This is simpler. This is just, you've been holding a little more than necessary and you don't need to anymore, and that means there's a breath somewhere in you that has been waiting, patiently, to leave. Let it. Just let it go. Slow, ordinary, no performance required. The kind of exhale you'd give in a parking lot when something you were nervous about turns out fine. Or when you finally take off shoes you've been wearing too long and your feet touch the floor. Or the one that happens when you close the door at the end of a long something and just stand there in the quiet for a second, not doing anything, just landing. That exhale, that's the one. It doesn't have to be large or deliberate. It just has to be honest and long and yours. Whenever it comes, whatever shape it takes, that is the right one. There is no wrong way to let go of the breath you've been holding. Your body has been practicing this longer than your mind has had words for anything. Here is something about your breath that I think gets underestimated. It is yours. It is, actually, the thing you have the most immediate and direct access to of anything in your entire life at this particular moment. Not the thing you were supposed to finish today. Not the relationship you're trying to understand. Not the general situation of the world, which has been doing its thing all day without particularly consulting you, and will continue to do its thing between now and whenever the birds start, regardless of how carefully you monitored it. Not the timeline. Not the question of whether you're where you should be by now. We'll get there, gently, in a little while, and it will be fine. And you might be surprised how light it gets when you're lying down in the dark looking at it, instead of standing in the middle of the day being measured by it. But right now, the breath. It is yours, right now, completely. You can slow the next one down. You can let it go deeper or not. You can pause at the top of an inhale just for one small moment and feel what it's like to be full of air before you turn around and let it out. These are not impressive skills. They require nothing of you, no training, no special quiet, no previous experience, no state you have to first achieve. They are simply the fact that you have a breath, and it is, in this moment, something you get to choose. That is a small thing, and I mean that kindly, with real warmth in it. A small, ordinary, extremely human thing. But it is yours in a way that not many things today were fully yours. Today you gave a great deal of yourself outward. Your attention, your time, your patience, your energy, your particular careful way of trying to get things right. You gave it generously, as you tend to, and some of it went to things that genuinely needed you, and some of it went to things that probably could have figured it out without your involvement, but didn't know that yet. And you gave it all the same, because that's the kind of person you are when you're being a person in the world. The breath stayed. It kept going through all of it. It was yours the whole time. So let's stay with it for a little while. Not to arrive anywhere in particular. Not to achieve a state or complete a practice or solve the problem of tension the way you might approach something on a list. Just to be with it. Just to notice that it is here and that it keeps coming, and that it is doing something quietly patient and generous by continuing to move in and out, without asking anything of you in return. Feel it or don't feel it, just let it happen, which is equally fine and maybe better. Notice wherever it lives in the body right now. The chest, or the belly, or something in between, some middle region that doesn't have a clean name. There is no correct place for a breath to be. It goes where it goes. It knows your body better than your thoughts do, frankly, and your thoughts have been the ones doing all the talking today. The next one can be a little slower than the last, if it wants to be. It doesn't have to. There is no metric being tracked here, no grade being given, no quiet notification alerting anyone to whether your breathing met the standard. But if the next inhale wants to take a long moment at the top before it turns around and finds its way back out, it's allowed. You are not on anyone's clock right now. The clock in this room is just counting. That's all clocks ever actually do, just count. They don't mean anything by it. They're not in a hurry. They don't care what you're doing. You don't have to keep pace with it. You are in a different gear tonight. The night gear. The slow one. The one that doesn't have anywhere to be. And something is beginning, maybe. Slowly, the way these things go, not all at once, not in a single breath, but in the way that something held tightly for a long time learns in stages what open feels like. The jaw might still be a little set. That's fine. The shoulders are probably still a little high. We'll come to those. They have their own whole moment coming. They haven't been forgotten. But something has started. Some small and quiet releasing has begun, somewhere in the body. An inch of something given back. A breath that went a little further than the last one. A face that has gone, at the edges, slightly soft. The body is good at this, when it's finally given the time. It's been wanting to do it all day. It just needed the day to be over first. And the day is over. You are not behind. You are right here, in this body that held itself together all day, that managed everything it was given, that kept going even when going felt like the last thing it had left. And that is now, breath by breath, remembering that it can stop. And that gently, very gently, brings us to something else you were carrying today. Something harder to put down than a breath, though just as light once you do. The invisible thing. The one with no name on it, no one who assigned it, that somehow still kept score all day. We can look at it together, from here, in the dark, where nothing it counted actually matters anymore. So, the scoreboard. You know the one. It does not announce itself. It does not flash or ding. It just sits there underneath the rest of the day doing its quiet accounting, and every so often you glance at it, or it sends you a little pulse of something, just a flicker, just a low, almost subliminal ping that registers somewhere between the ribs and the throat. The feeling is not panic. It is not even anxiety exactly, or not always. It is smaller than that and more constant, a hum. A low, steady hum, like something electrical left on in the next room, and you have gotten so used to it that you only notice it when, like right now, it is beginning to go quiet. That hum is the behind feeling. You know it. I think you have known it for so long that it barely has a shape anymore. It's just the background note of a day, just the low frequency underneath the morning coffee and the commute and the long middle part and everything that came after. The sense that the day is moving and you are moving and something else is moving faster, or in a straighter line, or with better shoes. The feeling that everyone else got the memo about how to do this, the timing of it, the correct order, and you got a version that was slightly smudged, and you've been working from it ever since and doing your best, but occasionally, mid-afternoon, when you look up, the gap between where you are and where you dimly feel you were supposed to be by now, it gets briefly, quietly enormous. And then you close the browser tab, or you make a cup of tea, or you check the group chat and it recedes. But it doesn't go away. It just goes back to hum. I want to look at it with you. Not to fix it, not to argue with it, not to make a plan for how to close the gap. Just to look at it, the way you'd pick up a rock on a beach that caught your eye, turning it over in the dark, not to do anything with it, just to see what it actually is. So here it is. Here is the scoreboard. Where is it exactly? I'm asking genuinely, not rhetorically, or maybe a little rhetorically, but with full affection. Where is it? Can you point to it? Is it on a wall somewhere? Is there a website? Was there a form you filled out early on that generated your personal progress report with benchmarks and a timeline and a clear indication of where you were supposed to be by now? Because I would genuinely like to see this document. I have a feeling it is very detailed, and I would like to review the credentials of whoever issued it. Except, and here is the thing, they didn't. No one did. There is no scoreboard. I mean that not as a comfort or a reframe or a gentle therapeutic observation. I mean it as a simple factual matter, the kind you could verify if there were any official body to verify it with, except there isn't, because no one set this up. No one sat down with authority and said, by this age, these things, in this order. No one handed you an actual syllabus when you showed up. You checked in, and the world was already going, and at some point, gradually, the way the behind feeling works, you absorbed the shape of what it seemed like a person was supposed to be doing, and somewhere that shape became a standard, and somehow that standard became a score, and the score has been running ever since, invisibly, in a room in your chest, tallying things in a language you never quite consented to. And here is what I find genuinely remarkable about it, with all the warmth in the world, because this is not a criticism of you. This is a report on the audacity of the scoreboard itself. It is so confident. For something that was never officially issued, for something with no citation and no authority behind it, and no governing body and no agreed-upon rubric, it acts with extraordinary certainty. It has opinions about your career and your relationships and the number of things you've figured out and whether you've figured them out on time and whether your timing on the figuring was appropriate given your age and circumstances and the general consensus about how long figuring should take. It has all of this, firm, detailed, entirely made up, and it runs it quietly, all day, without once flagging the question of who exactly gave it the job. Which is, when you look at it from here in the dark, a little bit funny, in the gentlest way, in the way that a lot of the things we carry turn out to be when you finally set them down and look at them, smaller and stranger than they felt from the inside. The behind feeling comes from comparing your real, lived, messy, particular life to a version that never existed, to a timeline someone else seemed to be on, seen through the bright square of a screen, cropped to its most legible version, or to an older shape of a life that worked a certain way and doesn't anymore, hasn't for a long time, but the template persisted. Or to a version of yourself you imagined, years ago, in the future, and imagined future. You had a very tidy arc, because imagined people always do. They don't have bad weeks or detours or years that were mostly about surviving something quiet and hard that left no record. Your actual life doesn't look like that. No one's does, not from the inside. And so you check the scoreboard, the one no one posted, measured against a standard no one set, on a timeline that was never actually scheduled, and it tells you, behind. And you feel it in the ribs, and you add it to the hum. But here, in the dark, lying down, the day behind you, can you feel how the hum is lower now? Not gone, maybe. These things don't vanish the moment you name them the way the mind sometimes wishes they would. But a little lower, a little less urgent. Because you are not, right now, in the middle of a day that requires you to perform progress. You are in the middle of a night that requires nothing, measures nothing, keeps no record. The scoreboard does not have a nighttime mode. It only runs in the full light, on a day with something at stake. Right now, there is nothing at stake. Right now, you are in a room in the dark with a pillow, and whatever you have or haven't done, the night is not going to retroactively add it to any column. You are allowed to audit the books gently from here, to look at the scoreboard and ask it, with real curiosity and no particular urgency, what is this exactly? Who does it belong to? And notice, without rushing the noticing, that it doesn't have a good answer, that it gets a little vaguer the closer you look. That the gap between where you are and where it says you should be turns out to be a gap between your actual life and a theoretical one. And the theoretical one was never going to be yours, and your actual one, with all its detours and sideways movements and years that looked like stalling but were actually something else. It is, in fact, the one you are living, the only one available. The one happening right now, in this room, in this particular arrangement of blanket and pillow, and the sound of whatever the night outside is doing. And the night outside does not know what behind means. I mean this very literally. It is not a concept the night has any use for. The dark doesn't rank anything. It just covers everything equally, the things you got done and the things you didn't, the person you were supposed to be by now and the person you are. It covers them all in the same dark, and holds them at the same temperature, and asks nothing of any of them until morning. You are not behind. You are right here in this particular darkness, in this exact room, which is the only place any version of you has ever actually been. Not the ahead version, not the on-track version, just you, the actual one, lying down. And the scoreboard, that confident, unfounded, entirely invented institution that has been tallying your life against a rubric no one wrote, is doing something right now, in the dark. Something it doesn't usually get to do, because the day doesn't usually give it the chance. It is very quietly, very gently, setting its clipboard down. Not throwing it away, not being defeated, just setting it down. The way you set something down when you realize you've been holding it and there's a table right there, and you were never actually required to keep holding it, and your hands might as well be free. Let your hands be free. Let the score, whatever you'd been giving yourself today, whatever quiet verdict you'd been running in that low register underneath everything, let it just be what it is. An approximation, a rough draft, the feeling of a day seen from inside the middle of it, which is the hardest possible angle from which to judge anything, including your own life, including how far you've come, including whether you are, in any meaningful sense, behind. From here, lying down in the dark, the day finished, you are not behind. The timeline was always yours. The pace was always yours. And the scoreboard, when you put it down, turns out to weigh almost nothing at all. What does have weight? A real and immediate and honest weight, the kind that is actually yours to feel and actually yours to release, is something simpler and closer, and something you can actually do something about right now, in this moment, without any strategy or plan. Your shoulders. They have been up for a while, not dramatically. You might not have noticed until I just said it, and you might be noticing now, the way they are sitting, just slightly north of where they could be, just a little closer to your ears than they need to be. They held a lot today. They held the weight of being a person in the world, and the hum of the scoreboard, and the small, effortful readiness that a day asks for, and they are still holding it a little. And they don't have to, not anymore, not tonight. So, your shoulders. Not the concept of them, not the weight they carry as a metaphor. We have had plenty of that, and we'll have more. And the metaphors are all true and all warranted. But right now, I want to be very specific and very literal about this, because it is a specific and literal thing. Where are your shoulders right now in the dark? Notice them. Not by moving them, not yet, just by feeling where they are. The actual physical location of them relative to where they could be. Because there is almost always a where they are and a where they could be. And for most people who have spent a day doing what you did today, those two places are not quite the same place. The shoulders are a little higher than the alternative, a little braced. Not dramatically, not even enough to notice from across a room, just enough that the body knows and has been carrying the knowing and hasn't had the right moment to say anything about it until now. Can you feel it? Just a little. That subtle, loyal, perpetual gathering, the slight lift, the faint readiness, the sense that the shoulders are on the job even now, even here, even in the dark with the door closed and the day behind it, still doing what they learned to do somewhere around breakfast. They are very committed, your shoulders. I mean that sincerely with real affection. They showed up today the way they always do, and they held their position through the whole of it, through the morning, which asks a particular kind of readiness, and the long middle, which asks for something different but no less tiring, and all the little moments of being perceived and needing to be careful and wanting to get it right, and your shoulders were there for all of it. Not asked, not thanked. Just there, doing what shoulders do when a person is trying. There is something almost loyal about it. That's the word that keeps coming because it's the right one, loyal. Your shoulders have been holding tension on behalf of things that aren't even in the room anymore. The meeting is over. The thing you had to navigate quietly is behind the door. The person you were trying to be careful around is wherever they are, in their own night, not looking at you. And your shoulders are still holding, still slightly gathered, still ready, faintly, for something that isn't coming. That's loyalty of a kind, misplaced by now, but loyal. You can let them off duty. That is the actual, specific, completely in your control thing I want to offer you right now. You can let your shoulders drop. Not dramatically, not in a big gesture, not in the kind of movement you'd see someone make in an ad for something. Just a little. Just a fraction further south than where they currently are. A quiet surrender. Just the shoulders, just an inch or two toward the mattress. Toward where they would be if the day had never happened, and you'd been lying here all along in complete and total unhurried peace. Try it now if you'd like. And if you don't notice anything, if you tried and they were already there, already low, already fully relaxed, that is fine too. That is good. That means some part of you got there already, and you can just keep going. But I would guess, gently and without judgment, that there was a small amount of drop available. That there was a millimeter or two of give that you didn't know was there until it moved. That is the thing about the shoulders. They are so good at pretending to be all the way down. They are very convincing about it. And then you check, and there's a little more to go. Let it go. Feel the difference, however small it is. There is a difference. Maybe it's temperature, the faint shift in what the bed receives when the shoulders stop holding and really meet it. Maybe it's breath, the tiny opening that happens somewhere in the chest when the shoulders release. The way a held thing creates pressure, and a released thing makes room. Maybe it's nothing you can name, just a quality that changes. Something that was slightly effortful becoming slightly less effortful, which after a full day of effort is its own small, significant thing. Your shoulders are on the mattress now, or closer to it. Whatever happened there, even if it was barely anything from the outside, that was yours. That was a small, immediate, fully available thing you just did. Not because you should, not because it fixes anything, not because it will make tomorrow better or close the gap the scoreboard was tracking. Just because you could. Just because you were lying here in the dark, and the shoulders were a little high and now they're a little lower. And that is, for right now, exactly enough. That's the whole category of thing I love most to return to in the quiet. The things that are completely and only yours. Not the job. Not the opinion someone is forming of you right now in their own kitchen. Not whether the thing will work out. Not the pace of any of it, the speed or the order or the shape of where it's all going. Those things, the big, significant, very much real things that were asking for your attention all day, they are yours in the sense that they are about you, but they are not yours to control. They never were, Even on the days when it felt like if you just held tight enough and kept your shoulders up and stayed exactly ready, you could somehow make them go the right way. The shoulders, though, those are yours right now, in this bed, in this dark. You can let them drop, and they will drop because your body is doing exactly what you tell it in this small and gentle and entirely unglamorous way. And that is actually more control than you had over anything today that felt bigger. The irony of it. You spent the whole day trying to manage enormous things, and here at the end of it, in the dark, the thing that is most completely and immediately available to you is your own shoulders. An inch, your own body releasing a little. A small, honest, private act that no one will know happened, and that required no credentials and no strategy and no review from any external authority. Just you and your shoulders, and the mattress and the dark. Those same shoulders, by the way, I want to say this with real care, those same shoulders were carrying something all day that was not entirely theirs to carry. The weight of measurement, the weight of comparison, the faint, constant sense of being seen beside other people and assessed against what they seem to be doing, how far along they seem to be, how clearly they seem to know where they were going. That is a specific kind of weight, and it lives in a specific part of the body, and it is often the shoulders. Not the back, not the jaw, not the chest, though it lives there too, in its way, but the shoulders most of all. Because that particular pressure, the one that says look around at how the others are moving, that is the pressure that wants to be ready. That wants you braced. Just in case the comparison demands something of you, just in case there is a performance required, just in case someone looks over and asks. And today there were looks, real and imagined both, the ones that actually happened and the ones the mind assembled from implication and context, and the small, ambiguous moments that a tired brain fills in with the worst available reading. Humans look at each other, and they compare, and the brain notices the looking, and the shoulders respond without consulting anyone. They're very fast, the shoulders, very reactive. The moment you felt the gap between your life and someone else's neatly packaged version of theirs, the update, the milestone, the quiet announcement that lands and glows and means nothing and somehow still means something, the shoulders knew. They went up a little. They stayed up. They don't have to stay up for that anymore. Those people are in their own nights now. Their timelines are running without your involvement, the way they always were, the way they always will be. The glowing little update, the one that sat in your chest a little funny all afternoon, is still where it is, doing what it does, which is largely nothing, which is not actually evidence of anything about your life. You and your life are in this room, in this dark. In this specific body, with these specific shoulders, which have just moved, or are moving now, a fraction closer to the mattress. There it is. That is the thing, the real and available thing. Not fixing the comparison, not closing the gap, not resolving the question of whether you are on the right timeline. We are going to spend a lot of this night sitting gently with all of that, and it is going to get lighter, I promise. It gets lighter from here. But right now, the thing that is most completely available is this: your shoulders a little lower, your body a little more given to the bed, the held thing becoming very slowly an unheld thing. And that slight release, that small, private giving way of the tension that has been doing such faithful and no longer necessary work, it opens something, just a little, creates a small amount of space, room for the next breath to go a little deeper, room for the eyes to soften the rest of the way behind their lids, room to notice the quiet of this hour without having to brace against it. Let the shoulders be down. Let them be low and finished and resting in the dark. Let them be, for right now, the only part of you that matters, these two ordinary, tired, completely yours things, finally allowed to stop. They will be ready again in the morning, when the morning comes. They are always ready. That is just what shoulders do. But tonight they can rest. And as they soften, something else begins to soften with them, something just above the physical, just past the body's reach. The place where the comparisons live, where you were watching all day, how other people seem to be moving, at what speed, toward what version of a life, and somewhere in the watching, a question formed, quiet and unkind. Why not you at that pace, in that direction, that far along? That question deserves a gentle answer, and you are soft enough now, just enough to hear it. Not a life, a slice of one. One good afternoon, or the best angle of an ordinary Tuesday, or a moment that happened to catch the light just right and was selected, out of all the other available moments, to be the one that went out. Cropped. Arranged, even if only slightly, even if the person doing it would tell you honestly that they weren't really trying to arrange anything, just posting, just sharing, just a normal thing they did that happened to look like that. But it was chosen. Out of all the possible versions of that day, that one went out. The rest stayed in. And you saw the one that went out. And something in you, quietly, without making a fuss, the way the behind feeling always works, held it up next to your own life. Your actual life, with all of its unhighlighted middle, its ordinary bad Tuesdays, its moments that don't catch the light, the long stretches between the things worth posting that are just life, just the ambient texture of being a person, which is mostly neither good nor bad but simply ongoing. And the comparison happened so fast you barely noticed it happening. Just a flicker, just a brief pulse of something that registered somewhere around the collarbone, that particular bruised little feeling, that soft and unkind calculation. Oh, they're there, and I'm here. I want to hold that with you for a moment, gently, because I think it deserves more tenderness than we usually give it. You were not wrong to feel it. The feeling is real. The ache in it is real. There is something genuinely hard about watching what appears to be someone else's life going right, going forward, going clearly, going at a pace that has momentum and direction, and then looking back at your own from that angle. That is a real and human and old experience, older than any screen, older than any platform, older than the particular version of it you were doing today. The comparison is ancient. The medium is just new and faster and engineered a little to be exactly the kind of thing the comparing mind finds most convincing and most hard to look away from. So of course it landed. Of course it sat in your chest all afternoon. Of course it made the scoreboard tick quietly upward, as if the fact of someone else's bright moment was evidence of something about yours. It wasn't. It isn't. But let's say that part more carefully, more slowly, because it matters and I don't want to rush past it. Here is the thing about the person whose life you were briefly holding up against yours today. And again, I am saying this with all the warmth in the world, for them and for you both. But you saw a fraction. You saw the fraction they selected. And behind that fraction is an entire rest of it, the hours before the good moment and after it, the deleted drafts, the version of the day that didn't make it out, the private running commentary that never gets posted, the messy unseen majority of an actual human life, which looks exactly like yours. Honestly, structurally, in the proportions that matter, exactly like yours. A lot of ambient middle, a lot of days that don't resolve cleanly, a lot of questions without answers yet. A lot of the patient, unglamorous work of trying to be a person, which is the work that photographs very badly and gets posted essentially never. You know this, probably. You know it in the part of you that knows things. And still the flicker happened, because the part of you that knows things is not always the fastest part, and the feeling got there first. That's allowed. That's just the order of operations for a tired brain in the middle of a day. But here, in the dark, here is the thing I find quietly funny, in the softest possible way, with real affection for every single person involved in this situation, including you, especially you. The person you saw today, the one with the bright afternoon, the clear direction, the life that seemed to be going somewhere while yours felt like it was doing something more complicated. They were on their phone later. They were, or someone like them was, at some point in the afternoon or the evening, scrolling, and they found something. A version of someone else's life, curated and bright and going forward at a pace that looked like it had momentum, and they felt it, somewhere around the collarbone, the familiar bruised little calculation. Oh, they're there, and I'm here. Their scoreboard ticked up a notch in the same quiet way yours did, and for the same amount of time, which was too long but not as long as it felt. This is everyone. I mean that very literally. Not as a reframe, not as comfort math, but as a straightforward description of what is actually happening tonight, in the dark, in all the rooms. Everyone who made something bright today that someone else compared themselves to is, somewhere, comparing themselves to someone else's bright thing. The comparing is constant. The highlight reels loop in both directions simultaneously, and everyone is watching someone else's curated fraction while sitting inside the full messy reality of their own. The feeling of being behind, of being at the wrong angle, of watching someone else's life catch the light in a way yours doesn't seem to right now. It is one of the most universally shared experiences of being human at this particular moment. And the reason it never feels that way is that it happens in private, in the collarbone, in the small hours and the long afternoons, and it does not get posted. You are not behind the people who made you feel behind today. You are beside them, doing the exact same thing, in the one direction you can't see each other doing it. And there is something in that, if you let yourself feel it, not a fix, not a cure, but something. Something a little like company, the not being alone of it. The fact that the comparing, which always feels so solitary and so specifically yours, like a particular flaw in your particular character, it is shared. It is the most ordinary thing. It is, probably, happening to every person you know tonight, in some version, and to many of the people they admire, and to many of the people those people admire. Everyone is sitting inside their actual life, looking sideways at what seems like someone else's better angle, and thinking something quiet and a little unkind about their own pace. And all of their actual lives, seen from the inside, look like yours. Full, complicated, moving in a direction that isn't always obvious from where you're standing, that doesn't always have clear momentum, that contains large stretches of time that don't look like progress even when they are. That is what lives look like from the inside. It is the only place you ever get to see one whole. So you can set the comparison down, I think. Not with contempt for the people you compared yourself to, they were just being people, just living one good afternoon and choosing to send it out, the way you have done, the way everyone has done, but with tenderness. For them, because they are also doing this in the dark somewhere tonight, the measuring, the quiet running calculation, the same old collarbone feeling. And for you, most of all for you, because you have been carrying a judgment today that was based on a fraction, a highlight, the one angle of a stranger's Tuesday that someone decided to show, and you held your whole complicated particular life up against it, and that is not a fair comparison. That was never a fair comparison. And the behind feeling that it generated, real as it felt, real as it still feels, a little, even now, was working with incomplete information. It always is. You are allowed to give that feeling a name and then set it down. Not fight it, not argue with it, just note it, acknowledge it with kindness. Something like, yes, I felt that, and it is a real and human thing to feel, and I don't have to carry it into the dark. The person you were looking at today is somewhere in their own dark. They are not looking at you. They are not tallying anything. They are just a person in a room, in a night, with their own private collection of the things they haven't gotten to yet, the timelines they question, the angles of their life that don't catch the light. They are more like you than the bright fraction suggested. Everyone is more like you than what they put out. This is one of the truest things. And what you put out, the fraction you sent into the world from your own complicated Tuesday, if you sent anything, or the fraction that was just visible, that people saw of you as you moved through your day, that was also chosen. Also the best available angle of a particular moment. Also a highlight, however small, however ordinary. You have those too. They are not nothing. They are not evidence of everything, that would be too simple, but they are not nothing. You are not behind the people in the real. You are in the real. You just never get to watch your own from the outside. So let that go for tonight. Let the comparisons rest where the shoulders are resting now, somewhere lower, somewhere given over to the dark. Not because they don't matter and not because the feelings they made weren't real, but because the night doesn't curate anything. The dark shows everything the same, the bright afternoon and the long, unglamorous middle, the update and the weeks between updates, the life as it actually is, and the life as it appeared for a moment. In the dark, they are the same temperature. In the dark, they all just rest. You are resting now, too. And underneath the comparison, underneath the highlight reel and the scoreboard and the quiet collarbone feeling, there is a deeper question. One that was there before the scrolling, before the comparing, before any of it. One that doesn't need a screen to run. It is the question about the schedule itself. The sense, older and quieter than anything you looked at today, that there was supposed to be a map, a timeline. A place you were meant to have reached by now, by this year, by this particular stretch of your life. And that somewhere, somehow, without your ever being handed the actual document, you fell behind on it. That question is worth sitting with gently from here, because it turns out the document doesn't exist. And what that means for you, for your pace, for your life, for tonight, is something gentler than you might expect. The document. If it existed, and I want you to really picture this from the dark with me, it would have your name on it. Maybe typed, maybe handwritten, the way the serious things used to come. It would have a date at the top, something formal and certain. It would say, by the time you are this age, you will have accomplished these things in roughly this order at approximately this pace. There would be columns, probably. A rubric, because the official documents always have a rubric. It would tell you which parts were worth the most, and which you could miss a little of without failing the whole thing. And it would have been given to you at some clearly defined starting point. The beginning, or close enough to the beginning that you actually had time to read it and understand it and ask your questions. Think about receiving that document. Really picture it. The weight of it in your hands. The moment you could have looked at the due dates and said, wait, can we talk about this? Or signed off on them, or at least read them carefully enough to know what you were agreeing to. The moment you could have asked who was going to be doing the evaluating, and by what standard, and what happened if you arrived at the deadline just slightly off from what the rubric described. No one gave you that. Not when you were young, and not later, when you might have thought to ask for it. Not at any of the thresholds that seemed like they might have come with instructions. Not at the beginning of something new, or the end of something that mattered, or the particular age when you looked up and noticed the gap and thought, somehow, that you should already know what you were supposed to have gotten done by now. No one handed you a syllabus, not even once. And I find myself genuinely curious. Again, with all the warmth in the world, the kind that is only possible from here in the dark where no one can be embarrassed, where the curriculum came from exactly. Because it is so detailed. The behind feeling has such specific opinions. It knows about your career and your relationships and the things you have and haven't gotten around to figuring out. It has a number, almost, somewhere just past the edge of what you can clearly see, where you should be, roughly, given the time that has passed, given what seems like a normal rate of accumulation for a person who is doing this correctly. It knows what correctly looks like. It is ready to tell you the gap. It is so confident, for something that was never filed anywhere. Because here is what I mean when I say no one handed you a syllabus. There is no syllabus, not yours specifically, and not anyone's in general. There was never a committee that convened and worked out the universal pacing of a human life, the correct order of the milestones and the ages by which they should reasonably be reached, and then codified it into something you could hold and read and measure yourself against. There was never a governing body. There was never an official timeline with a signatory and a date. No one sat in a room with authority and decided, on behalf of all the people who would eventually need to know, this is what on track looks like, and this is how you will know if you're falling behind it. The behind feeling, therefore, is running its very confident assessment of your life against a document that was never written. Ask it to show its work. I mean that softly and almost sincerely. The next time it sends you that low pulse, the collarbone thing, the hum, the small and constant sense of the gap, ask it. According to what? According to whom? Where is the syllabus? Who signed it? Who do you go to if you want to appeal the grade? Just ask. Not combatively, not to argue it down, but with real and gentle curiosity. Where did this deadline come from? Because if there is a deadline, there must have been a due date set. And if there was a due date set, someone must have said it. And if someone said it, they should be able to produce the paperwork. They cannot produce the paperwork. There is no paperwork. There is only the feeling, which is real, which arrived quietly, which assembled itself out of something more diffuse and ambient than any single source. The accumulated social sense of what a life on track looks like at your age, what people around you seem to have, what the life you'd vaguely pictured implied about timing, what it seemed like someone who was doing this right would have figured out by now. All of it condensed, gradually, the way the behind feeling always works, into something that felt official. Something that felt like a schedule you were already enrolled in, already late for, already being quietly graded on without having reviewed the terms. The terms were never issued. There is no due date, which means held quietly, let it land slowly, there is no late. Not for the things you haven't figured out, not for the things you thought you'd have in place by now, not for the timeline you were comparing yourself to today, the shape of how things were supposed to go, the version of your life that seemed like it should be further along. None of those things had a deadline. None of them were on any schedule. Nothing has been marked incomplete in any record because there is no record. The window did not close. Nothing was lost. The curriculum that would have tracked all of this, it was never filed. You are not failing to keep pace with something real. And here is what I want to say about that slowly, because this is the part that takes a moment to actually settle. The behind feeling was always trying to do something useful. It was the mind's attempt to make sense of an enormous, unmapped thing, a life, a whole human life, with no instructions and no guarantee and no way of knowing from inside it whether you are doing it correctly, by giving it the shape of something measurable. A timeline, a rubric, a score. The behind feeling is the heart's way of holding the uncertainty of not knowing if you're doing this right, because uncertainty is uncomfortable, and a timeline, even an invented one, at least provides the feeling of a structure you can orient yourself within. It was always trying to help. It was just working from borrowed data, assembled without your permission from the shapes of other people's lives, the general ambient sense of what a certain age looks like when things are going well, the cropped and selected fractions that went out into the world and got mistaken, by everyone, not just you, by everyone who saw them for the whole picture. It was doing the best it could with that. And it got it wrong, in the way that confident things built on incomplete information tend to get things wrong, specifically, and with great certainty, and in a way that is hard to argue with because it never had to show its sources. You were never behind a real curriculum. You were navigating a life that doesn't have one. Which sounds, maybe, like it could feel unmooring. And I understand that. The absence of a schedule is its own kind of vertigo, a little the feeling of standing in open space where you expected a map. But here, from the dark, I want to suggest that it can feel like something else too. Something closer to what it actually is. Free, you are free of a schedule that was never yours. Free of deadlines that were never set. Free of the grade that the rubric no one wrote would have given you for today, and the day before, and the long stretch of days that didn't look like progress even when they were quietly, incrementally something. The authority that would have issued that grade does not exist. The late penalty does not apply. You were never enrolled in the course. What you were always enrolled in, the only thing that was ever actually happening, is your life. This specific, real, ongoing, fully yours life, happening at the pace it has been happening. Your pace. Not a slower version of the right pace, not a deviation from the pace you were supposed to achieve, not a draft that will be replaced by the correct one eventually. Just yours. The pace at which you have learned the things you have learned, and set down the things you could finally set down, and kept going through the years that looked like stalling, but were, often, holding something important steady while you figured out the next part. Your pace. Exactly as it has been. Exactly as it is right now, tonight. You are not behind your life. You are in it. And stay with that for a moment. Let it land at the speed it needs to land. means the question of whether you are on track has a different answer than you have been giving it. Not because you have suddenly done more. Not because anything has changed between the person who carried that hum into this bed and the person lying here now, but because the track you were measuring against was never a track. It was a feeling shaped like a track, assembled from borrowed pieces and ambient expectations and the confident self-assessment of a thing that was never officially issued. And your actual life, your actual pace, your actual particular way of moving through the enormous complicated work of being a person is not behind any of that. It is simply itself, present, real, happening in this room in this dark right now. You are the plan. Your pace is the pace. Let that sit for a moment without doing anything with it. Let it be a thing you received tonight in the dark after a day of carrying the hum. Not a fix, not a strategy, not something you have to remember tomorrow and apply with intention. Just a thing that is true, that you heard, that you can let settle into the same place the shoulders settled, the same place the breath settled, a little lower, a little softer, a little less urgent than it was. The curriculum for tonight can be dissolved, quietly, without ceremony, by the simple act of looking for the document and finding that it was never there. No late fees. No incomplete grade. No gap between where you are and where you were supposed to be, because the supposed to be was always a projection, always a borrowed shape, always something that looked like a deadline from a distance and turned out, close up, to be made of air. And in the quiet after the dissolving, just the room, just the dark, just the particular weight of you on this mattress, the breath going a little slower now, there is something else present. Something small and specific and entirely actual. Something that is here with you in the room, and that has been here all evening, and that has a very particular kind of pull that you already know. The phone. Not as a problem, not as a symbol of anything, just as what it is, a small bright thing in the dark or a dark thing in the dark, face up or face down, which is still a choice you get to make. One of the smallest choices available. One of the most completely yours. No rubric consulted. No committee convened. No curriculum with an opinion about it. You can set it face down. You can mean it. And that little choice, that one quiet thing, yours to do or not do in this room, in this dark, with no external authority needed and no grade to worry about, is the kind of thing worth noticing here at the end of this long day. Not because it changes anything big. Not because it closes any gap. Just because it's real. Just because it's actually, genuinely, completely yours. So, the phone. It is right there, wherever right there is for you tonight. On the nightstand, maybe, or beside you on the mattress, or balanced at some angle that only makes sense at this hour. It might be face up, screen dark but present, glowing with nothing but still sort of. There. It might be still lit from the last thing you looked at, that particular thin blue light that does its very best work at persuading you there is one more thing worth checking. It might be face down already, in which case, good. You got there before I did. Let's stay here. But if it isn't yet, you can turn it over. That is the whole of what I am saying right now. No argument, no convincing, no case to be made. Just, the phone is in the room and the phone has a face-down position, and your hand, your actual physical hand, lying exactly where it is right now in the dark, is the only thing that stands between the phone and the nightstand and the quiet that comes after. A turn of the wrist. A small rotation. Something that takes less than a second and costs exactly nothing and requires no preparation, no strategy, no prior experience, and no review. It is a genuinely small thing. I want to be honest about that. It does not solve anything. It does not close the gap on the scoreboard, which we have already established does not exist anywhere except in the confident and slightly overreaching part of the mind that generates such things. It does not complete any of the unfinished items, or bring the morning any closer, or make the things that were hard today any less hard. It is, in the most practical sense, almost nothing. A very small physical act, performed by a tired person in a dark room. And also, and this is the part I keep coming back to, it is entirely, completely, immediately yours. That is the thing about the small ones. Not their size, obviously, but the quality of ownership in them. The way they are not contingent on anyone else's decision, or the outcome of anything, or whether the situation improves, or what the timeline does, or what the algorithm has decided to surface tonight. You do not have to earn the right to set the phone face down. There is no readiness requirement, no external review, no committee with a rubric and an opinion. You can simply do it, right now, with no credentials and no prior approval and no dependency on any other moving part, and it will be done, and it will have been yours to do. That is the whole category of thing that is available to you in this bed tonight, and there are more of them than you might think, and we will find our way to several before morning. But this one is right here, and it is a good place to start. So if it's still face up, turn it over, just that. And if it's already down, let yourself notice it. Notice that you already did that small thing, already made that quiet little choice, already handled it without anyone asking you to. Either way, the phone is where it is, and where it is can be face down. And that is the end of that part of the night. Now, the feed is still going. I want to say that gently and plainly because I think there is something genuinely steadying about hearing it stated. The feed is refreshing right now while you lie here. The whole enormous machine of it is cycling through its work, the algorithm, which does not sleep and has no awareness of the hour and no particular feeling about whether you should be awake, is doing what it does. New things are appearing. Old things are being shuffled. The discourse, and there is always discourse, there is a self-replenishing and frankly inexhaustible supply of discourse. It is one of the most reliable features of the current moment, is unfolding at full volume, loudly and continuously, without your input and without noticing your absence. The group chat has things in it, probably. It almost always does at this hour, at least one message that arrived while you were getting ready for bed, and possibly a small thread that escalated briefly and then resolved, or didn't resolve, in a way that does not require your contribution before morning. The group chat has survived every single one of your nights so far. It will survive this one with the same unremarkable ease. It does not need your take tonight. The take will keep. There is very likely an email sitting unopened somewhere, patient, doing nothing, waiting exactly where you left it, in the folder where emails wait alongside all the other waiting things. It will be there in the morning, unchanged, still completely handleable at a time when you have slept, and your brain has had the chance to simply be a brain again. The inbox does not worsen overnight. This is one of the genuinely and consistently reassuring things about it, and it is worth knowing. You can log off. Not the phone will keep running its various background processes regardless, because that is simply what phones do, and they have strong feelings about it, and those feelings cannot be talked out of them at this hour. But you, the person, you can step out. The whole ongoing enterprise of staying informed and available and connected and across everything. You can leave that enterprise for the next several hours, completely and without guilt, and it will continue exactly as it would have, because the enterprise was never actually organized around your presence. The world is doing its thing tonight, fully, without asking. It always was, even when you were watching. And when the phone is face down, and the screen that was there, even if you weren't using it, just the fact of it, the potential of it, the glow it could have been, goes fully dark, something happens in the room. Something quiet and a little physical and worth noticing. The room gets more room in it. That is the truest way I can say it. When the light isn't present, even as a possibility, the room has more of itself. The dark settles more completely. The particular texture of this hour, the late hour, the night hour, the hour that belongs to breath and slowness and the body's own unhurried work, comes in more fully, the way a sound you couldn't quite hear becomes audible once the louder thing finally stops. This hour has its own quality. You may not have been giving it much attention because there was always the screen, or the possible screen, or the thought of the screen. But it is here. It has been here this whole time. The stillness of the room after the rest of the house has settled. The particular temperature of the air at this hour, slightly cooler than it was when you first lay down, carrying something of the deep night in it now. The faint, irregular sounds of a building doing what buildings do in the dark. The small tick of it contracting, the subtle settling. A sound somewhere distant that has been running all night without anyone listening and is neither alarming nor interesting, just present, just the building going about its own slow business. The weight of the blanket, which has been gradually matching your warmth these last several minutes and is no longer quite cold, no longer a separate thing, just the same temperature as you are now, just weight, just here. You can feel all of that. There is nothing in the way. The screen is dark. The room is what it is. And you are in it not as someone still half, in the day, still holding the thread of the evening loosely in case something requires a response, still monitoring the edge of things. Just as what you are right now, which is a person who has stopped. A person who has, quietly and without fanfare and with nothing more than a small rotation of the wrist, logged off. Not as a dramatic decision. Not as a commitment or a practice or an intentional thing you are doing for any particular reason. Just as the natural ending of a thing. The day was, and then it wasn't, and the phone is face down, and the room is quieter, and you are here. Nothing to check. You are not behind on the checking. The checking simply does not apply to this hour. You have stepped outside the range of it, into the part of the night that has different jurisdiction, different rules, a different kind of authority over what is required. The feed is running without you. The discourse will forgive your absence with great ease because it was never actually aware of your presence to begin with. The algorithm will find other people to stay up with tonight, and it is very good at finding them, and it will be fine. And the group chat will be there in the morning, with all of its ongoing matters intact, waiting in exactly the state you left them. Let the phone be where it is. And let the room be what it is now, this quieter, fuller, more itself version of the room. The version that was here before you came to bed, and that will be here long after you are asleep, doing nothing in particular, just being the walls and the ceiling and the dark and the small sounds of a space that has its own slow settling to do, the same way you have yours. Notice the quiet. Not as an absence, as a thing. This particular quiet, the one that lives in the room after the last light goes, has a texture to it. Mild, unhurried, slightly cool at its edges. It has been here since you lay down. It has been waiting without any particular urgency for the louder things to settle enough that you could actually feel it. And the louder things have settled now. The feed is running somewhere else. The group chat is where it is. The email is patient in its folder. The algorithm has moved on to someone who is still awake. And the quiet is just here, in the room, with you, the way it has been all along, the way it always is when you get still enough to let it be noticed. You are not behind on noticing it. You are noticing it now, which is when you are noticing it, which is the right time. And in the noticing, in this specific and unhurried moment, in this dark room, with the phone face down and the screen gone and the quiet doing its quiet thing all around you, there are some other things here too. Waiting, the way the quiet was waiting. Not urgently, not with any insistence, just present. The way small true things are present once the louder things have moved far enough away to let them be heard. The things that actually happened today. Not the gaps. Not the should have been furthers, not the scoreboard's account, not the version of your day assembled by the part of the mind that leads with what was missing. The actual things. The real, specific, small, genuinely happened things that were yours to do today, and that you did, one way or another, in the particular and unrepeatable and entirely yours way that is just how you move through a day. Those things have been here this whole time, patient and real and quietly waiting for the screen to go dark and the room to get quiet enough to hold them. So let's look at them. Not all of them, you don't need to account for the whole day, produce a tally, arrive at a final figure. Just let's look. Gently, without agenda, the way you'd look at something small you found in a coat pocket, something you'd forgotten was there, something that turns out to have a little more weight in the hand than you expected. Think of one thing, one small thing from today, Not the thing you're proud of, though if something like that surfaces, let it, hold it, it counts too. But I mean the ordinary ones, the unremarkable ones. The ones that happened because you were there, and because you kept doing what the day required, and because you are, quietly and without much fanfare, someone who gets through their days. Maybe you drank some water today. That's a real thing. I mean that entirely sincerely, without irony, without preamble. At some point today you were thirsty, or not quite thirsty, just dry, just the low-level background awareness that the body needed something, and you did something about it. You got the water, or you found it, or you remembered it was there and you drank it. That is a thing that happened. Your body needed attending to, and you attended to it, quietly and probably without remarking on it to anyone, probably without thinking about it for more than a few seconds. But it happened. It was real. It was yours to do, and you did it. Hold that for just a moment, without needing it to be more than it is. Or maybe there was a message, one you had been sitting with for a few days, the kind that gathers a little weight the longer you don't answer it, the one that moved gently back up the mental pile as the days went on. And today, at some point, without ceremony, without making a thing of it, you answered it. 3 sentences, or 5, or maybe just one, a short one, but enough. You sent it. The thing that had been waiting got resolved, and it was a small resolution, barely noticeable. But it is done now, and the slight low-grade pressure it was generating, so slight you probably didn't register it consciously, went away, or eased, or at least moved from open to closed in whatever informal accounting the mind keeps of these things. That happened today. You did that. Or maybe you made something to eat. Not a production, not something that required real effort or planning or looking up a recipe. Maybe you put something together that counted as a meal, in the loose and forgiving definition of the word, the one that includes toast and a bowl of something and whatever was left from the day before. You figured out the food situation as it presented itself today, in whatever way it presented itself, and you handled it, and your body got what it needed, and that is genuinely not nothing. The body asked a question today and you answered it, and that answer happened because you were there to give it. These are small things. I want to keep saying that because I mean it. I'm not trying to convince you that they were large. They were small, ordinary. The texture of an ordinary day, unmagnified, unedited, not selected for their good angle. And the mind that has been running the scoreboard all day, the one with the confident and unofficial assessment of where you are and where you should be, that mind is not particularly interested in these things. It is looking for evidence of the gap, for the items on the imaginary rubric, for the progress that maps onto something legible. The glass of water and the answered message and the meal that was mostly fine, those don't figure into its calculation. They are too small. They don't register. But they were real today. They were actually physically real. They happened in the world, in actual time, in the particular and unrepeatable hours of this particular day. And they happened because you were in those hours, moving through them, attending to what the day asked of you in the small and continuous way that a day actually requires to be gotten through. Not the grand gestures, not the things on the rubric, just the ongoing, patient work of being a person who is here. And there was more of it than that. There were the small decisions, 100 of them probably, most of them so minor they didn't feel like decisions at all, just the day preceding. Where to sit, when to move, what to do first, and then after that, and then after that. The day presented itself to you in pieces, and you handled each piece, imperfectly in some cases and adequately in others and occasionally actually well. And then it presented the next piece, and you handled that too. This is not nothing. This is a day's worth of navigation. You navigated it. You may have had a hard conversation today, or avoided one. Both of those are navigations. Both of them required something from you. Both of them were yours to handle in the way you handled them. And neither of them was easy, and you did what you could with them. You may have sat with something uncomfortable for longer than you wanted to, because the comfortable option wasn't available, because sometimes there is simply no comfortable option, and you just have to stay in the discomfort and let it move at its own pace. That kind of patience, unbeautiful and not postable and easy to mistake for nothing happening, takes something. It costs. And you paid it today, probably more than once, probably without naming it that. You kept breathing, too, all day, which sounds like an obvious thing to say, and it is, and I'm saying it anyway. The breath that has been running quietly underneath everything since this morning, under the appointments and the screens and the comparisons and the ongoing accumulation of the day, just kept going. Steadily. Doing its work without being asked, without being thanked, without needing any input from the part of you that was busy worrying about the timeline. Your body spent the whole day doing this patient, self-sustaining work of keeping you here, and you were in it, and you kept going, and here you are. That is the whole of what I mean. You are here. After everything that today was, after the hard parts and the long parts, and the parts that didn't resolve, and the parts that bruised a little, and the parts that were just ambient and gray and neither good nor bad, but requiring your presence regardless, you are here, lying down, in a room that is quiet now, having gotten through the day in the particular and imperfect and entirely genuine way that you got through it. You don't have to have gotten through it well to count this. You just had to have gotten through it, and you did. The scoreboard doesn't have a category for this. The behind feeling, which has been running its quiet calculation all day, doesn't weigh the fact of a day's worth of small, real, patient, unglamorous showing up. It is looking for the milestones, the markers, the things that fit its rubric, and this doesn't fit. But the scoreboard is, as we've established, not a real document, and the rubric was never issued, and the confident assessment of what today should have amounted to was assembled without authorization, and without ever consulting the actual contents of your actual day. The actual contents of your actual day were real. The answered message was real. The water was real. The meal, such as it was real. The breath was real. The navigation, all 100 small decisions, the discomfort you sat in, the things you kept going through, real, happened, yours. And here is what I want to say about that, slowly, in the dark, in this quiet room where the phone is face down and the screen is gone, and there is nothing left to check. They count. Not because someone validated them, not because they appeared in any record or landed on any rubric or moved any needle, not because they were impressive or large enough to matter by the scoreboard's absent metric. They count because they happened. They count because your day was made of them, the way all days are made of them. The small, unremarkable, patient, ongoing acts of someone who is here and showing up. They count because they were yours, fully yours, done by your hands and your attention, and your continuing willingness to meet the day in whatever state the day arrived in. They count because you did them, and you are real, and what real people do with their real days is real. You are allowed to let them count tonight. Not as a consolation, not as a lesser version of the counting that the big things would have gotten, as the actual thing, the real and true accounting of what today contained, offered without apology, held without qualification, sitting here in the quiet as what it is. Evidence that someone was here and showed up and kept going. The day was full of you. And the night, this particular night, in this particular room, with the cool air settling and the small sounds of the building doing its slow work, the night is full of you too, but differently. The night doesn't require the showing up. The night has no appointments, no items, no small decisions accumulating into something that needs navigating. The night asks only the one thing, and you already know how to do it, and you have been getting better at it all evening without quite noticing. Just this, just here, just the dark and the weight and the breath going slower now. The day happened, the small things happened. They are counted and real and quietly resting now, the way you are resting, the way the room is resting. And what the night asks of you is different from what the day asked, simpler and older, and already on its way. And what the night asks is different, and it has always been different, and somewhere underneath the long habit of carrying the day's logic into these hours. The forward momentum, the forward lean, the sense that things should be happening or progressing or at least moving toward something. You already know that. The night is not the day with the lights off. It is not the same jurisdiction, wearing different clothes. It has its own rules, its own tempo, its own complete indifference to the kinds of questions the day asks constantly and the night has never once asked at all. The day asks, where are you? How far have you gotten? What did you accomplish, and is that enough, and where does it put you relative to where you should be? The day is always doing this, pointing forward, 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 like a compass that only knows one direction, like a thing that can only be satisfied by movement. The day's whole structure is oriented toward its ending, toward what gets done before it closes, toward the accumulation of progress in the window it provides. The day is a measurer. It cannot help it. That is simply what the day is. The night is not any of those things. The night has no interest in your progress. It does not have a rubric. It is not assessing your position or comparing it to yesterday's position or the position of anyone else who is also lying in the dark right now in their own quiet rooms. The night is not tracking. The night has never tracked. Whatever enormous and patient thing the night is, and it is enormous, and it is patient in a way that the day, with all its forward lean, simply is not. It is not a measurer. Nothing is due tonight. Nothing was due last night. Nothing will be due the night after this one. The night, by its nature, by something so fundamental to what it is that it cannot be changed, simply does not keep score. You can feel that, a little if you let yourself. The particular quality of no one checking. The stillness of a room that is not waiting for anything from you. The ceiling above you just there, doing nothing, expecting nothing. A ceiling exactly as ceilings are in the dark. Pale or dim, or just the texture of an absence where the room ends. Patient in the specific way that things are patient when they have no opinion about what happens next. The ceiling is not tracking your progress. This may sound obvious. It is somehow, in this moment, worth saying anyway. The house has settled into itself by now. You may have noticed, or you may not have. It happens gradually, the way most real things happen, without announcement. But the house has been letting go of the day since sometime this evening. The walls contract a little in the cooling air, which makes the particular small sounds of a house at night. A faint tick from somewhere, a barely there creak. The kind of sound that used to startle you, years ago maybe, and now is just the house, just what the house does, just the ordinary settling of something that has been holding itself in the heat of the day and is finally, slowly able to let that go. Your body knows that sound, even if you don't consciously hear it. Something in you recognizes it as a sleep sound, a going quiet sound, a sound that means the world is doing the same thing you are. The refrigerator is running somewhere, its low, steady hum, completely indifferent to the hour, completely unconcerned with what you accomplished today or didn't accomplish, just doing its one slow, patient thing. It has been doing its one slow, patient thing this whole evening, while you were looking at your phone and then setting it down, while you were lying here with the day still close, while the room was getting quieter in increments. It will keep doing it. That hum, that low background presence, it is not asking anything of you. It is simply running the way things run at night, continuously, without urgency, without an opinion about where you are on any timeline. The dark, too, has its own texture at this hour. Not an absence, not just the light having left, but something with its own quality, its own weight. Your eyes have adjusted, or they are in the process of adjusting, and the dark that was just dark when you first closed your eyes has become something more specific. The particular dark of this room, this ceiling, this particular arrangement of shadows that you know without needing to see it, the way the mind fills in what it already has. This is your dark, familiar, specific, not threatening and not empty, just the room being what it is when no one needs anything from it. There is a temperature to this hour, cooler than it was when you first lay down, the night doing what the night does, drawing the day's heat slowly upward and out, leaving the air a few degrees quieter, a few degrees more itself. You can feel it at the edges of what is uncovered, an arm, maybe, or the side of your face, the slight coolness against skin that is already warming from the inside. The contrast between the cool air and the warmth underneath is one of the small, specific pleasures of this hour, and it is entirely available to you right now, without effort, without earning, without any preparation at all. Just the temperature of the night doing what it does, and you in it. Nothing is being asked of you in any of this. That is the thing about the night's rules that is so quietly different from what the whole long day required. The day, from the moment it started, was requiring something. Your attention, your decision, your next move, your response to the thing that just arrived, your management of the gap between where you were and where you needed to be. The day was in constant dialogue with your capacity to handle it, and it was never quite finished, never quite satisfied, never quite arrived at the point where it turned to you and said, "Okay, that's enough. You can stop now." The day doesn't say that. The day doesn't have that mode. The night says it without speaking. The night's whole nature is permission. Not the permission of someone who has reviewed your output and decided it was sufficient. Not earned permission. Not contingent permission. Not permission tied to any metric or outcome or rubric that was never issued anyway. Just the structural, inherent, completely unconditional permission of an hour that is not for anything except rest. The night has no agenda. It is not waiting to see what you do with it. It is not a window of productive time you're not using correctly. It is not a missed opportunity. It is what it is, which is the part of the rotation where things are allowed to be still. You are allowed to be still in it. That is the whole of what the night is asking. Not an accomplishment. Not a particularly skillful rest. Not a rest that follows the correct protocol or achieves a certain quality of quiet or meets any standard at all. Just the basic old permission to be a body in a dark room, letting the day go at whatever rate the day goes when you stop holding it, letting the muscles do what muscles do when they are finally left alone, letting the breath find the rhythm it has been waiting to find since sometime this afternoon. This is not the waiting room for tomorrow. I want to say that slowly because the day's logic tends to arrange even rest into productivity, rest as preparation, rest as the thing you do so you can perform correctly in the morning, rest as an investment in the next cycle of output. That logic is not wrong, exactly. The sleep will help. Of course it will. But if you lie here and treat the night as a hallway, as the between space, the transitional moment, the prep time for the next round of assessment, you will miss it. You will sleep through it in the sense that matters most. The night is its own country. Complete. Not an introduction to tomorrow, not an extension of today. Just this, the specific, actual, unhurried hours of a late night in a quiet room, which are whole in themselves and not pointing anywhere, which are not a means to anything but are simply fully what they are. And you are in it, right now, right here, not on the way to somewhere, not behind schedule in the waiting room. Here, in the country that has no customs office and no assessment of your documentation, no gate you have to pass through, nothing you need to produce at the border. You arrived the moment you lay down. There was no other requirement. You belong here as fully as anything belongs anywhere. As fully as the dark belongs in this room. As fully as the cool air belongs to this hour. As fully as the slow sound of the house settling belongs to the night. You are not behind in the night. There is no behind here. The night does not have that concept in its vocabulary. It has never heard of it. It has been doing this, the same long, patient darkness, the same cooling, the same stillness, for longer than the idea of being behind has existed. The night predates the calendar. The night predates the timeline. The night was here before anyone decided what on track looked like, and it will be here when the scoreboard has been long forgotten, and it is here now, doing what it has always done. Nothing. Patiently. Completely. And offering you the same. You are right here. That is not a small thing. You are exactly where the night has room for you, in this bed, in this dark, in this specific cooling room with its familiar sounds, and its ceiling you cannot quite see, and its quiet that has been here since long before you noticed it. The night made room for you tonight the way it always does. Without conditions, without assessment, without consulting any record of what you did or didn't accomplish or how far you are from where you might have been. You are here, and the night has you, and that is the whole arrangement. Nothing else was required. Let the day's logic go quiet now. Not by force, it doesn't need to be pushed. Just by being here long enough, still enough, in the jurisdiction where the day's logic has no authority. It will quiet on its own. It is already quieting. You can feel it, maybe the loosening of the forward lean, the slight ease of a compass that is not being asked to point anywhere. The body knows this easing too. It has been waiting for it. It has its own sense of what the night is for, and it has been moving gently toward this all evening, patient and steady, and not in any hurry at all. And the body is already there before you are. That is the thing worth noticing, right now before anything else. The thing the body has been doing this whole time, tonight and through the whole long day before tonight, without being asked, without being reminded, without a single notification from you about what it should be doing next. It has been running. Faithfully, steadily, completely without supervision, doing the enormous and mostly invisible work of keeping you here. Think about that for a moment. Not as an instruction, you don't need to analyze it or hold it up to any particular light. Just let it arrive. The heartbeat, which is happening right now, has been happening all day. Through the appointments and the small discouragements and the moments where the scoreboard felt loudest and the ones where it went quiet for a while. Through the screens and the meal and the answered message and the hours that were just hours. The heart has been doing its one steady thing through all of it. Not because you managed it, not because you remembered to keep it going, not because you made a plan at the start of the day and executed it faithfully. Just because the body knows what to do, and does it, in the particular and unwavering way that bodies have known what to do for longer than any of the other things we have invented to measure ourselves by. You didn't optimize that, you couldn't have, and it worked fine anyway. There is something quietly steadying about that, if you let yourself feel it. The heartbeat is not a performance. It is not trying to be impressive or sufficient or on track. It is not consulting any rubric about how many beats constitute a good showing for the day. It is just going, your specific heartbeat, the particular rhythm of this particular body, familiar to you in the way that something can be familiar without you ever having paid it much attention. It has been doing this since long before you could form a thought about it. Long before you knew what a timeline was, or a scoreboard, or a should be further by now. The body was already at this before any of that. It has been at it ever since. It is at it right now, in the quiet of this room, while everything else has settled. Feel it if you can. The pulse of it, somewhere in the chest, or in the throat, or in the wrists, wherever the heartbeat sits for you tonight, it is there. Steady, not rushed, not behind. Not measuring itself against how anyone else's heart is beating right now, or whether this particular beat is occurring at the correct point in the evening relative to some external clock. Just the next beat, and the one after, at whatever pace the body has decided is exactly right for this moment, which it has, and which it always has. Your breath is moving too, slower now than it was an hour ago, slower than it was this morning, moving at its own unhurried tempo towards something even quieter. You don't have to help it. That is the part worth receiving. You do not have to help. The breath does not require input. It will find its way deeper, slower, all on its own, as the body settles and the muscles let go and the night does what it does, and the only thing ever required of you was to get here, to lie down, and to stop overseeing it. Which you have, which is happening right now, whether or not you can feel it fully yet. The body is already moving toward rest without being told. It knows what this is. It knows what dark and horizontal and quiet means. It has known for longer than you have. And then there is the warmth. It moves slowly, the warmth. You may not have noticed it arriving, because it doesn't announce itself, because it is not the kind of thing that announces itself. But it is here now, or it is coming. Starting somewhere in the center and spreading, the way warmth does in a body that has stopped doing the work of the day and started doing the easier, older work of just being still. The chest, maybe. The belly. The slow temperature of your own skin against the sheet, your own heat returning to you gently, like something that had been at a distance all day and is now, finally, close. The hands warming. The feet, if they were cold when you lay down, beginning to find their way back to their own temperature. Not quickly, not dramatically, just slowly and without fuss. The way the body manages these things when it's left to manage them itself. You are warmer than you were 10 minutes ago. Slightly. Incrementally. That warmth is yours, it came from you, it belongs to you. It is your body doing the quiet, patient work of gathering itself back in. No one scheduled it. No one approved it. It simply happens because the body knows that this is what comes after lying down in the dark, and the body is very good at what comes after lying down in the dark, and it has been waiting all evening for the chance to demonstrate that. The weight is there too. You can feel it more now than you could when you first lay down, probably. The way the body's weight settles more fully into the mattress as the muscles release their opinion about things. It is one of the reliable small mercies of lying still. The longer you stay, the more you arrive. The body keeps releasing. The mattress keeps receiving. The conversation between them is slow and continuous and requires nothing from you at all. And it is happening right now. This specific settling, this particular becoming heavier with rest, which is just the weight of you finding the surface underneath at its own pace. Feel that the mattress is there. It is not going anywhere. It is doing the one thing it does, which is hold you, which it is doing reliably and without requiring your oversight. You are held, not as a metaphor, as a physical fact of the room, the bed, the particular arrangement of things that have been here since before you lay down and will be here when you wake. The mattress holds you. The pillow holds your head. The blanket holds your warmth. You are held by actual things, right now, and those things are quiet and steady and completely on your side. And they will still be on your side in 3 hours and 5 hours, and in the morning when the light comes back and the day begins its measuring again. But that is then. Right now there is only the holding and you in it. And here is the thing about the body that I keep coming back to, in this dark room, in this slow hour. It is not a project. It does not need to be managed tonight. It has been managed enough today, managed by the day's requirements, the responses and the sitting upright and the walking from one place to another, and the constant, low-level calibration of being perceived and being present and being somewhere in particular at a particular time for a particular purpose. The body did all of that today. It went where you took it. It performed what was required of it. It held the tension in the shoulders, which we already talked about, and it held the jaw set and the breath shortened and the small ongoing readiness of a person who has things to do and is doing them and knows more things will arrive. That is a lot to ask of a body, and the body did it. And now, in this room, in this dark, with the heartbeat going and the warmth spreading and the weight settling into the mattress, the body is doing something else. Something it does not need your supervision for. Something it has been doing without fail for every night of your life without exception, in every room you have ever slept in, under every ceiling you have ever closed your eyes beneath. The body knows how to rest, not because you taught it. Not because you remembered to set it up correctly or followed the right protocol or earned the right kind of tired. It knows because it has always known. Because this is the oldest thing the body does. Because the rest is not a feature you added. It is what was there first, what the body returns to every time you are still enough and quiet enough to let it do what it has always done. You can trust that tonight. Not as an affirmation. As a plain, physical, true thing, the body is trustworthy here. In this specific matter, the matter of what happens when you lie down and stop asking it to perform, the body does not need you to supervise it. It does not need you to make sure it's resting correctly. It does not have a rubric for this either, and there is no behind in this, no better version of resting that you are falling short of. The body is not behind in its resting. The body is resting, right now. More with every breath, more with every passing minute, more as the warmth spreads and the weight settles, and the night does its long, quiet work around you. The only instruction is to let it, which is not really an instruction, which is the opposite of an instruction, which is the absence of instructions, which is the point, which is the rare and specific gift of this hour, that you are not in charge of this. The body has it. The body has had it all along. And the only thing the night is asking, the one thing, the simple thing, the thing that costs nothing and requires nothing and has been waiting for you since the moment you lay down, is to release the oversight. Set it down. Let the body be the one who knows what comes next. And what comes next is warmer than the dark. You can feel it already, maybe, or you will soon, as the warmth keeps moving and the breath keeps slowing, and the body keeps doing its faithful, unsupervised, completely trustworthy work of bringing you home. The weight of the blanket is settling. The warmth under it is yours. The blanket is there, not as a figure of speech, not as a symbol of anything, just there with its actual weight, resting across you the way it has been resting this whole time, patient and quiet, and not requiring a single thing from you in return. You may have stopped noticing it a while ago. That is what familiar weight does. It arrives, it settles, and then it becomes part of the background, the texture underneath the texture, something the body registers and then quietly files without needing to keep reporting back. But it is there. It has been there since you lay down. And if you let your attention drift to it now, not sharply, not like something you're trying to accomplish, just gently, the way attention moves when the night has gotten quiet enough to let it, you can feel it again. The weight of it, distributed across the chest and the belly and the legs, different in different places, heavier at the center where it pools and rests, lighter at the edges where it drapes and falls. There is a particular quality to the weight of a blanket that is unlike other kinds of weight. Not the weight of something pressing down with intention. Not the weight of something demanding to be managed. Just a weight that rests. That stays. A weight that has, by now, shaped itself slightly to you. The way things do when they have been in one place long enough, learning where you are, conforming a little to the specific arrangement of you lying still in this room in this particular dark. It knows where you are. It is keeping you found. That is not a small thing. Right now, in this bed, in this room, there is something resting over you that has spent this whole quiet hour learning the shape of you, and it is staying there. Underneath it, in the space between the blanket and your skin, the narrow, particular space that belongs only to you and the warmth you have been making, the warmth has gathered. It has been gathering since the moment you lay down, building slowly and without any interruption at all, the air closest to you warming first, and then the warmth spreading outward in the patient, incremental way that warmth always moves when it has nowhere to go but deeper. It is a pocket. Specific to this bed, this blanket, this night, your body, which has been generating heat this whole time, offering it to the space around it the way it always does, quietly and without instruction. The warmth is yours. You made it. It is, in the most immediate and literal sense, evidence that you have been here, that you lay down and were still, and the body did what the body does, which is keep itself going and keep itself warm, and the warmth collected in the space around you the way warmth always collects around something living and still. Feel how far it has spread by now. The chest, where it is deepest, the center of you, warmest. The belly, and then further, the slow warmth moving down through the thighs and the calves and reaching, eventually, toward the feet. One of your feet may have been cooler when you first lay down. It is almost always one foot that's a little cooler, for reasons the body has its own understanding of and has never bothered to explain, and you stopped needing the explanation some time ago. That coolness, if it was there, is mostly gone now, or it is going. The warmth is reaching it, unhurried, the body's heat circling back toward the places that needed it, doing this without direction or effort or any contribution from you at all. Just the ordinary and entirely reliable thing a body does when it is given the simple gift of being allowed to be still. This is evidence of something, of time, mostly, of the fact that you have been here long enough for this to happen, long enough for the warmth to collect, long enough for the weight to settle fully, long enough for the breath to have found a slower rhythm and the muscles to have begun releasing their opinions about things, and the body to have moved, incrementally but unmistakably, toward the rest it has been oriented toward all evening. You have been here long enough to have made this warmth. That is a measurable, physical, real thing. Not a milestone, not a rubric item, just the fact of warmth in a small space that your body made with the only materials it had. Heat and time, and you lying still. And then there is the pillow. The place where the skin meets it, the cheek, or the temple, the side of the jaw, wherever the contact is, there is a temperature that is different from the warmth of the blanket. Cooler, not cold, not the cold that asks for anything or pulls you out of the slow drift you are already in, just the particular gentle coolness of a surface that has been in the open air of the room while you were on the other side of it. The pillow has its own temperature, cooler than you are. And the contrast between the cool of it and the warmth of the skin pressing against it is small, but the body notices it. The way the body always notices contrasts before it notices evenness. And so you feel it. The soft coolness against the warm skin. The border between you and everything outside of you, drawn gently and without drama in the only terms that matter right now, which are, here, where you are, is warm. Just beyond that, where you aren't, is cooler. There is a specific and quiet pleasure in this. Hard to name, easy to feel. The way the cool defines the warm makes the warmth feel more fully like warmth, more specifically like yours, draws a gentle line around the place where you are being held and says, here, this is the held place. You are in it. If you wanted, at some point, you could turn the pillow to the other side. The side that has been in the room's air this whole time, cooler still, untouched, perfectly neutral. The way the cool side of the pillow is always perfectly neutral, just waiting there, available, not suggesting you need to move toward it, not going anywhere, just the cool side on the other side of where you are. It is one of those things. One of the small, entirely sovereign, completely yours and no one else's things. The reach, if you want it, to the cool side of the pillow, which asks nothing and costs nothing, and is simply there, available, the same as it always is. One of the small acts of this room that belongs to you by virtue of the fact that only you are here, only you can reach for it, only you get to decide whether you want the cool or want to stay in the warmth you have already made. You don't have to. That is the whole point of it. You don't have to do anything about the pillow. You can simply note that the cool side exists, that it is there, that it is yours whenever you want it, and then stay exactly where you are, in the warmth you made, with the blanket that knows your shape, with the weight that has been resting over you this whole time without needing anything from you in return. Come back to the warmth now, back to the full depth of it, the gathered, specific, patient warmth underneath the blanket, which has been collecting this whole time and is still collecting, still expanding slowly, still doing the quiet work of filling the space you inhabit with the particular heat of your body, your living, faithful, completely unsupervised body that has been keeping you warm since long before you were able to appreciate it, or think about it, or register it as the gift that it is. The blanket is there. The warmth is there. The weight of it is steady and even and not going anywhere. And you are in the center of all of it, not metaphorically, not as a comfort the mind is arranging for itself, but physically, actually, in the specific and unhurried present of this room. Your body, in your warmth, under the weight of something that has settled over you completely. There is nothing to adjust, nothing that needs attention. The warmth does not need to be managed. The blanket does not need repositioning in any urgent way. Nothing is asking to be addressed. Nothing has gone wrong in this small and quiet space. Everything is, in the most uncomplicated sense possible, simply fine. The temperature is right. The weight is right. The room is quiet and the dark is familiar and the body is warm. These things are all just true, right now, in this moment, without effort or intervention or any contribution from the part of you that spent all day looking for the gap. There is no gap here. The warmth fills it. Your own warmth gathered in the space your body makes, proof in the quietest, most physical way that you have been here, that you stayed, that you are right here. You are not behind the warmth. You are in it. And somewhere close, on the surface beside you, within reach if you wanted it, which you don't have to want right now, not yet, the warmth is enough for now, there is a glass of water, sitting quietly in the dark. At whatever temperature the room has made it, cool probably, ordinary in the way that only the most available things are ordinary, not asking for anything, not going anywhere. Just there, as it has been there, patient in the dark, The way things wait when they belong to you and you're not ready for them yet. Stay in the warmth a moment longer. Just this, the weight, the heat of you collected underneath it, the cool edge of the pillow, and the small and sovereign fact that it is yours if you want it. The room quiet around all of it. The body doing its faithful, unsupervised work of keeping you here and keeping you warm. You are right here. Not on the way to anywhere. Not behind anything. In the warmth you made, in the dark that is yours, held by the weight of something that has spent this whole quiet hour learning exactly where you are. It has been there this whole time. That glass of water sitting on the nightstand, or the floor, or wherever you put it if you put one there at all. And if you didn't, that's fine. The image still holds just there. Still. Doing nothing, asking for nothing, bothering no one. Not reminding you of anything that needs to be done. Not refreshing itself every 30 seconds with new information about where you stand. Just water in a glass in the dark, at room temperature, as available as anything in your life is ever going to be. You could reach for it right now and drink it, and that would be a thing you had done today. A small, actual, completed thing. And then you could set the glass back down in the dark, and it would sit there again exactly as it has been sitting, and the whole transaction would be over, and you would have done it, and it would count, and you would go back to being warm. That is the whole of it. That is what the glass of water is. And I know that sounds like nothing, like the quietest, most unglamorous item in a life full of things that are supposedly bigger and more important and more urgent and more indicative of whether you are on track or off track or somewhere in the vast blurred territory between. The glass of water is not a milestone. No one is keeping a record of whether you drank it. It will not move any needle. It will not appear in any accounting of how you spent this year, or this decade, or this particular Tuesday that is now almost entirely in the past. But here is what the glass of water is. Yours. Completely. Yours in a way that almost nothing else tonight is yours, not the future, which belongs to itself and will arrive when it arrives and do what it does regardless of whether you have supervised it appropriately. Not the timeline, which was never handed to you in the first place. Not the things you are measuring yourself against, which exist mostly in the comparing, and the comparing is tired now, and you can let it rest. The glass of water is not any of those things. The glass of water is simply, specifically, immediately yours, within reach, answering to no one else, available exactly as much as you need it to be and no more complicated than that. This is a strange and underrated thing to have, something that is just yours. Most of what the day asked you to manage today was not entirely yours. The outcome, not entirely yours. There were other people in it, other factors, other moving parts that had their own opinions about how things would go. The timeline, not yours. Timelines are made of agreements and accidents, and the general stubbornness of things taking longer than they said they would. And none of that is within any one person's jurisdiction, no matter how carefully you plan it. What other people think, and you thought about this today, some version of it. Most of us think about this most days, not yours at all, which is one of the more quietly exhausting things about being a person. That the thought is happening in a place you cannot reach, in the only room in the world that doesn't have a door for you. Not yours. Never yours. And so much of the weight you have been carrying today was not really weight that belonged to you. It was borrowed, or assigned, or simply the ambient pressure of living in a world where outcomes are not personal, and timelines are collective, and the scoreboard is made of air, and you checked it anyway, out of habit. The way you check the weather out of habit, even when you're not going anywhere. That is a lot to carry, and none of it will let you carry it better by lying awake with it tonight. The glass of water is different. The glass of water is not the ambient pressure of anything. It is not a shared responsibility or a collaborative project or an outcome that depends on variables outside your influence. It is, and I mean this as precisely as it can possibly be meant, just for you. The reaching is yours. The drinking is yours. The setting it back down in the dark is yours. Every part of the transaction is available to you, and only you and no external circumstance can get in the way of it. No one else's schedule governs it. No algorithm is going to decide whether you get to have the water. You just reach and drink, and that is the whole thing. There are more of these in a life than we usually notice, because the big things are loud and the small things are quiet, and the loud things tend to block the view. But they are there. The lamp beside you, if there is one, the simple act of turning it off is yours, already done or easily done, a thing you had complete authority over and exercised, or can exercise without needing anyone's permission or approval. The phone, face down on the nightstand or on the charger or just set aside, the turning of it was yours. The lying down was yours. The breath you are drawing right now, slowly, at whatever depth it wants to find, yours. No one else can breathe it for you, and no one else can breathe it faster or slower than your body is choosing right now, in this moment, in this room. The breath is completely, unambiguously, sovereignly yours, and you are breathing it, and you have been breathing it all day, and you will keep breathing it as the night gets quieter and slower, and the distance between you and the day grows into something you can actually feel. All of this, the water, the lamp, the phone, the breath, the slow weight of your own body settling more fully into the bed with every passing minute, all of it is in your jurisdiction tonight. Not the big things, not the future, which has its own schedule and has never once consulted you before showing up. Not the timeline, which is constructed of exactly the wrong material to care about how you are feeling right now. Not the outcome that is still out there, somewhere in the not yet, being whatever it is going to be without any input from you tonight. Just the small, immediate, fully within reach things. And right now, that is enough. Not because the big things stopped mattering. They matter, they are real, they will still be there in the morning, and you can take them up again then with something like rest behind you. But because the big things are not here in this room tonight, they don't have a way in. This room, right now, contains you and the warmth you have made and the weight of the blanket and the quiet and the dark and the glass of water sitting at whatever arm's length. It has been sitting this whole time, waiting with the particular patience of an object that has nowhere else to be. You are allowed to let that be the world for tonight. This room, these small things, the reach if you want it, the breath which you're already taking. There is so much that you are not behind on in this room. The warmth, you are right on time with the warmth, which arrived exactly when your body needed it to and has been building at exactly the rate it builds. The breath, right on time, exactly as slow as it needs to be right now, not ahead of schedule, not late, just this pace, which is the correct pace for this hour and this room and this body that has been breathing at the right pace this entire time without needing a single reminder. The quiet arrived when the day ended. You didn't earn it. You didn't have to. The quiet came because the day became night and you lay down. And those are the only conditions the quiet has ever required. You are not behind. You are right here. And right here is not a consolation prize. It is not the place you ended up because you didn't manage to get to the other place. Right here is a room in the dark with a glass of water and a blanket that has learned your shape and a breath that is yours completely, and a body that is doing everything that needs to be done tonight without any supervision from you. Right here is the night doing what nights do, holding you in its jurisdiction where nothing is measured and nothing is due, and the only direction is stillness. Right here is the only coordinates that exist at this hour, for you, in this particular quiet room. There is nowhere else you were supposed to be. The future is doing whatever the future does. It is out there, moving in its own direction on its own terms with or without your vigil. You don't have to watch it. You have never been required to watch it in order for it to arrive. Tomorrow will come without being supervised, the same way all of the tomorrows have come without your help, without checking with you first, moving at whatever speed it moves at, bringing whatever it brings. None of that needs you tonight. Tonight it is enough to have the water within reach, and the breath already moving, and the room exactly as quiet as it is. Let the big things go on ahead without you. They know the way. What's yours is here. The small, ordinary, completely available things that have been here this whole time. The water, the breath, the warmth, the weight, the dark. None of them are asking you to be further along. None of them have a position on where you should be by now or what you should have finished or who you should be measuring yourself against. They have no opinion about your timeline. They are just here the way small, true things are here. Simply, without agenda, patient and available and entirely on your side. And you can drink the water if you want it. Or you can leave it sitting there, which is also fine. The glass does not require a decision. That is the other thing about the small things. They don't need to be decided about. They just are. Available or done or simply present, sitting quietly in the dark the way all the genuinely good things tend to sit. Without urgency, without demand, without a notification letting you know they'll only be there for a limited time. They're there. You're here. The distance between you and the rest you need tonight is exactly nothing. Let the breath go a little slower now. Let the day go a little further back. It is moving that direction anyway. You can feel it, maybe. The way the morning feels like something that happened to someone slightly younger and slightly less tired than the person lying here now. The way the hours between then and now have a weight that is less urgent than it was, and more simply the weight of time past. Time spent. Time that was yours to spend and that you spent it. And now it is behind you and the night is ahead, and the night has different rules. The behind feeling needs something to locate itself against. Think about that, just for a moment, softly, not as a problem to solve or a thought to follow anywhere in particular, but just as something to hold up in the quiet and look at, the way you might hold up an object in low light to see what it actually is. The feeling that you are behind, the specific weight of it, the quiet pressure it applies, the way it colors a day from somewhere just outside the edges of your attention. That feeling requires a known destination in order to function. It needs to be able to point to somewhere you are not yet, some future state where things are finished and settled, and you have arrived at the place the timeline was always supposed to be taking you. Without that, without a fixed and legible finish line somewhere ahead, it cannot calculate anything. It cannot do its math. The numbers don't close. And here is the thing you perhaps have not stopped to notice today. The story is still going. Not almost over. Not approaching its conclusion at a pace you can now see clearly from where you stand. Still going. Still in progress. The next page unwritten, and the chapter after that, and the one after that too, all of them still open, still uncommitted to any particular shape, still waiting to become whatever the days ahead will actually make of them. You are in the middle of the story, not delayed on your way to the ending. In the middle, which is where the story lives when it is still happening to someone who is still here. And the middle, by definition, does not have a finish line you can locate from inside it. The ending is not posted anywhere. No one came to you at the beginning of all this and handed you a document that said, "Here is where this concludes. Here is the milestone you have been measuring yourself against. Here is what being on time means for your specific life as opposed to every other life." There is no such document. There has never been a such document. No one got one. Which means the behind feeling, real as it was today, and it was real, you are not imagining the weight of it, is trying to run a calculation with a number it does not have. It is measuring the distance from a finish line that has not been placed. It is comparing your pace against a destination that was never specified. The denominator is missing. The equation cannot close. And an equation that cannot close is not an equation. It is just a feeling that learned to dress like math. You cannot be late to an ending that hasn't been written yet. And then there are the people who appeared to be further along today. The ones whose timelines seem to be moving at a pace yours couldn't quite match, whose chapters look like the ones you are still finding your way toward. Here is the thing about them, said with warmth, not as a dismissal of how real that comparison felt when it arrived. They are in a middle too. Every single one of them. Not standing at some finish line with the view all sorted and the doubts all resolved and the quiet behind whisper finally stilled. They are in the middle of something, their own middle, with its own uncertainties and its own patches where things feel unfinished, its own version of the nights when the screen goes dark, and something in the chest still sits unresolved and the story feels like it is taking longer than it said it would. The middle is where all living people actually live. Not arriving, not arrived, not watching from outside the whole arc with the distance to see what it all added up to. Just in it, moving through. Everyone doing the same low-key thing of trying to be a person, inside a story that hasn't told them how it ends. No one is looking at your story from the outside and seeing what you see from the inside. That is not a comfort I'm handing you to make the feelings smaller. It is something structural about how stories work, something true about the geometry of them. From inside a middle can feel like standing still, like returning to the same place you left, like the wheels turning without quite catching. From outside, someone else's middle looks like motion, a life in progress, a thread being followed, a person moving through something even when they cannot see where it leads. You have probably been someone's further along today without knowing it. Someone saw a corner of your particular middle and thought, there is a person in a part of the story I haven't reached yet. That is how this looks from every angle for everyone, at every point in the middle. That is the only place any of us have ever been. The middle always feels like it is taking too long from inside it. This is one of its most consistent and thoroughly human features. It is not a sign that yours is failing. You are not late to your own story. You are in it right now, which is the only place it is ever possible to be. Not watching from outside. Not ahead of some waiting version of yourself or behind a more finished one. Just in it. In this particular stretch, at this particular hour, in this room, with this breath still moving at its own unhurried pace. Slower now than it was at noon. Slower than it was even an hour ago. Moving toward something even quieter. The story includes tonight. This is not the pause between the parts that count. This is one of the parts. The warmth gathered under the blanket, the day gone quiet behind you, the body settled and the breath slowing. This is in it. This is a page. It counts as something, even if you cannot see yet what it is counting toward. Middles contain most of the story. That is worth sitting with, even here, even at the edge of sleep. The stretch that feels like not yet, the part that looks from inside like you, are simply making your way through something without being able to read what it is adding up to. That part is often the part that will matter most when the whole thing eventually has enough distance to be seen. Not the easy chapter, not the one that asked nothing of you. The one you are in, the one that required you to keep going without knowing where it was going, the one that demanded the small and faithful daily work of being a person inside a story that hadn't posted its ending. That is usually the chapter that mattered. You cannot know that from inside it. That is the particular difficulty of the middle, and also its particular dignity. You cannot see the shape of it while you are still in it. You just go. You do the next thing, and the thing after, and you sleep when the night comes, and you get up when the morning comes, and the story keeps accruing, page by page, small thing by small thing, into something that will have a shape you cannot yet see from right here, in this room, on this night. Tonight you are allowed to simply be in yours, not pushing through it to the other side, not establishing what this stretch will turn out to have meant or deciding whether it needed handling differently, just in it, resting in the middle of it, which is one of the things middles allow, quietly and without announcement, the dark that is part of the going, the rest that belongs to the story and is not outside it. You are allowed to be here, in the middle, in this room. And let the room hold you the way rooms have always held the people in the middle of their stories, which is steadily and without judgment, and without needing to know the ending in order to provide the floor and the walls and the ceiling and the particular quiet that belongs to this hour. The room has done this before. That is worth a moment, the room you are actually lying in right now, not as a concept but as a place. The walls at their particular distance. The ceiling where it always is. The window where the dark outside is a slightly different quality of dark than the dark inside, the way it always is on a night like this. The objects that are where they are, exactly where you know them to be even in the dark, because this room is yours in the way that rooms become yours over time, through all the nights you have spent in it, all the stretches of middle it has seen you through. And it has seen you through stretches. Other nights where something sat unresolved in the chest, and the story was somewhere you couldn't read from inside it. Nights when the middle felt heavier than tonight. Nights when it felt lighter. All of them held in this room, which stayed exactly where it was through all of them, walls in the same place, ceiling where it is, floor under you. And the morning came each time, and the next page arrived, and the story kept going. The room is holding you through this one. Exactly that. Not because anything has been resolved or the middle has been cleared. Simply because you are in it, and the room holds what is in it, which is you, warm and quiet and breathing at the pace the night has brought you to. You are not behind the story. You are in it, which is the same thing as the story being alive, which is the same thing as you being here, which is not a small thing even on a night that feels ordinary. The story is still going. You are still going. And tonight, going looks like this. The breath slow, the warmth gathered, the room exactly where it has always been around you. Let the middle be what it is. Not a waiting room, not a verdict. Just the part of the story you are in right now, which is held by a room that has held you through many middles before and is doing exactly that still, right now. You are not behind. You are right here. And right here is the room, all around you, quiet and steady in the dark. The room you are in right now is not a room you are visiting. You know this room, not the way you know a fact or a name, something stored and retrievable, but the way you know a place that has been yours long enough to stop announcing itself every time you enter. The room simply is. It is where it has always been. The ceiling is where the ceiling is, at whatever height it sits above you, and you know that height in your body even if you couldn't describe it in any precise way, the way you know the shape of a thing that has always been exactly there. The walls are at their particular distance. The door, wherever the door is in this room, is where it has always been. The window, or the absence of one. The furniture holding its positions in the dark shapes of familiar things sitting where you last left them and where they always are, which is exactly where they belong. You know this room, and a room you know is a room that knows you back. That is not a small thing to be inside of. Think about it softly without pressing, how many hours this room has held you. Not just the sleeping hours, though those too, all of them. Night after night, the room doing its quiet work of simply being there, walls in the same place, ceiling where it is, the air at whatever temperature the room has settled into since the heat of the day moved on. It has seen you in many states. It has held many versions of whatever you were feeling when you lay down, and it has never once asked for an accounting of how things were going. It has just been the room, available, present. Not opinionated about your progress or your timeline or the things that still sit unfinished somewhere in the larger world. Just the room with its walls and its ceiling and the dark shapes of things you know so well by now that you could find them in the dark. And you could, you already do, every night you've spent here, navigating by memory and familiarity, by the specific knowledge of a place that has become known. There is something in the ceiling worth staying with for a moment. Not looking at, your eyes can stay closed or open to the dark, however they are just the awareness of it. The ceiling above you. At its height, flat and still, doing the simplest and most reliable thing a ceiling does, being there. Not moving, not collapsing toward you, not pulling away. Just at its height, directly above, as present and solid and uncomplicated as anything in your life right now. The ceiling above you has no position on the things that pressed on you today. It has not been keeping track. It simply extends from wall to wall at its familiar width, in its familiar proportion, holding the room in its shape, doing the quiet structural work that means the room stays a room. You are under that ceiling. Right now, exactly and specifically, you are under that ceiling and between those walls and in this room that knows you. And none of that requires anything of you at all. And the walls, notice them, in whatever way the dark lets you notice. Not sharply, not looking, just aware. They are at their distance. They have been at their distance this whole time. Everything that is outside this room is outside these walls right now. All of the noise of the day, all of the comparing and the measuring and the checking the invisible scoreboard, and the places where the future is still unresolved, and the timeline still refuses to be what you needed it to be, all of it is outside the walls. It doesn't come through. Walls, it turns out, are remarkably good at doing their one job, which is holding the inside in and the outside out. And the outside, for tonight, can stay where it is. Inside these walls, there is warmth. You already know this, the warmth that gathered under the blanket, the warmth your body has been quietly making since you lay down. But the room holds it too. Has been holding it, the way rooms hold heat in winter, the way enclosed spaces accumulate the warmth of a presence over time. The room has been keeping the warmth in without being asked. It does not need a reminder to do this. It is simply a room with walls that hold and a ceiling that covers and a floor that is right where it has always been. And the warmth stays inside all of that without any effort on anyone's part, including yours. You do not have to hold the warmth in. The room is doing it. You do not have to hold anything in right now. That is what the room is for, not as a symbol, not as a lesson, just as a fact about enclosed spaces and how they work. The room contains. That is its nature. And you are inside it, which means you are contained, held in by the walls at their familiar distance, covered by the ceiling at its familiar height, surrounded by the air the room has warmed and kept warm and will continue to keep warm regardless of whether you remember to ask it to. The dark shapes of things in this room, you know what they are even now. The piece of furniture at that angle, the thing on that surface, the shape in that corner that you have stopped registering as anything other than its exact familiar shape. These things have no urgency tonight. They are simply where they are, holding their positions in the dark the way objects do, quietly, without agenda, not going anywhere, not becoming problems. They are just the particular inventory of this room. Your room, the room you have accumulated into the specific arrangement of things that means this place, and not some other place. The things that have been here long enough to have stopped mattering in the most comfortable possible way, which is the way things stop mattering when they are simply, dependably, unremarkably there. You are somewhere known. That is what is true right now, in the most physical and literal sense. You are not in an unfamiliar place, not lying in the uncertainty of a place you have to figure out, not having to piece together where the walls are or what the ceiling height means or what the shape in the corner is. You know. You already know all of it without effort, without checking. The knowing lives in your body now, the way the knowing of a familiar place always migrates from the mind into the body eventually, until you stop having to think about it, and it is simply available. A kind of background certainty that you carry without carrying it. And that certainty is holding you right now, even if you have not been thinking of it as anything in particular. The room is known. The walls are where they are. The ceiling is above you. The dark shapes are where they have always been. Everything in this room is in the right place, which is to say it is in its place. The place it has been, the place you know without having to verify, the place that means nothing is wrong in the specific small world of this room. Nothing is wrong in this room. That is not a claim about the larger world, which has its own complicated relationship with wrongness and rightness, and the ongoing project of sorting itself out without your supervision tonight. That is just a fact about this room, right now, at this hour, with the walls where they are and the ceiling above and the warmth in the air, and the dark shapes sitting in their familiar positions, and you in the center of all of it, underneath all of it, held by a place that has been holding you through many nights, and is doing exactly that right now without any effort or decision on your part. You are already inside the safest place, available to you tonight. Not a conclusion, not an achievement, just where you are, the room, which is yours, which knows you, which has accumulated enough of your presence over time to simply be the room, the specific room, yours, and you are in it. Not traveling toward it, not trying to reach it, not on your way. Already in, already there. Let the room do what the room is doing, which is hold you, which it is already doing and has been doing and will keep doing, the ceiling exactly where it is, the walls exactly at their distance, the warmth they have been keeping in this whole time without once being asked. There is no part of this that needs your input tonight. The room has the situation handled. The room has always had the situation handled, every night you have spent in it, regardless of what state you came to it in or how long it took you to go still. The room waits. The room holds. The room keeps the warmth in and the outside out, and the ceiling at its height and the walls at their distance. And that is not a small thing. That is the fundamental, physical, entirely reliable fact of being inside a room that is yours. A room that knows you. A room that has been doing this simple and essential work of holding you for longer than you usually think to notice. And here is something that happens in rooms like this, in the dark after the day has given up and gone quiet. Things that felt urgent earlier, things that were pressing and sharp-edged and demanding of your attention and your energy and your worry, they have a way of losing some of their urgency while you are not looking. While you are here, still, letting the room hold you. While you are sleeping, or almost sleeping, or letting the breath go slow and the body go heavier into the mattress, and the ceiling just be the ceiling and the walls just be the walls. Things sort themselves a little, not all of them, not the ones that were genuinely yours to tend to, but some of what felt enormous in the afternoon. Some of it turns out to have a way of becoming smaller in the dark, quieter, less insistent, as though it too needed the night to let go of the day's energy. The problem that was pressing at 6 was, by morning, sometimes a different size than it was. Not solved, not gone. Just a different size in different light with the night between you and it. You don't have to do anything to make that happen. It is already happening. Has been happening this whole time while you were lying still and letting the room hold you and the warmth gather and the breath slow. The night is doing its sorting. Quietly, without consulting you, without requiring your oversight. You can let it. The world is running more of its own logistics than it usually gets credit for. That is the thing. That is what the dark has a way of making visible, once the noise of managing and tracking and monitoring goes quiet enough to see past. So much of what happened in your life, not the parts you planned and executed and pushed through with deliberate effort, but the larger portion of it, the part that actually makes up most of a life, arrived by its own route, on its own schedule, through pathways that were never fully in your control to begin with. The thing that worked out. The conversation that was tense on a Tuesday and fine by Thursday without your having to do anything in between except live 2 more days. The problem that was sitting there, solid and requiring your attention, and then at some point, without announcement, without ceremony, without asking your permission, became a problem of a different shape, or smaller, or simply over. Think about that softly, not as a project. Just as a thing worth noticing, the way you might notice the temperature of the air after a long day of not noticing anything except the list of what needed doing. There have been things in your life that you were absolutely certain required your full, unbroken attention in order to not collapse. Things you held in your chest at midnight, this very hour, some other night, like an object that would shatter if you set it down. The thing with that person. The question about what came next. The situation that was unresolved and showed no particular sign of resolving and seemed to be waiting specifically for you to figure it out, as though you had been designated the responsible party for its outcome, and there was no one else coming to handle it. And then, at some point, not dramatically, not in a way that made a sound, it shifted, or someone else moved first. Or time passed, and the thing that had been so loaded became simply a memory of a time when something was loaded, which is a different feeling entirely, lighter, archival, past tense. You looked up one day and the thing you had been holding was already held. The outcome had arrived from whatever direction outcomes arrive, and it was not the worst version, or it turned out to be less significant than the midnight version had been. Or it had simply become something you had learned to carry alongside without carrying it as cargo anymore. The emergency had, without your having fully noticed the transition, become a story. Most of the things you lost sleep over, most of them eventually became stories. Things that happened. Things that were and then shifted and then were something else. Not because you solved them in the dark hours. Not because the supervision you applied at midnight accelerated their resolution in any measurable way. But because time has this quiet, somewhat unceremonious habit of passing regardless, and as it passes, things change state, moods change, circumstances move. People make their own decisions that have nothing to do with whether you were awake attending to them. The situation evolves according to its own logic, subject to forces that were never yours to fully manage, and one day it is simply different than it was. The world is doing that right now. While you are lying here, warm and still, with the night doing its patient work around you. Out there, things are in motion that have nothing to do with your vigil. Processes are running without anyone at the controls. People are making choices about their own lives, choices that will connect to yours in ways neither of you have planned yet. Small events are arranging themselves into the shapes they will have by morning. None of this is being held up, waiting for your conscious participation. None of it has filed a request for your input tonight. There is something in that which is, honestly, genuinely, a relief. Because here is the thing about being the kind of person who takes things seriously, who cares about how things go, who shows up for the people and the responsibilities that matter. That person can come to believe, quietly, over time, that everything is being held in place by them. That their attention is the load-bearing wall. That the moment the watching stops, things will slip into some worse configuration that could have been prevented if they had just stayed on it, kept the thread in hand, not gone quiet. It feels like responsibility. It feels like what caring looks like from the inside. But consider the actual evidence. The things that sorted themselves while you were sleeping on other nights. The email chain that resolved on its own. The tension between two people that cleared without your mediation. You came back to it and it had moved, the way weather moves when you're not standing at the window watching it. The answer that wasn't available at 11 o'clock, but was somehow there at 7 in the morning, obvious and almost simple, having apparently arrived from the direction of a few hours of not thinking about it. The thing that seemed completely stuck and then was not stuck, not because you found the right lever while lying awake, but because stuck things, given enough time and left alone long enough, often find their own way to become unstuck. The world is a surprisingly self-managing system. It has been at this longer than any of us, working with more variables than any one person can track, operating in more directions at once than a single attention can follow. It has, more times than you have probably stopped to notice, handled things. Quietly, without announcement, without requiring your sign-off before proceeding. Things sorted themselves that you had been fully prepared to sort. That is not a reason to stop caring, or to stop showing up for what is genuinely yours. Some things do need exactly what you bring, your specific attention, your specific presence, your being there and choosing it. Those things are real and they are worth showing up for, and you have been showing up for them, and that is worth something, that quiet ongoing fact of your showing up. But not everything is those things. Not the part that runs on its own. Not the part that has its own resolution already quietly in motion, already working through whatever sequence it follows, on whatever timeline it moves at, toward whatever the variables have decided tonight. You can let that part go, not because it doesn't matter, because it is already moving, and what is already moving does not need your hand on it at midnight to keep moving. Notice, just for a moment, nothing specific, nothing that would pull you back into the awake and attending part of the brain, just the general shape of it. The thing you were holding earlier, the one that felt like it required your continuous personal attention in order not to go wrong. Ask yourself, very gently, whether any part of you believes that you're worrying about it right now, here, in this room, while everything is still and the night is as quiet as it gets, is actually doing anything to it. Whether the outcome, out there somewhere in the not yet, is responsive to whether you are lying awake, whether it needs you on it, specifically, at this hour. Mostly they don't. Mostly they are just doing whatever they are doing, out in the dark alongside everything else, moving at whatever speed they move at, unaffected by your watching. The outcome does not know if you are supervising it. The resolution, if it comes, will come on its own terms, through its own doors, and it will still be on its way in the morning when you are rested enough to meet it properly. You are not required to chaperone your worries all the way to dawn. That permission is a real one, not a thought exercise, not the kind of soft encouragement that sounds good at midnight and falls apart by morning. Just the simple, factual observation that you're lying awake does not fix the thing, and you're going still and letting the night pass does not break it. What will happen, and the you who wakes in morning, with a night between now and the thing, will be better placed to meet it than the you who spent that night trying to hold it in place by attention alone. Rest is not abandonment. Rest is just what you do with the hours that don't belong to the doing. Let it run without you tonight. The world has been doing its own quiet maintenance for a very long time. The logistics that don't require you are already in motion. The variables that are outside your jurisdiction are already doing their thing, following their own schedules, answering to their own conditions, and they will keep doing that whether or not you remain awake to witness it. Nothing out there is waiting for a sign from you. Nothing has been paused, suspended, held in place in some intermediate state until you give it your permission to proceed. It is all just going, as it goes, on its own. And morning is its own thing entirely. Its own country, with its own light and its own temperature and its own particular quality of beginning, and it has always arrived equipped for what it needed to carry. You have met every morning you have ever had, and not one of them required you to have packed for it the night before. Not one of them showed up unprepared because you had allowed yourself to sleep. They came with what they came with, the next step, the next question, the thing that needed attention, and you met them, and you got through them, and here you are, which is all the evidence that record needs. Every morning so far, every single one. What morning needs, morning will bring. That is a pattern with an unbroken history. And between now and morning, there is only this, the night, and the quiet in it, and the things sorting themselves without any help from you, the way they have always sorted on the other side of sleep. You do not need to watch the sorting. You do not need to supervise it or verify it or hold a particular thread to make sure it doesn't slip. The sorting is underway. It is one of the things the dark is reliably good at, one of its oldest and most dependable functions. The quiet rearrangement of things that felt one way in the light of a tired afternoon and will feel, after this, like something else. You are not behind. You are right here. And right here is the only place from which the morning, when it comes, will be able to find you. So let the night have its hours. Let the things that are in motion keep moving. Let the morning carry what the morning carries. And let this, the still, the dark, the warmth still gathered around you, the breath already slower than it was, let this be enough for now, which it is. Completely and without remainder it is. Morning is a different country entirely. Not a metaphor. A real difference in the quality of everything, the light, the temperature of the air, the specific weight of being awake in it, the way sound moves. Morning has a different texture than this, a different pressure in it. Even the silence of early morning sounds different than the silence of late night. It is a silence that is winding up, readying itself, already tilting toward the first sounds of the world resuming. Where the silence you are lying in right now is a silence that has been deepening for hours. That has been doing the slow work of quieting. That is at its most complete right now, in this particular hour, this particular dark. You are in the late night silence. Morning is somewhere else. This is worth sitting with, because the mind has a way of traveling to morning long before morning arrives, of beginning to pack for it, sort through what it will need, rehearse the first conversations, arrange the list of what comes next in some preliminary order, as though the journey there requires preparation that can only happen now, at this hour in the dark, with the body already horizontal and the breath already slowed, and the room already quiet. The mind goes ahead. It scouts the territory. It sends a small, worried expedition across the hours and into a light that is not yet available anywhere. That does not exist yet except as an idea. That is hours from being real. But you cannot actually go there. Not yet, not tonight. There is something in that which, if you let it, is not a frustration but a permission. The morning is its own country, and you are not there, which means it is not yours to manage right now. It has its own conditions, its own climate, its own concerns, and all of them belong to a different hour than this one. What it needs, it already has in preparation. Morning has been doing this for longer than anyone has been around to notice, arriving equipped, carrying what it carries, bringing the light and the temperature and the particular quality of a day beginning. And it has never once showed up short on supplies because you didn't do enough pre-dawn inventory. Morning is an experienced operation. It has the situation handled. It has never needed you to send anything ahead. So there is nothing to send ahead tonight. That is not a platitude. It is a logistical fact about the hours between now and dawn. The you who will wake up, and you will wake up, in that different light, in the morning version of this room, which will look slightly altered by the morning quality of things, the way familiar rooms always do in a different quality of light. That version of you will have everything they need for the morning, because morning will have arrived carrying it. The first thought of the day will arrive with the day. The thing to do next will be there when next is available. Nothing you are holding right now in the sleepless, reviewing part of your mind is a piece of morning equipment that needs to make the journey with you, held carefully through the dark hours so it doesn't get lost. Morning is already on its way. It doesn't need an escort. And the strange grace in that, the specific, practical grace, is that it means you are free to stay here, fully here, not with one foot already out the door of this hour, already heading for a light that hasn't come yet, already in conversation with the morning version of things. Here in this, the late-night silence that is at its deepest right now, the one that has been building since the world went quiet and will begin to soften hours from now when the first birds decide to start their shift. Right now, it is as quiet as it gets, and you are in the middle of it, the middle of the deepest quiet. That is where you actually are, not in the morning, not in some adjacent hour that requires your presence more urgently than this one does. Here, in this particular country, with its particular rules and its particular dark and its particular stillness that is unlike any other time of day. This hour has its own character. It doesn't announce itself. It doesn't make demands. It just continues the darkness doing what darkness does, which is hold everything in it equally and without preference, not asking anything to be different than it is. The ceiling above you in the dark, the walls at their distance, the breath moving at the pace the night has brought it to, which is slower than it was when you lay down, slower than it was even an hour ago, slower still than that, the body heavier. The particular weight of being in the late night hour, which has a weight that is different from any other, less urgent than the early night, less preliminary than the pre-dawn, just deep, sustained, quiet. The middle of the night in its most complete form. You are in it right now. And being in it is a complete location, not an absence of morning, not a waiting room where you sit until the real destination becomes available, not the corridor between the day that's done and the day that's coming. A country in its own right, with its own validity, its own sky, its own specific texture that you have been in for hours now without fully stopping to notice that you are in it. The late night dark is one of the places a person can be, and right now it is the place you are, and that is not a consolation prize for not being in mourning. It is where you are. It is real. It has its own quality that morning will not have, that afternoon never has, that only exists in this specific narrow band of the clock when the world has been quiet long enough for the quiet to have settled all the way down. There is something the late night dark does that other hours don't do. It holds things loosely. The things that had edges at 6 o'clock, the sharp corners of the undone things, the specific anxious geometry of the situations that still need resolving, they tend to lose definition in the late night dark. Not because they changed, because the dark doesn't have the same resolution for them. It can't render them in sharp focus, and so it doesn't try. They are still there somewhere, those things, but they are out at the edges of the dark where everything is soft and low contrast, and without the particular urgency that daylight loans to problems. You know that feeling lying in the dark and knowing that the thing is there, that tomorrow it will need attending, and somehow in the dark it is just less insistent, less loud, more like weather that is somewhere out there than like a task that is right in front of you demanding your immediate response. The late night dark knows how to hold things loosely, and you are in it. In that gentle, low-contrast, edge-softening dark that is being quiet around you and asking nothing and rendering nothing in the harsh resolution of noon. You are under the ceiling, between the walls, warm in the warmth that is still here, the warmth that doesn't require your attention to remain, the warmth that has been doing its work quietly all this time and will keep doing it. And morning is hours away in another country with different light and different temperature and its own fully equipped plans for your attention. And it will come. It will absolutely come. That is one of morning's most reliable features. The coming, the always arriving regardless of what happened in the night. It will come with what it needs. It will come ready. It will come entirely without requiring anything you send from here. So you can stay. You can just stay here, in this hour, in this particular country of the night that is as deep and quiet as it gets. You can let morning be wherever morning is, on its way in its own time, carrying its own equipment, running its own reliable logistics without any assistance from the awake part of your mind. You can let the dark do what the dark is doing right now, which is holding everything gently and without insistence and without the sharp edges of earlier. You can let the breath keep doing what the breath has been doing this whole time, finding its own pace, slower and slower, the way breathing does when nothing is being asked of it. There is nothing being asked of it right now, nothing being asked of you. Not by morning, morning is elsewhere, hours from now, entirely self-sufficient. Not by the things that needed you today, today is already past, is already the country behind you, the one you passed through and made it through and left at the threshold of this room. Not by the room has been doing its work all along without requiring your conscious participation in any of it. Not by the dark is not demanding. The dark is simply here, doing the most patient thing there is, which is being present without pressing. You are allowed to be here too in the same way, present without pressing. In this hour which is complete, in this room which knows you, in this dark which is holding everything in it, including you, without needing any of it to be different than it is right now. You are not behind, you are right here. And right here is not the hallway to somewhere else. It is where you are. The hour is real. The quiet is real. The warmth is real and still here and yours. Morning will come when morning comes, from its own direction with its own light and find you rested. And for now there is only this, the dark and the stillness in it, and the breath that has been finding its own way all along. You never had to earn this. That is the thing that is quietly true. The rest was never locked, never held back behind some threshold of productivity you had to first clear. The door was never closed to begin with. It has simply been here all this time, the whole night open. Nobody wrote that rule down. That is the first thing worth noticing, now that the night has gotten quiet enough to notice it. The rule that says rest must be earned, that you have to have arrived at some sufficient quantity of done before the stopping is allowed. Nobody posted that anywhere official. There is no document. There is no founding text. Nobody handed it to you in a form you could hold and read and question, the way you might question a rule if it arrived on paper with a signature and a date. It did not arrive that way. It arrived the way the quietest and most persistent rules tend to arrive. Sideways, early, worn into the grain of things before you were old enough to think to ask who wrote it. You watched it. You absorbed it. You inherited it, maybe, from people who had inherited it before you, people who also never stopped to ask where they had picked it up, who also lived by it without ever having agreed to it consciously, who also kept the ledger running without ever having opened an account on purpose. The ledger. You know the one. The part of the mind that has been running a quiet tab all day, a low-level background accounting of what got done and what didn't, what was supposed to happen and what actually happened, what the day produced and what it failed to produce, where the effort went, and whether the return was sufficient, whether the net total, when you add everything up, clears whatever threshold unlocks the permission to stop. The ledger has been open this whole time, running its numbers in the background of everything else, the conversations and the tasks and the stretches of movement and the stretches of stillness, just quietly keeping track, the way certain parts of the mind will do. The way certain apps keep running in the background of the phone even after you've stopped looking at them, drawing a little power, maintaining their count, waiting for the moment when you check in and want to know the status. Here is the status. You can close it tonight without balancing it. That is a genuine option, not a loophole, not a thing you'll regret in the morning. You can simply not finish the accounting. You can let it sit, unclosed and unbalanced, and go to sleep anyway, and morning will arrive with no memory of the ledger having been left open, no penalty assessed, no flags on the account. The ledger, it turns out, is not an actual ledger. It is not being audited. It is not being reviewed by anyone external to you who will note the discrepancies and schedule a follow-up. It is just a habit the mind has of keeping count, of trying to determine the number that means you've done enough. And that number, if you have ever actually managed to reach it, you will have noticed does not stay reached. The ledger resets. The enough becomes a baseline, and the new enough is a little further out, the way thresholds tend to move when you actually arrive at them, the way the horizon keeps its distance as you walk toward it. The ledger is not a tool that is going to set you free when you clear it. You know this. And knowing it, you can let it run in the background without consulting it tonight. You can just not check. Let it tally whatever it tallies. Let it keep its count, and sleep anyway, without the balance. Because the door was never actually locked. That is the thing that has been true this whole night, and many nights before this one, and will be true every night going forward regardless of how the day was totaled. The door to rest was never something that locked from the outside. There was never a mechanism. There was never a threshold you had to clear before the bolt released. You were always going to be allowed in. The only question was whether you would come in, and the only thing that ever made that question complicated was the belief, the absorbed, unexamined, never actually handed down belief, that the door was something you had to earn the right to open. But it was always open. Think about that gently, not as a project, as a noticing. The nights before this one, the nights when you did finally sleep, the nights when eventually the body won the argument and pulled you under regardless of whether the ledger was balanced, you went through the door and the door was open. It was open on the hard days. It was open on the days that went as wrong as days can go. It was open when the productivity was nowhere near what you had intended, and the day felt like a long series of not quite and not yet. The door did not close on those days. Rest did not decide you hadn't done enough and rescind the invitation. It was available. It was there, the way it is here right now, not waiting for you to earn your way to it, but simply present, patient, entirely and unconditionally available. Rest is not a prize. That is the clean and simple thing underneath all of this. It is not issued by something that checks your work first and then decides if you qualify. It doesn't have a queue that you advance through by demonstrating sufficient output. It is not the thing at the end of a race. It is more like water, the kind of thing that is just available, that does not require you to have done anything specific in order to have some, that does not become unavailable to you because you had a day where nothing went the way you planned. You don't earn water. You can just drink it. It does not audit your day before allowing you to be thirsty. It is simply there, and you can have some, and that is the whole transaction. Rest is like that. It is simply here. It has been here the whole time you have been in this room, in the dark, in the quiet, in the warmth that is still gathered around you without any effort on your part. It was here before you fell asleep, here in the permission to lie still, here in the breath that has been slowing on its own without your having to manage it, here in the weight of the body going heavier into the mattress the way a body does when it is allowed to just be a body without anything being required of it. The permission was always embedded in the moment itself. The door was never a separate thing you had to find the key to. You never had to find a key. The rule that said you did, you can set it down now. Not argue with it, not dismantle it, not write a formal letter disputing its authority. Just set it down, the way you can set down a thing you have been carrying long enough that you almost stopped noticing the weight. You can just open your hands and let it rest somewhere. Not your problem tonight. The ledger, the threshold, the invisible minimum requirement, the enough that keeps moving, not your problem right now, in this room, in this hour, where rest is simply available and the door has been standing open the whole time. What you did today was what you did today. Some of it was exactly what you intended, and some of it was what it was. And the difference between those two things does not have to be resolved before you are allowed to sleep. Morning will receive both of them, the intended and the actual, as they are, without you having processed them into some cleaner version tonight. The day has already been the day it was. No amount of awake time spent reviewing it changes the day into a different day. It is already the past, already passed through, already the country behind you, and what it needed from you it got. And what is still in motion is still in motion, and none of that requires your present tense presence in the form of being awake. You are allowed to rest from it. Right now, without having first closed the gap between what you planned and what happened, without having earned your way through some productivity threshold that would allow the ledger to balance and the permission to release, without any of that, just allowed, simply and without condition. The door is open. The door has been open. The door, it turns out, has never been the door you thought it was, not a locked entrance you had to work your way to, but something much simpler, much kinder, much more available. An open passage, a place that was waiting for you to walk through, not waiting for you to demonstrate the right to enter. You can walk through. You already started walking through the moment you lay down. Every slow exhale since has been a step further in. Every time the body grew a little heavier, every time the mind's grip on the unfinished things loosened a fraction, every time the night went a little quieter around you, that was you, moving through the door that was always open, moving toward the rest that was always available, without needing to earn it first, without clearing a ledger that was never the official kind. And maybe there is something, just a soft noticing in the hands. The hands that have been doing their own work today, holding what they held, doing what they were asked to do. They can rest too now. They held a lot, and they don't have to hold any of it tonight. Let them open. Not a performance, not a conscious unburdening. Just what the hands do when nothing is being asked of them anymore, which is the most ordinary thing in the world and also, right now, exactly what is needed. Think of what they held today, not as a list to review, not as inventory, just as a soft noticing, the way you might notice the temperature of a room you've been in so long you stopped feeling it, and then suddenly you do. The hands were doing things from early. Before the day was fully itself, before the coffee had finished its work, the hands were already at it, reaching, gripping, pressing, carrying. The small orchestration of morning, which the hands know how to perform without much direction from the rest of you. The faucet, the cup, the phone already early, already in the hand before you'd fully decided to put it there. And then the day, everything the day put through the hands. The screen you touched 100 times, the gesture becoming automatic before you noticed it had become automatic. The bag or the door or the key or the steering wheel if you went somewhere, the hands calibrating their grip constantly, all day, adjusting to each new thing without announcing it, the way hands do. The people you greeted, if you greeted people. The door handles, the drawers, the small mechanical gestures that add up to such an ordinary and unremarked portion of a life. A life that the hands have been faithfully translating into action, quietly, without being asked to take any of it particularly seriously, just doing it as they do. And then the other things, the ones that don't have a physical shape, but that the hands held anyway, in the way they do, the tension that lives in the knuckles when the mind is working hard. The effort of trying that makes the fist tighten slightly, almost imperceptibly, when something is difficult. The invisible weight of a conversation that needed managing, the hands going still in your lap the way they do when the rest of you is being very careful. The concentration of a thing that was hard, the hands gripping each other or pressing flat against a surface as though finding purchase, something to hold while the harder holding happened somewhere else. The hands were in it with you. They were there for all of it. And they are here now, open or almost open, or beginning to open in the way that happens when nothing is required of them and the body is allowed to simply be still. Feel where they are, wherever they have come to rest. The specific weight of them, which is not very much, but which has its own quality. The warmth at the palm, the slight coolness at the tips, the way the joints have settled, the way the fingers have found their own position without your having arranged them. The hands finding their own shape when the shaping is done. There is something in that. The grip is the doing. The open hand is the having done. And right now, whatever shape your hands are in, whether they are loosely curled or flat against the blanket or resting palm upward in the particular way that only happens in the dark when there is nothing to hold, that is the body's own signature. Its unhurried way of writing. That is enough. That is all. That is done. You don't have to make that happen. The opening is already happening, or has already happened, or is happening in the slow motion way that things happen when the body is allowed its own pace, which is always slower and wiser and less dramatic than any pace the mind would choose. The hands know, before you tell them, that the holding is over for now. They have been in this before. Every night of your life, the hands have eventually gone still and open, and the day's collection of gripping and reaching and pressing and carrying has released. And the hands have simply been hands, without a job, without a grip, without anything to hold more carefully than they are holding it, which is to say, not at all. Just resting. Just here. Let them have that now. Not as a gesture, not as a practice, just as the thing that is already happening if you let the night do what the night does. There is something the open hand knows that the gripping hand forgets. That most of what it was holding was never going to be solved through grip. The effort, yes, the effort is real, and the trying is real, and the hands were part of that, and that part was good, that part was yours, that part is worth something. But the outcome, the resolution, the question of how it all comes out, that was never in the hands. That has never been in anyone's hands, in the way that hands can actually hold something and keep it safe. The outcome lives somewhere else, moves through systems and timing and other people's choices, and the plain, unhurried logic of things arranging themselves. What the hands can do is the doing, and the doing is done for today. And so the hands can open. They can rest on whatever surface they have found, the blanket, the mattress, each other, the warm air beside the body, and they can be soft and heavy and still and theirs. Not anyone's instrument tonight. Not the implements of getting things done or getting through things or getting to the other side of things. Just hands, your hands. The specific, unremarkable, entirely yours hands that have been with you for every day of your life and have learned your particular way of reaching for things and have carried what you asked them to carry without complaint. And who deserve, if hands can deserve anything. And on a night this quiet, it seems possible that they can, to simply rest. Feel that if you can, the actual texture of it, the palms going soft, the slight release in the joints that comes when the grip is no longer needed, the warmth pooling gently at the center of the hand, which is one of the body's quieter comforts, the warmth of your own hands at rest, which has been there your whole life and which you almost never stop to notice. Notice it now. It costs nothing. It changes nothing. It is simply here, this ordinary warmth, this small and completely yours thing. The hands that are yours and are here and are open and do not need to hold anything tonight. That is the whole thing in the smallest possible form. The day made its demands and the hands met them, and now the demands are over and the hands are open, and that quiet sequence is enough. It is more than enough. It is the whole story, told in the language of the body, which has fewer words than the mind does and is almost always clearer for it. You did what you did. The hands were part of it. And now the day is behind you entirely, and the hands can stop being part of anything for a while. Somewhere out there, in rooms you will never see, there are other people who also held a lot today. This is true right now, in this moment, in the particular hour of the night you are in, other people in their own beds, in their own dark, with their own blankets and their own warmth, who also made it to horizontal and are lying there with whatever the day left in their hands. People who also spent the day feeling, in one register or another, like they were slightly behind whatever pace they had imagined for themselves. Who also checked, however briefly, some internal ledger and found it not quite balanced in the direction they had hoped. Who also carried the particular exhaustion of having tried, in whatever way they tried, and found the trying not entirely sufficient for the thing they were trying at, or found it sufficient but not satisfying, or found it satisfying in a way that didn't quiet the part that keeps asking, "But what about the next thing, and the thing after that, and the shape of everything further on?" That person is not behind, and you are not behind. That is the thing that is quietly and persistently true underneath all of it, that the feeling of being behind is not a fact about any particular person, not a status anyone actually holds, not an accurate reading of some real race with real positions that can be objectively occupied. It is the most common private experience of being alive. It is what the day does to a person who is paying attention and caring about things, which you are, which that other person is, which almost everyone you know is doing in their own private version of this hour, in their own quiet room, with their own open hands. You are not uniquely behind. You are not even behind at all. You are in a place that feels like behind because everyone in it feels like behind, because the feeling is built into the structure of caring about where you are going. And caring about where you are going is simply what it feels like to be someone who is going somewhere, which you are, which everyone out there in their own dark room is. But tonight none of you, not you, not the other one in their room with the ceiling they've memorized from other sleepless hours, not the one you spent some portion of today comparing yourself to, none of you are going anywhere. Tonight you are all simply here, in the dark, with the warmth, with the breath that has been slowing all this time without anyone asking it to, with the hands open or opening or softly on their way to open, the grip of the day releasing into the quiet of the night. You are not behind, you are right here. And right here, the hands are open, and the warmth is still present, gathered close, doing what warmth does without any help from you. And in rooms you will never visit, other people are finding out the same thing you are finding out right now, that the weight they carried today is not uniquely theirs, that the feeling of falling short is not a verdict about them specifically, that the night holds no rank and makes no comparisons and has no interest whatsoever in the distance between where you are and where you thought you would be by now. All of that distance, all of it loses its sharpness in the dark. It doesn't disappear, but it goes soft, the way everything does in the late night hour, the way the edges blur and the distances become unclear and the urgent geometry of the undone things becomes, for a little while, simply the gentle fact of things that will wait. They will wait. And so will the morning, and so will everything that morning carries. For now there is only this, your hands open, resting soft, the day done, the holding done, and the night, patient and undemanding, holding all of it, you, the warmth, the open hands, the breath, the quiet, without asking any of it to be other than it is. Think about that person for a moment. Not with envy, not to measure, just with a kind of soft curiosity. The one whose life, from a certain angle today, seemed further along than yours. Further settled or further confident or further in the direction of the thing you have been trying to move toward. The one whose life, glimpsed from outside, had a quality of having figured it out that yours did not, in that moment, seem to have. That person is lying down tonight too. Somewhere, not necessarily in a bed like yours, not necessarily in this same hour of the night, but somewhere, at some point in their own evening, they came to horizontal. They let the day leave them. And in the quiet of wherever they are, in the dark of their own particular room with its own particular ceiling, and its own particular set of familiar shapes they can navigate without the light, they have their own list. Not visible from outside. Not the list you saw, not the list that arrived in your peripheral vision as evidence of where they were and where you were not. The private list. The one they carry in the middle of the night, in the way you are carrying yours, not neatly, not on paper, but in the general vicinity of the chest, with a familiar and specific weight. Things they have not done yet. Things they have been meaning to get to, meaning to figure out, meaning to become, for longer than they would admit to most people. Things that looked small from outside, but that have taken up a particular amount of interior real estate, quietly, without being decluttered. The corner of themselves they keep intending to sort out and somehow don't, not because they are careless, but because life keeps filling the hours before they get there. The version of themselves they have been meaning to become that keeps remaining, gently and stubbornly, slightly ahead of where they actually are. And the part of them that knows this, that private, inward-facing part that the outside never shows, still running its low hum in the dark, still doing its quiet accounting, still arriving at figures that don't quite satisfy. They have a version of the scoreboard too. That is what the comparing mind consistently forgets, every single time. It constructs a person, a specific person, drawn from a specific angle, seen at a specific favorable distance, and it builds them without an inside. The comparing mind is an exterior-only architect. It assembles the version that arrived. The announcement, the photograph, the ease in the room, the thing they said or did or seemed to embody. And then it places that assembled version next to you, and you, who have unavoidable and total access to your own interior, to every uncertainty and revision and small shame and thing you haven't told anyone, are forced to stand next to someone who has been, by the structural limits of what you can actually see, relieved of all of that. They have been handed, in your comparing, the profound mercy of not having an inside. And they don't deserve it, in the sense that it isn't real, but the mind gives it to them anyway, every time, and then measures the distance and calls it a gap. It is not a fair comparison, not because you are secretly better than they are, not because their life is secretly difficult and yours is secretly fine, not as a neat reversal of the original anxiety, simply because it is not a comparison between two similar things. You are holding the full weight of being inside a life, the unedited, interior, complete experience of occupying your particular days and your particular uncertainties and your particular sense of where you thought you would be and where you are against the outline of a person who, in the version of them that reached you, has no interior at all. They have one. Of course they do. But you cannot see it from there, and so the comparison will always, structurally, come out the same way, regardless of who the person is or which direction you happen to be looking. The inside of a life is never tidier than the outside of a different one. No one's is, not the one who seemed to have it together, not the one whose work you saw and felt the old ache of not quite there beside, not the one who appeared to be living some further version of things, who appeared, from the angle you had, to have already arrived at a place you are still in motion toward. All of them, in their own versions of this hour, have the private texture of being inside something still in progress. Loose threads, unfinished corners. Things they told themselves they would have sorted by now and haven't, not because they failed, but because that is what being in the middle of a life actually is, an ongoing condition, not a solved one, for everyone who is in it. All of them touch, somewhere in the night, the quiet question of whether what they did today was enough of what they were supposed to be doing. Not out loud, maybe not even consciously, but the question is there. No one is exempt from the inside of their own life. That is not how it works. And so you are not behind them. You cannot be, because they are not ahead of you, not in any real sense, not in a position that was ever actually occupied the way the mind imagines positions are occupied. They are simply inside their life the same way you are inside yours, which means they are also here, somewhere, in some version of the dark, with some version of the open questions, with their own breath going slower in the particular way that breath goes slower when there is finally nothing being asked of it. That is not a sad thing. It is actually one of the more quietly comforting things you can land on in the middle of the night, this recognition, held not as a competition but as a kind of companionship. Not their life is hard, so mine is not bad by comparison, which isn't what this is, and which isn't the kind of comfort that actually holds. More like, the thing you were measuring yourself against was never what you thought it was. It was always a partial image. You were always, in the comparing, placing the weight of yourself against the silhouette of someone else, and the silhouette was never going to tell you what the weight actually was, because it had no weight of its own. Everyone carries weight. Everyone eventually comes to the dark. The night does not excuse anyone from the inside of their own life simply because they appeared from some favorable distance to have things handled. You are not uniquely carrying this. And there is something in that, a warmth, if you let it be warm rather than turning it into something else. The feeling of being behind, which felt all day like something specific to you, like a verdict issued to your particular case, your particular pace, your particular distance from whatever point you had decided meant ahead, that feeling is not yours alone. It is the most common private experience of being a person alive right now. It is what happens inside almost everyone who is paying attention to their life and caring about how it unfolds, which you are. The caring produces the feeling, and the feeling produces the loneliness of it, the specific, isolating sense that everyone else has somehow gotten further while you were busy being inside your day, getting through it the way you actually got through it, which was not perfectly but was real. But they were inside their days too, all of them, the whole time. And now they are inside their nights. And in their nights, as in yours, the scoreboard softens. The comparisons lose their resolution. The feeling of being behind, if it's still there, cannot quite locate the thing it was measuring against, because what it was measuring against was never a real position that anyone actually arrived at and held still, was never a finish line where someone stood having finally done enough. That place has never existed for anyone. And so not having reached it, still being in motion, still being mid-story, that is not a condition particular to you. That is just being alive and still going, which is exactly what you are. You are not behind. You are right here. In this room, in this particular dark, at this particular depth of the night, and somewhere in rooms that will never intersect with yours, in the specific privacy of other people's quiet hours, other people are in their own version of right here, their own ceilings, their own warmth, their own breath going slowly in the dark. All of them, whatever the day, was horizontal now, hands open or opening, the grip of the day releasing the way it always releases when the body is finally allowed to stop. The night does not rank them. It does not rank you. It holds all of it, all of the various and private and unshared experiences of the days falling short, with the same unhurried, non-comparative dark. There is no position to fall behind in, not in this hour. The night has different categories entirely, and none of them are scoreboard categories. There is only this. The specific, ordinary, genuinely sufficient texture of a person at rest in the middle of the night. The weight of the blanket across the length of you, which you almost never fully notice. The way it has settled along the tops of your feet, the slight heaviness across the shins, the easy familiar pressure across the hips. You underneath it, warm in the warmth that has gathered between you and the covers without your having done anything to create it except stay still long enough for it to arrive. The warmth is yours. The blanket is yours. The stillness is yours. These small, completely available, nobody can take them things. And beneath all of it, the mattress, which has been there this entire time, holding. Quietly, without asking for acknowledgement, without requiring that you first demonstrate sufficient exhaustion before it agrees to support you. Just holding. The whole weight of you, reliably, the way it always has. And the body has been responding to that, slowly, in the way the body does the things it actually knows how to do. The muscles of the back going a fraction softer with each slow exhale. The argument for staying upright losing its footing. The long-held tension of the days being a person releasing a little further into the surface that has been patient enough to receive it. The mattress holds. It has been holding you this whole time, through all of this, without condition and without review. The weight you brought to it tonight, all of it, the days doing and the days comparing and the hands holding and the quiet private list and the feeling of not quite far enough, all of it has been held. Easily. Without effort on the part of anything except whatever you are lying on, which asked nothing before agreeing to take your weight, and which is still there now, and will be there still when the breath slows further, and will not let you down. And you can feel it happening, if you let your attention go there, not to fix it or measure it or make a decision about it, but just to notice. The way the body is heavier now than it was when you first lay down. Not heavier like a burden. Heavier like a stone that has been in a river a long time and has lost its sharp edges, has taken on a kind of settled density that is simply the natural end state of something that has stopped needing to be defended. That kind of heavier. The warm, good kind. The legs first. The way they have arrived at the surface beneath them, not dropped there, not abandoned but given over. The thighs have their full weight now, their complete and ordinary heft, pressing gently into the mattress the way something presses when it has decided to stop holding itself up. You may not have noticed when that happened. That is fine. You did not need to notice. The legs did it without a directive, without waiting for your attention to arrive and authorize the release. They simply did what the body does, when the body is allowed to be a body without an agenda. They gave their weight to something that could take it. And the mattress takes it, quietly, without remark, without any change in expression if mattresses had expressions, which of course they do not. But there is something in the quality of a surface that simply receives, that does not rebound or resist or require anything in exchange for holding you. It just does. It has been doing this your whole life. Every night you have come to horizontal and surrendered the geometry of the day, and it has never once said, "Let me think about whether to hold you tonight." The weight arrives and the surface meets it. That is the whole agreement. Simple past the point of needing to be called an agreement. It is just how it works, how it has always worked, how it will work tonight regardless of what the day was. The hips now. The specific and slightly surprising weight of the hips when they go fully soft, which is a different quality than the legs. There is more history in the hips somehow, more of the day's holding, more of the body's compensation for whatever the day required of it. The slight adjustment when you have been in one position too long, the careful arrangement of comfort that happens in those early minutes, the body finding the version of lying down that will work. That phase is over. The hips have found it, found the spot, or the spot has found them, or the two have simply arrived at the same place in the unhurried way that settling works when you stop rushing it. And now they are there. And their weight is real, and it is going somewhere. And where it is going is here, into the mattress, into the surface, into the quiet and reliable fact of being held. This is not exhaustion, exactly. Or it is not only exhaustion, there is something else in it. Exhaustion is the body being wrung out, which is one thing. This is different. This is the body doing a kind of trusting, practicing, again, the old knowledge that it is allowed to stop holding itself up, that the ground will be here, that the surface will receive, that nothing falls when it is already lying down. The body has to relearn this slightly every night because the day requires so much of the opposite. Hold yourself upright, keep the posture, maintain the position, stay in the shape of a person who is doing something. The day is all architecture. And then the night comes and the architecture is allowed to simply rest. The bearing walls can let their weight go where weight wants to go, which is down, which is always down. And the thing that is down tonight is this. The mattress, the surface, the quiet fact of something beneath you that has been waiting to help. Let your back feel that now, if it hasn't already. The lower back especially, which carries so much without ever asking for credit. The lumbar curve, the particular tension of the day's posture, the small chronic argument between where the back wants to be and where it is required to be for the hours of the day that require it to be somewhere specific. All of that argument has time off now. The back can be wherever it is, and wherever it is supported, not by any effort on your part. By the surface itself, by the mattress doing the only thing it knows how to do, which is also the exact thing that is needed, holding. The weight is not a problem tonight. The weight is just weight, the actual, physical, pleasant, completely real weight of a person lying down who is finished, for now, with being held up, and it is going somewhere. Slowly, over the course of these minutes, over the course of this gentle, unhurried dark, it has been going somewhere. Downward into the mattress, into rest, into the particular kind of still that comes after the day, after the effort, after the long accumulation of posture and focus, and the invisible work of being a person in a world that asks a lot of you, after all of it. This is the after part. You do not have to supervise it. That is the quietly surprising thing, and also the thing that the body has known far longer than the mind usually lets itself accept. You do not have to manage this. The body's resting is not one more task on the list of things requiring your attention and direction. It is not waiting for you to approve each stage of the release, to confirm that the legs are now officially heavier, to sign off on the back's decision to soften. The body has been doing this your entire life. Every night you have come to this particular surrender, and it has never needed a supervisor. It is not going to need one tonight. The weight will go where weight goes. The muscles will do what muscles do when nothing is required of them. The breath will continue on its own quiet schedule, which it has been following without instruction since before you were old enough to know that breath was a thing you could theoretically think about. The body knows. It has always known. Your only job tonight, if you can call it a job, which you probably shouldn't, given that it requires absolutely nothing from you, is to let it. And the letting is already happening, even now. Feel the truth of it somewhere, in the weight of the legs or the softening back or the specific, real, unhurried heaviness that has gathered across the length of you. The body is not waiting for permission. It is not waiting for the mind to confirm that enough has been done today for the body to be allowed its rest. It has simply begun, the way it always begins, the way it will always begin, quietly, without announcement, getting on with the business of being a body at night, which is the simplest and most reliable business the body knows. You just get to be here for it. And there is something in that, in the warm, slightly surprising each time realization that this is what your body is doing, that might let you look at the rest of it a little differently. Not the body, the day, all of it, the full, particular, unrepeatable shape of today, with its actual contents, its real texture, what it was actually like to be inside it rather than what it was supposed to be like from the outside. The day you actually had. Look at it the way you would look at a friend who had that day. Not the correcting kind of looking, not the version where you identify the places where things could have gone better and mark them for review. The other kind. The kind where someone you love very much had a hard or strange or just relentlessly ordinary and slightly grinding day, and they told you about it, and you listened, and you did not think about what they should have done differently or how the numbers might have added up differently if different choices had been made. You just felt for them. Felt the weight of it, the realness of it, the fact of their having been inside it and done what they did and gotten through to the end of it. You can feel that for yourself tonight. With the same uncomplicated warmth you would extend to someone you love who had this exact day. Not as an exercise, not as a thing you decide to do and then execute, just as the gentlest possible softening, a slight adjustment in the direction of your own gaze, turning it from audit to witness, from the ledger to the friend. That person who got through today, who kept breathing, who kept going, who brought their hands to all the things the hands were needed for and kept the basic machinery of a life running through whatever the day was. That person deserves the same uncomplicated, unearned warmth that you would give without thinking to someone you love. That person is you. In this room, at this depth in the night, with the weight settling further into the mattress, with the breath going slow, with the warmth held close and the body giving its trust to the surface beneath, that is you. Not a version you have to earn or perform or become, just the one that is already here, already enough, already quietly and without any effort required held. The body knows this. It has been telling you so in the slow language of weight and warmth and the steady, unremarkable holding of the mattress for as long as you have been lying here. You are already doing it. The trust is already happening. Let it keep going. Think about someone you love, not as an effort. It won't take any effort. It never does. Just let them arrive in the way people arrive when you're still and the night is quiet and there's nothing else requiring your attention. Someone whose face you know well, whose voice you could hear in your head if you wanted to, whose name you would say differently depending on the kind of day they'd had. Let that person be here for a moment. Now imagine they had your day. Not a version of your day, your actual day. The same wake-up, the same weight of what was waiting, the same attempt at the same things in the same limited hours. The same things that went fine and the same things that didn't quite. The same small acts that no one noticed and the same larger things that kept not quite becoming finished. The same checking of whatever was checked, and the same quiet arithmetic of whether it added up. The same tired. This same bed, this same dark, this same moment, with everything the day was still settling somewhere in the chest. If that person, that specific, beloved person, the one who just arrived in your thoughts, had had all of that, what would you feel toward them right now? Not what would you say, just what would you feel? You know the answer. You felt it before I finished asking. It arrived faster than the question did, the way warmth does when someone you love needs it, not considered, not rationed, just there, immediate and uncomplicated. You would feel tender. That particular, specific, no conditions required tenderness you feel for someone you love when they are tired. Not sorry for them. Not worried about them in a way that requires fixing. Just with them. Soft toward them. Wanting, without any agenda, for them to be okay. For them to know they are okay. You would not run the tally. That is the thing. You would not sit down across from them and review the numbers, what got done and what didn't, the calculations of how far they moved toward which version of further along, the audit of the hours and what the hours produced. Not because the tally doesn't exist. It does. It always does. But because it would feel like the wrong thing to reach for when someone you love is sitting in front of you tired. The tally can wait. The tally is always waiting for everyone. Tonight the person you love is tired. Tonight the person you love made it to here. That is the only math that seems to matter. You would say, or you wouldn't even need to say it, you might just be quiet together, you would convey, in the way that people who love each other can convey things without much ceremony. You did what you could. You're still here. That is more than enough. You are allowed to rest now. You would mean it, completely, without hedging, without a silent asterisk that said, unless I review the numbers and find them wanting, unless you can demonstrate that the tiredness was earned in the right way. None of that. You would simply, cleanly, generously believe that this person you love had done what they could do in the hours that were available, had been a person in the world in the way that is actually available to people, imperfect, incomplete, continuing, and that they deserve to rest tonight without having to justify it. You know how to give that. You have given it, not once, many times probably, without thinking of it as an extraordinary thing because it wasn't. It is simply what you do when someone you love needs it. You have sat across from someone, or next to them, or on the other end of a phone late at night, and you have given them the uncomplicated thing. You have said in one form or another, it's okay. You did okay. You can stop now. The question, and it is not a demanding question, not an accusation, just a soft and genuine wondering, is why tonight it is any different. Why tonight, the person who held this specific day, who carried its specific weight, who got through its specific hours and arrived in this specific dark, why does that person need to argue for the warmth you would give without hesitation to anyone else you love? You don't have a good answer for that. No one does. This is the thing that almost everyone discovers at some point in the quiet when the night gets honest. The standard is different. The bar moved. What would be more than enough for anyone else is somehow insufficient when it is yours. The generous reading, the one you extend so naturally, so immediately, so without needing to think about it, simply doesn't arrive for yourself the way it arrives for everyone else. It requires a longer journey. It gets reviewed a few more times. It comes with fine print. Tonight, you don't have to do that. Tonight, you can just give yourself what you would give to anyone you love. Not as a practice, not as a discipline, not as some ongoing project of becoming someone kinder to yourself. Just as the simplest possible thing, available right now, in this dark, in this warmth, in this exact moment. The same warmth, the same no conditions. The same quiet belief that the day you had was the day you had, that you were in it the way you were in it, that the trying was real even when the results were incomplete, And that incomplete does not mean behind. You are not behind. You are right here. In this room. In the warmth of this specific place where you have come to land at the end of this specific day, which was entirely real and entirely yours and entirely enough. Not enough because you crossed some threshold, because there is no threshold, not tonight, not ever, not for the kind of rest you are allowed simply by virtue of being a person who needs to rest. Enough the way the day was always going to be enough once it was over. Enough the way all days eventually become enough, when they've had time to simply be what they were, without the pressure of still needing to become something more. Let yourself receive the warmth, not from anywhere outside, just from the part of you that already knows how to give it, that gave it, maybe, earlier today to someone who needed it and received it and felt a little lighter. That part knows the motion. Let it come back around. Let it land here on you, on the tired and real and completely sufficient you who is here in this dark, having done what today asked, having arrived at the end of it, having chosen to lie down. That choice, that simple, unremarkable, entirely yours choice, is itself something, the choice to stop. The choice to be done with the day instead of staying inside it, turning it over, looking for the seams. The lamp is off, or soon will be. The phone is face down, or is waiting to be set that way, and either way the night has its own jurisdiction now, and whatever conversation is still quietly happening somewhere out there in the world will make do without you until morning. These are small things, completely yours. And they are enough, in the way that small and fully yours things are always enough, in the dark, in the warmth, in the quiet that has been gathering around you all this time without asking anything in return. There is something that happens when you extend that warmth to yourself, when you let it be real, rather than reviewing it or qualifying it before it arrives. The chest goes slightly quieter. The breath goes slightly slower, not because anything was solved, because something was set down. The argument, the one you have been running, sometimes loudly, sometimes barely consciously, about whether today was sufficient and whether you were sufficient in it, that argument can simply close its file for tonight. It doesn't have to be won. It doesn't have to be resolved. It just has to rest the way you are resting, the way everything in this room is resting. Quietly, without announcement. You did what you could. You're here. That is enough. And outside this room, beyond the window and the dark, the hours have been doing what hours do, moving through, carrying what they carry, taking the day's things with them as they go. Not judging them, not grading them. Simply counting the way hours count, without preference, without any particular interest in whether you were ahead or behind the timeline you had imagined. The clock has been keeping its own counsel this whole time, steady, unhurried, moving through the minutes without marking any of them as failure or success or cause for concern. The hour that just passed took the previous one with it. The one before that took the morning's sharp edges and softened them somewhere along its way through. Time moves, and in moving, it carries things. The day is already further away than it was when you first lay down. And here you are, still, warm, resting in the place the day left you. The same steady quiet that has always been here at this depth of the night. The particular hush that has no agenda, that asks nothing, that simply is. The way the room simply is. The way the warmth simply is. The way you, underneath all the calculation and comparison and accumulated weight of the day's particular kind of trying, simply are. Right here. Not behind. Just here. The clock has been running the whole time. Through all of it, the morning with its particular requirements, the hours that went the way they went, the afternoon's accumulation, the evening's slow unwinding into this. The clock kept its count through all of it, the way it always does, with a complete and total indifference to what the hours contained. That is the thing about clocks. They do not have rubrics. They do not mark the hours good or bad, productive or spent, well-used or frittered, appropriately filled or carelessly emptied. The clock does not hold a red pen. It holds nothing at all. It simply moves through the minutes in the only direction minutes go, counting without preference, without any interest in what was happening on the other side of its face. The 2 p.m. that felt slow and stuck counted the same as the 10 a.m. that moved cleanly through. The hour of frustration was given exactly the same weight as the hour of ease. The clock did not note the difference. The clock was not paying attention in that direction. The clock was doing its only job, which is to count, and which is, quietly, a relief. Because here is what that means. Here is what it means that the clock was counting but not grading. The hours of today were never a test you were being marked on. The morning did not issue a score. The afternoon did not take notes on what you produced per hour and compare it against some internal standard of what an afternoon is supposed to look like. The hours simply passed, the way they always pass. Taking what was in them and moving on, not filing it for review, not keeping a record, not generating a report at the end of the day that said, "Here is what this person did with the hours they were given, and here is whether it was enough." No report was generated. No such report has ever been generated. You have been living, all this time, inside hours that have never once held you to account for their contents. And the feeling of being judged by time, the particular pressure of another hour gone, and what do you have to show for it? That pressure was something you were carrying. The clock was not applying it. The clock was only ever counting. You can set it down. That specific weight, the one that looks like a clock but is actually a judge, the one that has been noting each hour as it passed and marking it with a verdict about what happened inside it, that is not a real thing. It is a very convincing thing. It has felt real all day, in the way that the most convincing invented pressures always feel real, which is to say, completely. But the actual clock, the one somewhere in this room, the one whose existence marks the simple fact that time is passing, it is not doing that. It is only counting. And every hour it counted today has already gone. That is the other thing. The specific, strange, quietly freeing thing about time. It doesn't wait for you to finish with it before it moves on. The morning is not sitting somewhere, held open, available to be returned to and reconsidered and done differently. It went. It went the moment it became midday, and midday went the moment it became afternoon, and the afternoon took everything that happened inside it and carried it along as it went. And now it is here, now it is this hour, and this hour is the only one that is actually present. The 7 a.m. with its particular demands, the things that were due or looming or beginning, all of that belongs to a time that no longer exists in any form that requires anything of you. It has passed. It is complete. Not complete in the sense that everything inside it was finished or resolved, but complete in the sense that it is over. Done. The hours themselves are done. They went when they went, and they took their requirements with them. The day is already the past. Not metaphorically, actually. Even the most recent parts of it. The decision you made or didn't make in the last hour before this one. The conversation that ended or didn't. The final thing the hands held before they set everything down. All of it is already behind you in the only real sense of behind. It was, and now it isn't. It is over. The past doesn't ask anything. It simply was. And what it was is finished, sealed in the way finished things are sealed, which is without recourse and without review. There is something in that, if you let yourself feel it rather than immediately loading the next item. A kind of quiet, structural relief. Not the relief of having done things well, not the relief of having everything settled and handled, just the simpler, more available relief of having done things at all. The day happened. You were in it. And now it has gone where all days go, which is into the irreversible past, which sounds like a serious place, but is actually the most peaceful one available, because nothing in the irreversible past requires your supervision. It is done. It is already done, and you cannot open it again, and therefore it cannot require anything of you that you have not already given. The hours ran out, the way hours always run out quietly, without announcement, until one of them was the last one of the day, and then this happened. This landing. This horizontal. And the hours that are here now, the hours of this night, the ones that have been moving since you laid down, the ones that continue moving even as the breath slows, these hours are different. Night has always been different in this particular way. The hours of the night count the same as the hours of the day. The clock keeps its patient tally through the dark exactly as it did through the light. But what the hours of the night do not contain is the day's particular requirement, the sense, which the daytime hours carry with them like a given, of something being due inside them. The daytime hour arrives with an implicit question: what will you do with me? The nighttime hour simply passes. It moves through with nothing owed, nothing checked, nothing compared against any vision of what should have been happening inside it. The 2 a.m. is not waiting to be accounted for. The 3 a.m. asks nothing before it becomes the 4 a.m. The hours of the dark continue, steady and neutral, making their way toward morning in the same unhurried way they always have, and they do not hold a rubric, and there is nothing due inside them, and no one is checking. You are right now off the clock. Not the clock on the wall, which doesn't know the difference and is simply counting the way it always counts. The other one, the internal one, the one that has been running all day on a slightly different frequency, the one that tracks not just time, but time and what you are doing with it, time and how it compares to what you should be doing with it, time and whether you are making enough of it. That clock is the one that gets tired. That clock is the one that is allowed to rest. The hours of the night are not on its schedule. They are on no schedule. They are simply passing, the way rain counts itself, continuously, without preference, with no interest in whether the conditions were right or the results were adequate. Let the internal clock set itself down. It will start again when it starts again, when the morning light changes things and the day reasserts its particular kind of time, the kind with requirements and durations and the sense of things needing to happen inside them. That time will come, but it has not come yet. What is here now is the other kind, the passing kind, the neutral kind. The kind that moves through the dark with no opinion about you, no file open on the day, no tally that is still running in any direction that matters. And the room around you is already in this time. It has been in it this whole time, the walls their same walls, the ceiling its same ceiling, but carrying in the dark a different quality than they carry in the day. The quality of simple existence. They are not performing anything. They are not in the process of becoming anything. They are just here, the way they are always here at this depth of the night, which is without hurry and without requirement and without any interest in where things stand. The breath is the same. The breath has been keeping its own count this whole time, not the judge's count, but the clock's count, the neutral one. In, out, each one moving through at its own unhurried rate, without opinion about what surrounds it, without any awareness of the timeline or the scoreboard or the invisible tally of hours, and what was done inside them. The breath doesn't know about any of that. It only knows the next exhale, which it is already preparing, which is already on its way, which will arrive and then give way to the one after it, the same as it always has, steady through all the hours, unconcerned. You are not behind. You are right here. In this warmth, in this dark, in the completely ordinary miracle of a body at rest in a room in the middle of the night, with the hours passing neutrally in every direction and nothing due inside any of them. This is all that is happening. The clock is counting, the way clocks count, and the count is moving toward morning the way it always moves toward morning, patient, unhurried, without any verdict attached to the minutes it is measuring. The minutes do not carry verdicts. They carry only themselves, small, ordinary, passing, already gone. And somewhere, just at the edge of where the room's quiet thins slightly against the world outside, a sound. Something distant and entirely ordinary. Something that arrives so softly it barely registers as sound at all. A presence at the furthest edge of hearing, a gentle reminder that somewhere out there, the world is still in its own quiet motion, still doing its unhurried nighttime thing, and none of it is here. All of that is out there. And you are in here, in this particular warmth, in this familiar dark, in the soft evidence of walls and weight and the breath that keeps its own uncomplicated count. Right here, at the center of an ordinary night, while the clock does the only thing it has ever done, which is count, which is all it was ever doing, which was never anything more than that. there is probably a sound. Not inside this room. Inside this room, it is mostly quiet now, the particular quiet of a room that has settled into its nighttime self, that has become what rooms become when no one is asking anything of them. But beyond it, at some distance that is hard to name exactly, something that has probably been there all along, going about its business in the dark while you have been doing this, while the body has been giving its weight over, while the breath has been finding its slower rhythm, while the long thought has been gradually loosening its hold. Let your attention go there for a moment, not to find the sound and identify it, not to assign it a story or a source or a meaning, not to decide whether it belongs or whether it should stop, just to notice that it exists. Some low, continuous thing at the very furthest edge of where hearing reaches. Maybe the far-off murmur of traffic on a road that is not near, or wind pressing gently and without urgency against the glass, or the low, almost below sound hum of a world that keeps its various quiet machines running through the night. That does not stop the way you stop. That continues without awareness that you are here, lying still, listening. It was there before you noticed it. That is the first quiet thing about the sound. It has been there this whole time, through all of it, through every long paragraph of the night, through the breathing and the settling and the slow release of each piece of the day. Through the moments when your attention was entirely elsewhere, when it was on the weight of the body, or the shape of a thought, or the specific warmth gathering under the blanket. The sound did not wait for you to arrive before it began. It has simply been out there, continuing, the way things continue when they don't need an audience. You simply had other things requiring your attention. And now there is less requiring it, and so the attention reaches out a little further past the walls, past the dark outside the window, and finds this. Something distant, still going, unhurried, calm in its continuance. It asks nothing of you. That is the second quiet thing, and the one worth letting settle for a moment. Whatever that sound is, the soft smear of a faraway road, the slow pressure of air against the side of the house, the low electrical hum of a neighborhood doing its nighttime almost nothing. It does not know you are here. It has no relationship to your day. No opinion about your timeline, no awareness of the thought you were turning over an hour ago, no interest whatsoever in the invisible tally that ran through this particular Tuesday or Wednesday or whatever day this was. It is simply a sound out there, going where it was already going. It was going there before you lay down. It will still be going when you are asleep. You don't need to supervise it. You don't need to do anything with it at all. And you are in here. Let that distance be real for a moment. Not the distance as absence, not as something between you and the world that should feel lonely or isolating. As a container. The sound is out there, and you are in here, and between the two is the specific ordinary solid fact of walls and glass and roof, and all the unremarkable material of a room at night that has been separating the inside from the outside this entire time without announcing itself, the way good walls don't need to. The sound continues out there. And what continues on this side of the wall is warmer, stiller, smaller in exactly the right way. One room, one body at rest. A warmth that has been gathering and deepening through this whole night. The world is out there doing its world things. The road carries whoever is traveling it at this hour toward wherever they are going, which is entirely their own business and has nothing to do with you. The wind moves through the things it moves through, does the long, patient work that weather does on its own schedule, unmoved by and unmoved toward the schedules of anyone on the ground below it. Whatever is humming hums. The city does its barely sleeping thing, all those low systems ticking and breathing, the infrastructure of a place that doesn't fully stop. All of it going. All of it fine. Not one part of it in need of your oversight, your understanding, your response. It is handling its own logistics. The night is going where nights go, and you have no part to play in any of it until morning arrives with its own light and its own requirements, which is the truest and most available fact of this particular hour. You are not needed out there right now. That is almost never the way this is said. You are not needed is usually a sharp thing, a diminishment, a door closing. But tonight it is the opposite. Tonight it is the freeing thing, the gift. The world is handling itself. The sound confirms it from that gentle distance. The world is going on, and it does not need you in it right now, and that is not a problem. It is permission. You are off duty from all of it. The traffic, the wind, the low hum of everything continuing, none of it is waiting for your input. None of it has your name on it until morning, and morning is still its own country, still hours away, still not here. Let the sound be proof of this. Let it stay out there and do exactly what it is doing, which is nothing that concerns you. Let it be the world's quiet confirmation that the world is covered, that in the space of this one night, in the span of these particular hours, everything out there that requires tending has other arrangements in place. Let it be the soft, continuous sound of the night going on without you, which is a thing that is actually happening, which you can actually hear from here, which is available evidence that this moment is exactly as enclosed and complete as it feels. This room is the whole of it right now. The sound is evidence of an outside. The inside is where you are. And the inside at this depth of the night is entirely enough, not the consolation prize kind of enough, not the settling kind, but the real kind, the kind where everything that is actually needed is actually present. The warmth, the weight of the body, settled by now, given over. The breath, the particular and complete quiet of a room that is not being asked to be anything other than what it is. That is what is on this side of the walls. On the other side is the sound, which is continuous and ordinary and entirely unburdened by any need to be more than that. And the sound will be there when morning comes. That is the third quiet thing, the one underneath the other two. It will not need you to maintain it. Whatever it is, the low constancy of a road, the breath of weather, the hum of a world doing its overnight thing, it will be there in the morning light just as it is in the dark now, going the same way it has been going, unaltered by whether or not you were listening, unaffected by whether or not you slept well or slept at all. It does not depend on you. It never did. It asks only that you let it be out there, which requires nothing of you, which is in fact the one completely available thing. Let the sound be far away and let yourself be here, and trust that the distance between the two is not a gap that needs bridging. It is just the shape of a night. The more you let the sound stay where it is, distant, ordinary, unconcerned, the more something in the chest seems to soften in the same direction, not toward the sound, away from the holding, as if the attention, having traveled out to the very edge of hearing and found something continuous and simple and undemanding, has come back lighter, has confirmed from the outermost edge of where listening can reach that there is nothing urgent waiting out there, and so it comes back. The attention comes back, quietly, with nothing chasing it, bringing only what it found, that the sound is fine, the distance is fine, the world is fine out there, and here inside the walls is a warmth and a stillness that belongs to you entirely tonight. Let the attention come back in now. Not urgently, there is nothing urgent in any direction at this hour, just gently. The way a thought returns when it has gone as far as it needed to go and found what it was looking for, which was only this, the confirmation that nothing out there needs it. Come back from the far edge of hearing. Come back from the sound, which will continue on its own, which does not need to be witnessed to remain. Come back through the dark of the room, past the walls that have been doing their quiet work all night, past the air that is warmer here than it is anywhere beyond this window. Come back, all the way back, to the thing that has been here the whole time. Closer than the walls. Closer than the ceiling, the mattress, the warmth itself. The breath, which has been here through all of it. Here before you noticed the sound, and while you were reaching toward it, and now as you return from it. Here through every section of this long and unhurried night, through every long thought and every softening and every moment the weight went a little further into the surface below. In and then out, without instruction, without consultation, without any awareness of timelines or invisible tallies or the particular shape of what today asked of you. The breath has known none of that. It knows only the next exhale, which is already forming, which is already on its way, and after that, the one after that, and after that another, each arriving as reliably and without ceremony as the last. The breath is the nearest thing. Nearer than the sound, nearer than any distance, closer than the room itself or anything in it. It is here, inside you, moving through you, belonging to you in the way that only the most intimate things belong, not claimed, not earned, simply yours. The way the breath has always been yours from the very first one, steady through every hour you have ever been alive, faithful through every day including this one, asking nothing, needing nothing, simply continuing. The way the distant sound continues, but here, right here, inside the warmth, inside the quiet, inside this room that holds you completely tonight. Let it be here with you. Let it be enough. It has been here the whole time. Through all of it, through the morning before you were even fully awake, when the alarm arrived and the body was still assembling itself into the day, when the first thought of everything waiting had not yet formed but was already on its way. The breath was already going then, already in the middle of its work when consciousness arrived to join it. Already doing the only thing it has ever done, which is this. Move through, move through, move through, without fanfare, without anything like effort, without even the small ceremony of deciding to begin. It was already begun. It has always been already begun. And it did not stop. Through the first hour of the day, with all the specific things that first hour asked, the waking and the orienting and the small logistical cascade of a person becoming themselves again after sleep, the breath was there. Not noticed, probably. Not acknowledged or appreciated or considered. Just there. Underneath everything. Underneath the thoughts and the plans and the quiet dread, maybe, of the day's particular shape. Underneath all of that, the breath moved. Through the middle of the day, which went the way it went. Through whatever was hard, or heavy, or uncertain. Through the thing you couldn't quite figure out how to handle, or the thing you did handle but not quite the way you'd hoped, or the thing that was fine, actually, but still cost you something to get through. The breath was there for all of it, staying at a depth beneath every emotion, beneath every calculation and comparison and moment of checking. It was never louder than a whisper. It never called attention to itself. It asked nothing in the form of questions and offered nothing in the form of answers. It simply continued, the same breath, the same quiet motion, in and then out, the way it has been moving since long before you knew you were the kind of person who might think too hard about things. Through the afternoon, through the evening, through the winding down, which is its own kind of effort, the particular work of transitioning from one state to another, from the doing to the stopping, from the day's particular aliveness to this. The breath was there through all of that too, never hurrying you, never commenting on the pace. Simply arriving and departing, the only appointment in your entire day that happened exactly on time, without delay, without fail, without once requiring your help to keep. You didn't have to earn it. That is the thing, if there is a thing to be said about the breath, and there is only this one, which is that it was never something you had to earn. Not this morning, not at the end of the long middle, not now. It was not waiting at the other side of a sufficient amount of productivity, or the correct emotional response to the day, or the achievement of anything in particular. It was not conditional on your having handled everything well, or having been enough, or having moved far enough along the timeline by which you have sometimes been measuring yourself. The breath did not require any of that. It simply came. It came for you the way it has always come, freely, immediately, without paperwork, without any sense that you might not deserve it today, or that today's particular contents had somehow changed the arrangement. It kept its arrangement, through everything, with you. There is something in that. Something that is harder to say than to feel, and easier to feel than to think, and maybe best to let arrive without thinking at all, just the quiet recognition of it, somewhere underneath the chest where the breath originates. That the most faithful thing in your experience is not anything you achieved or arranged or chose. It is this, the breath, which came before choice and will continue long after the day has finished being what it was, and which has been with you through every moment you have ever inhabited, asking nothing, carrying no opinion, keeping its quiet faithfulness without any expectation of acknowledgement. It has been your company through things you haven't thought of in years. Through the days that were hard in ways you can no longer quite remember. Through the days that were quietly good in ways you also can no longer quite remember. Through every single moment of your actual living, the breath has been there, the same motion, the same unannounced fidelity, making no distinction between the days worth keeping and the ones you'd rather let go. It was there on the days that seem, from here, like they mattered enormously. It was there on the days that seem, from here, like they barely registered at all. It did not adjudicate. It did not rank them. It simply accompanied. Through all of them. Without a single hour of absence, without a single moment of withdrawal, without a single day of being somewhere else. That is what it has been. A companion. The most continuous one you have. Not a practice. Not a technique. Not something you go toward when you remember to, though you can. And it is always there when you do, and it receives you without surprise and without comment, the way something that has been waiting without keeping track of the wait simply receives you, without remark, without relief at your arrival, because there was never any question of your arriving. You were always going to arrive. The breath simply held its place and waited, the same as it always does, the same as it is doing right now. You don't have to go anywhere to find it. This is the one thing about the breath that is unlike almost everything else that offers itself as shelter. It requires no travel, no distance to cover, no destination to find, no particular state to achieve before it is available. Other shelters require something of you first, a drive to somewhere, a door to unlock, a mood to shift into. The breath requires only that you notice it, which you have already done, which took nothing, because there was nothing to take. You simply arrived at it the way you always arrive at it, by being here, which you already are, which you have been this entire time. And now that the attention is here, back from the far edge of the room, back from the distant sound, settled into this nearest thing, it can simply rest. The breath is not asking it to do anything. In and out, that is all that is happening. The chest rising ever so slightly, the way it has been rising through all the long hours of this night, through all the long hours of this day before it, through all the days before this one that together make up the particular life that is yours. The chest rising, and then the small release, not dramatic, never dramatic, just the ordinary letting go that every breath is, the simple and available fact of the breath that came in, going out. And then another, already forming. Already on its way. Coming not because you asked for it, but because this is what happens, what has always happened, what will happen in the same reliable way through the rest of this night while you sleep. You don't have to manage it. That is the gift of it. Right now, in this moment, in this warmth, the breath is not something that requires your supervision. It will continue whether you are watching it or whether your attention has softened into something wordless and close to sleep. It will continue whether you are thinking about it or not thinking about anything at all. The breath does not need your attention to stay faithful to you. It will be there in the same way it has always been there, underneath everything, underneath even the softest thoughts, continuing at a depth that asks nothing of the mind, that requires no maintenance, that holds its quiet motion through sleep as surely as it holds it through waking. You are already in it. Not in the breath as a place, not that kind of in. In it the way you are in the warmth of the blanket, without having moved toward it, without having done anything, simply present within it, simply receiving it, simply letting it be around you and part of you and yours. The breath is already yours. It has always been yours. The most continuously and unconditionally yours thing in your experience, which asked only to be let continue, which has always only asked to be let continue, which is being let continue right now, in this dark, in this room, while the night moves quietly through its own unhurried hours. Let the body know this. Not as a thought, thoughts are too busy for this hour, too loud, and besides they are already quieting, you can feel the way they are already quieting, the way they have been quieting throughout this whole long night, becoming less like sentences and more like shapes, less like things that need to be followed and more like things that simply pass. Let the body know it the way the body knows things. Through the sensation of the chest, through the warmth of what is here, through the small physical fact of the next inhale, which is arriving now, unhurried, exactly on time, the way the next one after it will also arrive. You are not behind. You are right here, in the breath, in the warmth, in the particular and complete shelter of this moment, which is itself the shelter. Not something you had to find or earn or be far enough along to deserve. Just here. Just this. The breath coming in and then going out, and then the small waiting that is not really waiting, because the next one is already on its way, already forming somewhere below the thinking, patient and faithful and entirely without urgency. Let it be enough. It is, it always was. It has been enough through every moment it has accompanied, which is every moment, and it is enough now in this quietest part of the night, in this softest stretch of the long unwinding. The breath, simply here. The warmth, simply here. You simply here inside both of them, needing nothing else, going nowhere, held by the most loyal and uncomplicated thing you have ever had. Just this. The breath. And the stillness around it, which is getting deeper now. Gradually, the way the dark gets deeper before the first gray of morning, not announcing itself, not asking to be noticed, just quietly increasing, like something very patient finally arriving into the space that has been waiting for it. And somewhere in that stillness, in the deepening quiet, in the space between one breath and the next, a thought arrives. Not a loud one, not the kind with urgency attached, not the kind that announces itself with any particular insistence. Just a small, familiar one, the kind that has been circling this whole time at a polite distance, waiting for a gap in the quiet to slip through. The list. You know the one. It does not require a notebook. It has never required a notebook, because it has been running in the back of your mind all day with a kind of cheerful, relentless productivity that has no relationship whatsoever to anything being done. It rewrites itself constantly. This is its most impressive quality. You resolve one item, or you don't resolve it, or you half resolve it in a way that raises a new question. And the list immediately reorganizes, shuffles, adds a sub-item, promotes something from the maybe later category to the actually fairly urgent category, and resumes. You did not ask it to do this. It simply does it. It has been doing it all day. It may have been doing it while you were trying to have a conversation about something else entirely, while you were trying to eat a meal, while you were trying to be present in a room. The list is a dedicated worker. The list does not take breaks. And now it is here, at the edge of sleep, offering its services. It would like, if this is a good time, to go over a few things. It is not a good time. And here is what is quietly, genuinely true about the list. The thing it does not advertise because it is not in the list's interest to say so clearly. Nothing on it expires tonight. Not a single item. You can look at every single thing on that list. The email you did not send, the thing you meant to arrange, the form you said you would look into, the conversation you keep almost starting, the project that is still sitting where it was sitting this morning, one day further along in its being unfinished, and not one of those things has a midnight deadline. Not one of them will look meaningfully different in the morning for having been thought about tonight. The list is infinitely patient. The list will be waiting exactly as it left it when you wake. It has always been waiting. It does not mind. This is the part about lists that the anxious mind cannot quite believe, but that is simply factually true. They are not going anywhere. They sit. They hold their items in a kind of patient suspension that requires nothing from you overnight. The list does not get lonely. It does not grow more urgent because you stopped thinking about it. It does not take your willingness to revisit it at midnight as any kind of meaningful engagement that is making progress. It just waits, enormously patient, mildly unconcerned with your anxiety on its behalf. The list is, in this particular way, doing fine. You are allowed to let the night shift go uncovered. The list does not need a night shift. No part of the list is improved by the quiet revision it receives in the small hours, the resorting, the reweighing, the new angle on the thing you already looked at from 6 angles yesterday. The list tomorrow morning, when the light is back and the mind is rested, and there is some actual possibility of doing any of the things on it, will be more useful than the list you are running right now. Night shift list management is one of those tasks that feels, while you are doing it, like work, like a reasonable use of the time, like you are getting ahead of something, but which is actually just the mind's version of reorganizing the freezer at 1 a.m., convincing yourself you are being productive while actually just being awake. The list can wait. It will wait. It is already waiting. It has been waiting every night you have ever closed your eyes and let the day go, and it has always been there in the morning, unchanged, available, without resentment for having been left overnight. The list is not keeping score. The list does not take it personally. And the things on it, the unfinished things, the half-done things, the not-yet-started things, they are not failures. This is the thing the mind keeps quietly conflating and which is worth gently pulling apart. Unfinished is not the same as failed. Not even close. They are different categories, different textures, different meanings entirely. Failed is something that was attempted and did not work. Unfinished is something that is in the process of being, something paused, something mid-sentence, something on its way to being something else, which has simply not arrived there yet. And everything is allowed to be mid-sentence. Everything, at any given moment, is paused somewhere in its becoming. The project that has not been finished is not a thing that has been abandoned. It is a thing that is resting, the same as you are resting, the same as everything rests in the natural rhythm of effort and pause that all real work moves through. The thing you did not get to today is not a verdict on what you are capable of. It is simply a thing that will be there tomorrow, holding its place in the queue, in the same patient way that everything waits when it has to wait, which is patiently, which is without drama. The unfinished is not the failed. Say that again, quietly, in whatever part of the mind still has room for a sentence. The unfinished is not the failed. The thing sitting half done on a tab you did not close, the conversation you have not yet had, the project that is waiting for the specific concentration that this specific day could not quite provide. None of these are evidence of anything wrong. They are evidence of a life that contains more than one day. They are evidence that there are things still ahead, things still in motion, things that will be continued when continuing is available, which is not at this hour, which is tomorrow and the days after tomorrow, which will each arrive with their own light and their own hours and their own possibility of continuing. Tonight, everything is paused. Not just the things on the list, everything. The city outside pauses into its nighttime version of itself. The work pauses. The effort pauses. The striving and the measuring and the checking of where things stand, all of it pauses, the way the breath pauses, just barely, in the small space between the inhale and the exhale. That pause is not absence. It is not failure. It is the natural rest that all moving things require before they move again. You do not think less of the breath for pausing. You do not count the pause as lost time. You simply let it be what it is, the space between one motion and the next, which makes the next motion possible. You are in the pause right now. The whole of tonight is the pause. Everything on the list is in it with you, paused, resting, holding its place without urgency, without any need for supervision or revision or the particular care you have been giving it all day. It is fine. It has been fine this whole time. It was fine at 6 p.m. when you stopped, and it was fine at 9 p.m. when you stopped again, and it is fine right now, and it will be fine at 3 a.m. if you somehow find yourself half awake with a thought about it. It is simply fine, simply waiting, simply not on any timeline that requires you to be awake for it. You can set the list down now. Not lose it, not abandon it, not decide you no longer care about the things on it. Just set it down, the way you set the phone down, the way you set the day's particular weight down when you lay down, not permanently, just for now, just for the hours between here and morning. The list will pick itself right back up when you do. It has always picked itself right back up. It is, in this way, extremely capable of looking after itself. The list has never once needed you to carry it to bed. So here, beside where you are lying, just imagine setting it down. Not dramatically, not with ceremony. The way you'd set a book down on the nightstand without bookmarking the page because you know, without quite thinking it, that you'll remember where you were. The list beside the bed. Still there, still yours, still holding everything it was holding, but not in your hands anymore. Not in the space behind the eyes where it has been reshuffling and reorganizing all day. Just beside you, at rest, waiting with the kind of patience it has, which turns out to be quite a lot of patience. Which has always been quite a lot of patience. You are not behind, because the list is not finished. The list is never finished. This is the design of lists. They grow in the same direction as time. Forward, always into the next thing, the next version, the next layer of what was already there. A finished list would mean a finished life, which is not what you are looking for tonight. What you are looking for tonight is rest, which is available, which is right here. Which does not require the list to be completed first, which has never required that, which will never require that, which is simply here, open, unconditional, the way rest has always been. The door that has been open this whole time, the permission that was always already yours, the thing that requires nothing before it welcomes you through except that you stop moving toward it and simply arrive. You are not behind, you are right here. The list is beside the bed. And your attention, which has been turning gently through all of this, drifts now toward something smaller and far more true. Something closer than the list, closer than the thought that was almost forming, closer than any of the large things that have been released into the patience of the night. Something that has no to-do attached to it. Something that is simply and completely and already here. The thing that is simply here, the breath, the warmth, the body at rest, does not hurry itself. It never has. The breath moves at the pace of breath. The heart keeps its own particular rhythm, which has never been adjusted for efficiency or revised upward in order to cover more ground before morning. These things do not optimize. They simply continue at the pace that continuing requires, and they have been doing it your whole life without any decline in quality, and without anyone suggesting they should pick it up a little. You know other things like this. Not just the body. Think of the things that have been here the longest, the truly durable things, the things that outlast the noise by centuries or millennia and are still going, still here, still doing exactly what they do. They are, without exception, slow, unhurried to a degree that would make even a very patient person feel briefly impatient just thinking about it. And then, if you sit with it a moment longer, something settles. Something in the chest takes the longer view and relaxes, the way a shoulder drops when it finally remembers there is nothing it was holding up. A tree, a real tree, the kind that was already old when your grandparents were young, the kind with a circumference that requires more than two people to encircle, the kind that has stood through more seasons than it could ever be asked to count. That tree did not get there fast. Nobody rushed it. Nobody ran a quarterly review and asked it to accelerate its canopy growth or to close its ring a little earlier than planned. It grew the only way it knew how, which was slowly, which was one season at a time, which was by putting down exactly as much root and ring and branch as the year allowed, and then doing it again next year and the year after that, and the century after that. And it is magnificent. That is the thing about the oldest, most enduring things. They are never the ones that hurried. The great stone arches that have been standing for 1,000 years, the ones people stand before in a kind of quiet awe that is hard to explain and easy to feel, they did not arrive in an afternoon. The canyon, a river carved through solid rock, that impossible depth, that picture you have probably seen, the river did not blast through. It did not rush. It simply moved the way rivers move, which is continuously and without impatience, and it made something enormous. Over an amount of time you cannot quite hold in your mind. Over an amount of time that makes any human calendar feel like a brief interruption in something much, much longer and much more certain. And the lichen. If you have ever looked closely at the face of a very old stone, the rough gray-green crust of it, almost living, almost not, that is lichen, which is among the oldest organisms on Earth, and which grows at a rate that can be measured in millimeters per decade. Not per year, per decade. It is, by any conventional productivity standard, extremely behind. And yet it has been here for 400 million years. It will very likely outlast most things we consider fast. The lichen is not behind. The lichen is precisely on schedule, which is its own schedule, which no one else set. Speed and worth were never the same measurement. They have been confused for each other, fairly frequently, in the particular era you happen to be living in. This is understandable. The era is quite fast, or at least it performs speed convincingly. The feeds that refresh themselves before you can quite register what they contained. The metrics that update in real time with a cheerful indifference to whether any of it is useful. The ambient sense that elsewhere things are moving very quickly, and that anything slower is a form of falling behind. That equation, faster equals more, which equals better, which equals worth, is not exactly a law of nature. It is more of a mood. A persistent, very loud mood, which has been playing at high volume for long enough that it can be easy to forget it is a mood and not a fact. But the oldest oak in any forest has never heard of this mood. The tide, turning at its own enormous pace with no awareness of anyone's timeline, has not factored it in. The river is not troubled by the speed of the feed. These things are not slow because they failed at being fast. They are slow because slow is what lasts. Slow is what builds something that does not need to be rebuilt. Slow is the pace of the things that are, in the end, still here. Your unhurried pace is not a flaw in your design. It is not evidence of something wrong with your particular way of moving through time. There is a very human tendency, one you have probably visited at some point this week, maybe even today, to look at your own pace and interpret it as falling behind. To see the things not yet done as a verdict about speed, and to take the speed as a verdict about worth. But this is like asking a river to justify why it hasn't finished the canyon yet. The river has been moving continuously. The canyon is already happening. The fact that you cannot see the finished shape from inside the carving of it does not mean the carving isn't proceeding exactly as it should. You are in the middle of something. Not behind it, not watching it disappear ahead of you, having failed to board it in time. In the middle of it, which is, of course, where you would be because you are alive, because the middle is where living things are. The tree is in the middle of the tree. The river is in the middle of the canyon. Everything is in the middle of its own slow becoming, and that is not a problem with the schedule. It is simply what it looks like from inside a life that is still going. And yours is still going. Through everything this day contained, through the efforts and the pauses, the things accomplished and the things that will be continued, the moments of movement and the long stretches of simply being present inside your own life, you kept going. Not quickly, maybe. Not with the velocity the mood of the era would prefer. But you moved. You breathed and ate and thought and tried, and at various moments you simply endured, which is a form of movement that does not get nearly enough credit and which the lichen would recognize. And you ended up here, which is exactly where you are, which is resting, which is what slow and durable things do after the day's portion of their growing. There is something about the tide. Not the dramatic tide of a film, the real tide, the daily one, the quiet pull and release that happens on every coastline twice a day without announcement, without anyone watching most of the time. The tide that has been doing this since before there were coastlines in quite their current form, in the slightly earlier version of the world when things were still settling into what they would become. The tide turns not because it has completed some checklist of sufficient output, not because it has earned the turning. It turns because this is the rhythm, the long, patient rhythm of something enormous and unhurried, and the rhythm knows its own timing, has always known, will go on knowing long after the era of the fast feed has finished doing its loud and anxious work. You have a rhythm too. It is yours, specifically yours, calibrated over the particular years of your particular life, shaped by everything you have experienced and survived and quietly grown through. It does not run at the same speed as anyone else's rhythm, because no two rhythms in the history of living things have ever been exactly the same. The tree beside the oldest oak has its own rings, its own growth lines, its own quiet record of the years that were easy and the years that were not, each ring a different width. Each season leaving its own mark of what was available that year, what the conditions allowed, what the tree was able to grow with what it was given. Your rings are yours. Some years wide, some narrow. This does not mean the narrow years were failures. It means they were what they were, and you grew what was growable in them, and you are here, one ring further along in the dark at the end of another day's portion of becoming. And that is enough. That is exactly what it looks like to be a slow, durable thing making its way through time the way slow, durable things do. Not with speed, not with spectacle, but with the patient and continuous and quietly extraordinary fact of still being here. You are not behind. You are in the middle of something that takes as long as it takes. And the pace you have been moving at, the pace that the anxious mind sometimes holds up next to other paces and finds wanting, that pace has been building something, quietly, without fanfare, without anyone running a review or posting a metric. The same way the river goes on carving even when no one is there to measure it, even through the seasons when it runs low and the carving slows. It is still the river. It is still doing the work. The canyon is still becoming. And tonight, in this particular and complete hour, the making has paused. The way the tide pauses, just briefly at the fullest point of its turning, before it goes the other way. The pause is not the absence of the tide. It is the tide at its stillest, which is still a part of what the tide is. And you, at your stillest, lying here in the warmth and the dark, are still you, the slow, enduring, not behind version of you, resting between one tide and the next. Let the slowness be what it is. Not a problem, not a lag to be corrected before morning, just the pace of something built to last, something that grows by seasons, not by quarters. Something that knows, in whatever way the river knows the canyon or the oak knows its rings, that the work is not measured in speed, and worth was never a function of velocity, and the longest-lasting things have always moved like this, unhurried, continuous, patient in the truest and most ancient sense of that word, because the patience was not something they practiced. It was simply what they were. That slowness is already in you. It has been in you the whole time, running alongside the fast and anxious part, quieter than it, slower to speak up but no less present. The same way the tide's rhythm is in the ocean even at the stillest hour. The same way the ring is forming in the oak even in winter, even when nothing appears to be happening, even when the tree stands bare and the season seems to have stopped. Something is still happening, slowly, in the dark, in the quiet, without needing to be seen. That slow patience settles over you now, and you begin to notice that even your own thoughts have started moving more gently. And somewhere in the gentling of those thoughts, in the way they have started to move more slowly, less insistently, like something winding down towards stillness, you might notice something else. The ones that are still running. Not the big thoughts, not the ones with names. Those have been mostly set down through this long night, released into the patience of the dark, trusted to wait until morning. These are smaller. Half-thoughts, really, partial things. The ones that have been open in the background all day, not quite demanding attention, not quite letting go, just sitting there at the edge of awareness, quietly using something, the way a dozen open windows in the back of a screen use a little of the power without asking for it directly. Just running, just flickering faintly behind whatever you were actually doing. You know the ones. The thing someone said this morning that you started to process and then got interrupted and never quite came back to. The thing you almost decided and then moved on before deciding. The conversation you half started in your head, the one where you go through what you should have said, or what you might say, or what you would say if, and then did not finish because something else needed you. And so you left it there, mid-sentence, in the background, still running, still composing its quiet draft. The worry you picked up and put down 4 or 5 times today without ever resolving it. The plan you were almost making. The question you kept almost asking yourself and then letting slide. The thing at the edge of your understanding that you kept meaning to think through properly when you had a moment, and the moment kept not arriving, and now it is here in bed with you, this small, unfinished thing, taking up its little portion of the mind's quiet hum. You have been carrying, today, so many of these small, open things. It is a little like, and this is not a complaint, just a tender observation, running the whole day with more tabs open than any single device was ever really meant to hold. Some of them you remember opening. Some of them have been there so long you can no longer quite recall what they were for. One of them is just a noise, some faint background process whose name you have forgotten, going on making its small demands on the system, unresolved, patient in its own persistent way. And the thing about all these half-thoughts, all these quietly running background processes, you do not have to finish them tonight. This is not the same as saying they do not matter. They may matter quite a lot. Some of them are real and deserve your full attention, and they will have it when the light comes back, when the mind is rested, when there is something available to actually think with. That is when these things can be fully met. Not now, not in the dark, not in the specific softness of this hour where the thinking has already begun its own slow dissolve towards sleep. Now is not the time for resolution. Now is simply the time for closing. And closing is not the same as resolving. That distinction is worth holding for a moment because the mind tends to conflate them, tends to believe that setting something down without finishing it is a form of abandonment or failure or evasion. That if you close a thought without having thought it all the way through, you have done something wrong. But you have not. Closing is simply what you do when something does not need to be open right now. You are not deleting it. You are not deciding it doesn't exist. You are simply saying, not this hour. This hour is for rest. You can reopen it in the morning and it will be exactly as you left it, waiting, patient, unchanged. The thought does not expire because you stopped thinking it tonight. So gently, pick one. Not to resolve it, just to notice it, the way you might notice a light left on in another room. Not urgently, not with alarm, just the quiet observation that it is there. And then, with the same easy motion you would use to reach over and click something off, simply let it dim. The thing someone said this morning. You have been turning it over and over, each turn showing you a slightly different surface of it, none of the surfaces quite explaining it to you the way you were hoping. Tonight it does not need to be explained. You can just let the turning stop. Set it down on the nightstand of your mind, the same as the phone, the same as the day. It will still be there if you need it. It has been there all day. It is not fragile. It does not require continuous supervision. You can simply stop turning it and let it rest where it lands. There, one less flicker. Another one, the almost decision. The thing you were almost certain about and then not certain about, the scale that kept tipping slightly as new information arrived. It does not need to tip right now. It does not need to reach a final weight tonight. The decision is allowed to stay in the middle, in the particular suspension of things that are still being decided, which is where it already was, which is a perfectly fine place for it to be. You can let it be suspended. You can let it float, gently, without you holding it up. There, one less. The conversation in your head, the one where you worked through what you would say if. You can let the other person in that conversation go home, not because the conversation is over or doesn't matter, just because the imaginary version of it that you have been rehearsing all day does not actually need another run-through tonight. You know what you feel. You know somewhere underneath the rehearsal what matters. The rehearsing was the mind's way of trying to be prepared for something it could not fully control, which is a kind thing the mind does, and which you can now, gently, thank it for and relieve it of. The conversation will happen when it happens. Tonight you can let the rehearsal rest. Another one released. The worry, the one that has been making its small, persistent rounds arriving, being acknowledged, being set aside, returning. There is nothing wrong with it for doing that. That is what worries do, and they are often, somewhere in there, trying to protect you. But protection does not require a night shift. The thing the worry is protecting you toward will still be there in the morning, and so will the worry if you need it, and so will whatever clear-eyed thought you can give it after sleep. Right now, you can simply notice the worry doing its circling, and softly, without forcing it, let the circle widen and loosen until it is less a circle and more just a direction. Something somewhere in the distance. Not here in the room with you. Not in this warmth. There. The question you kept meaning to think through properly. The plan that was almost forming. Each one noticed. Each one gently put down. Not pushed away, you are not pushing anything away, not suppressing anything, not declaring any of it unimportant. Just setting it at the edge of the room, the way you'd set shoes by the door. Easy to pick up again when you're going somewhere, unnecessary to wear in bed. You are in bed. You are not going anywhere. Each small flicker as it dims makes the room a little quieter. The mind, with one less thing running, finds itself fractionally more still. And this is something worth noticing because it is exactly that, a fraction. A small increment of stillness, not a dramatic clearing, not a sudden silence. Just the room a little less inhabited by noise, a little less lit by the faint glow of things still running. One tab closes and the relief is modest and real. Another and the relief is there again. Small. Genuine, yours. The mind was never meant to hold every window open forever. It was meant to rest like this, in the same natural rhythm as the body, as the breath, as the slow things, to have its busy hours and its still ones, its opening and its closing, its working through and its letting go. The letting go is not the lesser part. It is not the retreat. It is the thing that makes the working through possible at all, the same way the tide's turning is not the giving up of the tide. It is just the tide, at the fullest point of its moving, becoming still enough to go the other way. Your mind is at that point now. You can feel it in the quality of the thoughts themselves, how they have lost some of their edges, how they arrive more slowly, with less insistence, the way sounds seem to soften the further you get from the day. There may be one or two still faintly present at the edge of your awareness, a last few flickering things. You don't need to do anything with them. You don't even need to close them deliberately. They will dim on their own as the attention softens, as the mind follows the body into its own form of rest, as the slow patience that has been settling over you since the beginning of this long night finally reaches all the way down to even the smallest background process. They are going. You can feel them going, not with drama, not with resolution, with the quiet dissolution of things that were running because the day was running, and now the day is not running, and so they no longer have anything to run toward. They simply dim. One by one, or all at once in some gentle final softening, it doesn't matter. The how doesn't matter. Only this, the quiet that is left when the last of them dims. And the quiet has room in it. More room than you expected. More room than the busy mind had been able to feel all day with its windows open. It is here now, this spaciousness, this particular and available stillness. And into it, the way something moves into a room that has finally been cleared, comes something softer. And that softer thing, the thing that moved into the cleared space, is not a thought exactly. It has less shape than a thought. It is more like the first awareness of something that has been present all along, beneath the noise, beneath the running and the releasing, a quiet waiting. Something in you that has been, through all of it, through the whole long day and the whole long night, still waiting for something to arrive. You may not have named it. You may not have even noticed it was there, because it is very old and very quiet, and has been doing its waiting for so long that it has become part of the texture of how the day feels, part of the background hum, the way the hum of an appliance becomes invisible until the room goes fully still. But in this stillness, in this particular quiet with the tabs closed and the list set down and the slow patience of things settled over you, you can feel it, the waiting, still running underneath, not loudly, not urgently, just present. You have been waiting, somewhere in the back of all of it, for permission. Not in those words, not consciously, not with any particular destination in mind. But the feeling is there if you look at it, the sense that you cannot quite fully stop until something is resolved or completed or signed off on. That there is a threshold you have been trying to locate all day, and once you crossed it, the rest would be earned. The inbox would need to reach a certain state. The thing at work would need to feel finished enough, or at least far enough along. The plan would need to cohere. Something would need to close or open or land. Some signal would need to arrive from somewhere that said, yes, now, You can stop now. You have done enough. It is okay. And you have been waiting for that signal the way you wait for something that keeps almost arriving, standing slightly forward, slightly braced, waiting for the knock, the notification, the sense of conclusion that would feel, surely, unmistakable when it came. It never quite came. Most days it never quite comes. Not because you didn't do enough, this is important, this is worth resting in for a moment, but because the signal was never actually coming from outside. That's the thing. That's the quiet thing underneath the waiting that is worth looking at directly, here in the dark, with nowhere to be and nothing running and the patience of the night all around you. The signal you have been waiting for was never an external thing. There is no threshold that trips a switch. There is no finish line that, when crossed, emits the particular tone of completion. The inbox does not reach 0 and then send you a soft notification. You may now rest. The project does not arrive at a stage of sufficient doneness and issue a release. The day does not conclude itself with an official reading of what was enough. It just ends, the way today ended. The way every day ends, not with a verdict, just with the dark and your body lying down and the particular quiet of a world that has moved, without ceremony, from one part of itself to another. And the permission you were waiting for was never theirs to give. Not your bosses, not your partners, not the person you were trying to impress or the group chat or the part of you that keeps its running tally and checks it at odd hours. Not the metric, not the algorithm, not the number on anything. None of them were ever holding it. None of them ever had it to hand you. And this is the part that takes a moment to feel. Not one of them is walking around with permission freely in their own pocket either. The person you imagine has their life arranged, and their inbox at 0 and their unfinished things neatly resolved. They are lying somewhere tonight in their own dark, also not quite certain they did enough, also waiting, in their own quiet way, for something to arrive that says *okay, now you can stop. The waiting is not specific to you. It is the background condition of almost everyone, running beneath the busy surface of the day, doing its patient thing, never quite resolving, because it was never pointed toward anything that could resolve it. Everyone is waiting for a permission that no one is in a position to issue. Which means, and you can feel this slowly, there is no rush. The night is long and you have the whole of it, which means it is not being held elsewhere. It has not been withheld. It is not pending approval somewhere down the line. There is no queue it is moving through. There is no gate it has not yet reached. There never was. It is here. It has always been here, which is possibly the thing that makes it hardest to find. Not that it is far away, but that it is so close there is nowhere to look for it, no journey to take toward it, nothing to do in order to arrive. It has been here the whole time, sitting in the same hands that set the phone down and turned the lamp off and pulled the blanket up. Your hands, the same ones that have been doing the day's small and large and often invisible work. The same ones that opened at the end of section 18, releasing what they held. They have been holding this too, all along, the ability to say yes. Yes, now this is enough, you can stop. You can give yourself that tonight. Not when the conditions are met. The conditions will not be met in any final way before morning. They are rarely met. They move as you approach them. That is what conditions do. Not because you completed the list or resolved the worry or figured out the thing that needs figuring out. Not because you earned it through sufficient output or proved your worth through the tallied evidence of your efforts. Just because you are allowed. Because rest is available to you without a prerequisite. Because the permission was always yours to issue and has been waiting, quietly, without complaint, for you to notice that. Tonight, in this room, in this warmth, you can notice it. You can give yourself, not the world's permission, not anyone's approval, not the green light from some external authority that was always only imaginary anyway, just your own. Your own quiet, sovereign, completely valid yes. I am done for tonight. I did what I could with what today was, and now I am here, and I am allowed to be here, and this is enough. That counts. This is worth saying clearly, because the mind that has been waiting for an external signal tends to immediately wonder whether a self-issued permission is really permission at all, whether you can trust it, whether it means the same thing as one that arrived from somewhere else. And the answer, the warm, true, unambiguous answer, is yes. It means exactly the same thing, more than the same thing. The external permission, had it arrived, would have been someone else's assessment of a situation they are not inside. It would have been their reading of your life, which is not their life to read, and their judgment of what is enough, which was never a judgment they were qualified to make. Your permission, issued now, from inside your own life, from inside your own understanding of your own day and your own limits and your own realness, is the only kind that was ever actually accurate. It is the only kind that has ever known the full truth of what you carried today. And it says, yes, rest. So say it. You don't have to say it out loud. You don't have to say it in words at all. It is more of a settling, the way the body settles a little further when the last resistance releases. The way the breath changes very slightly when the last thing that was braced finds nothing left to brace against. A small, interior tilting, like a key in a lock you forgot you were holding. A choice, a quiet one, completely and entirely yours. The most controllable, most available, most genuinely small thing there is. To simply decide that this is enough, and to mean it, and to let the meaning of it move all the way down. You are not behind. You are right here. And you are allowed to be here without the signal. You are allowed to be here without the verdict. You are allowed to rest without permission from anywhere but this. Your own deep, patient, tender yes, which has been available to you all night and which you are finally, in this stillness, giving yourself the room to receive. And as you quietly grant yourself that permission, the waiting loosens its grip and a deeper calm moves in. And in that calm, in the loose, unheld quality of it, something quietly widens. Not inside you exactly, more like around you, like a room that has been arranged for a long time with too much furniture finally showing you, in the shifting of things, how much space it actually contains. Something in the night opens, gently, and what becomes visible in that opening is this. How much of what you have been holding tonight, not just today, but in this specific dark, in the hour since you lay down, has been the world itself, the whole of it. The vast, complicated, perpetually in motion machinery of things that need tending. And you have been, without quite meaning to, keeping your hand on it. You can feel where the hand has been resting. On the plan that isn't finished. On the conversation that still needs to happen. On the thing at work that is not resolved and will, in some form, be waiting on Monday with its patient, impartial face. On the appointment that needs to be made. On the message you have been meaning to send. On the budget that keeps needing a look. On the relationship that needs tending. On the small thing you said today and cannot quite make yourself stop revisiting. On all of it, the enormous collection of it. The world you are responsible for, or feel responsible for, or have agreed to feel responsible for, which amounts to a great deal. And right now, at this exact hour, in this particular dark, every single one of those things is continuing. Without you. The plan is sitting wherever plans sit when they are not being attended to, in the document, in the inbox, in the space between what was decided and what will happen next, and it is fine there. Unchanged, not deteriorating, not leaking, just sitting the way a very organized pile of papers sits when no one is looking at it. Present, patient, mildly self-important in the way of important things, and completely capable of remaining exactly as it is until morning. The conversation that needs to happen has not happened, and this is the same condition it was in yesterday and the day before, and it is surviving the delay with remarkable composure. It will still be a conversation that needs to happen at 7 tomorrow morning. It will need to happen in the same way. Nothing about its needing to happen is changed by your lying here, quietly not having it. It is patient. Conversations are, in their way, very patient. They wait. The appointment that needs to be made, still unmade, still waiting to be made, still entirely makeable at a time when you have a phone in your hand and a waking mind, and the particular small energy required to make an appointment, none of which are conditions present in this room right now, and all of which will return in some form in the morning. The appointment does not need to be made in the dark. Appointments do not work that way. You cannot make this one right now even if you tried. And so the kindest thing, the genuinely reasonable thing, is to let it wait in its little pocket of unmadeness, perfectly intact, for a few more hours. The thing at work, it is at work. It is sitting there in the building, or in the file, or in the chain of decisions that will eventually produce some outcome, sitting there the way it was when you left, the way it will be when you return. Nothing is being asked of it tonight. No one is there to ask. And even if someone were there, even if somewhere in some time zone, some part of this continues to move, it moves without requiring your particular attention right now. It has, somewhere inside its own mechanism, what it needs for this portion of its moving. You are not the only gear. You are not, in fact, the gear that runs while the others sleep. The budget, the message, the small revision you forgot to make, all of them, right where you left them, unchanged, not worse, simply present as all unfinished things are present, occupying their specific and bounded locations in the world and not expanding, not deteriorating, not quietly compounding into catastrophe while you rest. They are the same size they were when you turned off the lamp. They will be the same size in the morning. This is genuinely allowed to be a relief. Not because the things don't matter. They do. Not because none of them will need your attention. They will. But because the needing and the mattering are already built into the morning, already folded into the shape of tomorrow, already accounted for in the way the world works, which is that tomorrow will have hours in it, and you will be in some of them, and in some of those hours these things will be met. This is already arranged. You did not arrange it, it is simply the structure. Days keep coming. Things keep getting tended. Not all at once, not all by you, not all tonight, but steadily, the way things get tended when they belong to a life that is still going. And then there are the people. The ones you carry in a quieter part of yourself, the ones whose names come up in the background of your worry like a low and continuous signal. The friend who is going through something. The family member whose health you have been thinking about more than you let on. The one you are not sure about, the one you have been holding a small, shapeless concern for without knowing quite where to put it. These people are, right now, somewhere in their own nights. They are lying down, or they will be soon, or they are somewhere in the resting hours in their own warmth, in their own dark. And they are being held by the same patient dark that is holding you, the same ordinary mercy of the night that lowers the lights and slows the pace and asks nothing. The same gift. The night does not check credentials at the door. It holds everyone. It is not selective about who gets the quiet. The friend who is going through something is, right now, in her own night. Whatever she is carrying, and she has been carrying something, you have felt the weight of it when she talks. It is still hers to carry, which means it was never fully yours to solve. You can love her. You do. But the caring is not the same as the solving, and the solving is not something you were ever doing by lying awake carrying the outline of her trouble. She is resting, or trying to. And in her resting, she has, for a few hours, stepped out of the shape of the thing too. Set it down beside the bed. It is fine there. The family member, the one you think about with a particular tenderness that sometimes tips, quietly, into worry. They are in their own night too, in their own room, with their own warmth around them, with their own body doing its slow and practiced and thoroughly reliable work of keeping them. The heart, which knows exactly what it's doing. The breath, which does not need reminding. They are held by the same dark you are held by, which is wide enough. It holds many people at once, without any of them becoming confused with each other, without any of them being given a smaller portion because there are so many. You do not need to hold them up tonight. This is gently, specifically true. Not because they don't need care, they do, and you give it, and that counts, but because the holding up you have been doing from here, from this bed, from this dark, has never actually reached them. The worrying does not travel. The caring you feel in the night does not become, through the power of your feeling it, a structural support that prevents something from happening. It is love, which is real, and it is worry, which is also real, and neither of them are load-bearing in that particular physical way. And so the kindest thing, the genuinely, specifically kindest thing, is to let the love be what it is, which is already given, already theirs, already in every act of care you have extended when the lights were on. And to let the worry dissolve a little in the dark, where it cannot do its favorite thing of convincing you that more of it equals more protection. It doesn't. More of it just costs you sleep. And sleep, it turns out, is one of the small and fully yours things that allows you to be there for them when the lights come back. So you are allowed to rest for them, too. Allowed to step back, for these few hours, from the position of the person holding things together. Not because you are not that person, not because your holding doesn't matter, but because the night shift of that job was never advertised, never required, and anyone who has been showing up for it has been doing so voluntarily, from a sense that the whole thing will fall apart without a night watchman. But the whole thing does not fall apart. The whole thing, in your experience, keeps going. It has kept going through every night of your life so far, through every period of rest you have ever taken, through every hour in which you were not actively supervising it. It kept going. It did its thing. The machinery turned without your hand on it, and you came back in the morning and it was still there, still running, not noticeably the worse for your absence. Your absence tonight changes nothing. Sit with that for a moment, not as a statement of your worth, which is not nothing, which is considerable, which is a whole conversation for the daylight, but as the specific, narrow, practical, and merciful fact it is. Tonight, this exact set of hours, your stepping away from the supervision of the world changes nothing that actually needs changing tonight. The plans are fine. The people are resting. The obligations are exactly where you left them. The world is doing its own slow overnight work, which it has been doing for a very long time, and which, it has been established repeatedly, does not require your oversight to complete. You can let go of the whole apparatus. Not forever, not even for long, just for now, for this piece of the dark, for the particular and complete and sufficient space of this night. Let the plans sit. Let the people rest in their own held darks. Let the worries wait in the lobby of tomorrow, which is where they were going to end up anyway. And let yourself, this particular you, who has been holding so much for so long, who has been keeping one hand on the world even while lying down, let yourself simply be here without the holding. The world holds itself for a while. And as that knowing settles into you, as the grip on the vast, unsupervised, quietly continuing world eases, finger by finger, the way a hand opens when it finally remembers it is not carrying anything, you feel yourself sink, just slightly, just a fraction further. Into the warmth, into the weight, into the quiet that is here waiting, that was always going to be here once you arrived. Something else is becoming clear now, in this particular stillness, in this particular openness you have arrived at. There is a weight. Not the big weight, not the enormous thing you've been circling all night, the timelines and the comparisons and the invisible scoreboard that turned out not to exist. That weight has been set down gradually, piece by piece, through this long, careful dark, and you can feel its absence the way you feel the air where something heavy used to be. No, this is different. Smaller, more diffuse, less like a thing you could point to and more like the sum of all the small ones. The decisions. Not the large decisions, those have names and faces and histories attached. This is the other category. The 100 smaller ones. The ones that happened all day at such a pace that you never quite paused to feel their weight as you made them, but you were carrying each one all the same, adding it to the pile, the way you add one sheet of paper and then another to a stack you are holding, and no single sheet weighs anything, and the whole stack eventually weighs something you can feel in your arms. What to say and how to say it, whether to say anything at all, which of the two approaches to take when neither was obviously right, whether to push back or let it go, and whether you chose correctly, and whether you will ever know. What tone to use in the message you finally sent, whether the tone landed the way you meant it, whether to bring something up or to wait. The small, continuous question, running underneath the whole day, of how much of yourself to put forward and how much to hold back, and whether you read the room correctly. Whether to buy the thing or not buy the thing. Whether to bring it up now or let it go until the time felt better, the time that never quite arrived. Whether you overreacted. whether you underreacted, whether the conversation went the way you thought it went, or whether you missed something in it, or whether it doesn't actually matter and you're overthinking it, which is itself another small decision, whether to keep turning a thing over or to set it down, that you have made dozens of times today and mostly resolved toward turning. Each one a small expenditure, a tiny outlay of attention and care and judgment, drawn from reserves you are always managing, always quietly monitoring, and today they were drawn from more than you probably acknowledged. Not in any dramatic way, just steadily. The way a slow leak draws a tank down, not suddenly, but by the time you notice it, you are considerably lower than you thought you were. And the thing is, you made all of those decisions. You showed up for every one of them in real time with whatever you had. Each one was met by you, actually you, present and trying, doing the best reading of the situation that was available to you in that moment with the information that existed at the time. That is a great deal of showing up for one day. And then you carried them home. Not on purpose. You didn't decide to. You would not have said, if asked at the end of the day, "Yes, I'm taking the decisions with me." But you did, the way people carry certain things in the body without meaning to. In a low-grade background processing that keeps running even when the source material is hours behind you. In the way a thought surfaces and then another right behind it, and you are still, in some portion of yourself, at the desk, in the room, on the call, in the exact moment the decision happened, still running it back. You have been holding the weight of the days, deciding past the point it needed to be held. This is a gentle observation, not a criticism. Please hear it that way. You held it because that is what a person does. Because the day carries its material with it when it goes, and the material doesn't always get the message that the day is over. And so it keeps sitting there in your arms, occupying the same space it occupied this afternoon, having no particular awareness of the dark and the quiet and the fact that what it was asking for has already been given. The decisions have already been made. They were made by you in real time, as well as they could be made with what you had. There is nothing left for them to require. And yet here they are, settled into your arms as though there is still more to do, still more to weigh, still another angle to consider. There isn't. There's just the floor. This is what you can do right now, in this bed, in this dark, with these quiet arms. You can set the weight down. Not hand it forward. This is the part that matters, the part that is different about tonight. Not pass it to tomorrow and say, "Here, you deal with this." Tomorrow will have its own decisions, its own small daily expenditures, its own steady draw on the reserves. Tomorrow does not need to arrive already holding what you couldn't set down tonight. And more than that, forward is not a direction that is actually available from here. Forward is hours away, through the wall of sleep, in a morning that is genuinely, completely its own country. You cannot pass anything to it from here. But here, right here, beside you, on the floor you cannot see but know is there is somewhere to put it. Floors are extraordinary for this. They hold everything. The whole world rests on them eventually. They do not need to be asked. They do not prepare for what's coming. They simply are level and solid and available and patient, and what you set on them stays set, and they do not pass judgment on the quality of the decisions you made today, or the ways you might have made them differently, or whether you handled things with exactly the right amount of grace. They just hold. They are very good at it. So let it go. Slowly. This is a slow thing, no need to fling anything away. That is not the motion. It is more the motion of lowering, of feeling where the weight is sitting in your body, in the chest, maybe, or somewhere across the front of the shoulders, the place where a lot of things settle when you carry them too long, and beginning, very gently, to release the hold. Not push it out, just stop holding. The way you stop gripping something not by pulling your hand away, but simply by letting the tension ease out of the grip, by remembering that the hand already knows how to open. The decision you made today that you are still not entirely sure about, you gave it your real attention. You gave it whatever you had in that moment, which was more than nothing, which was something genuine, which is all any decision ever gets from anyone. It has already been made. It is already behind you in the completed past, which is the only place decisions ever live once they're made. You cannot unmake it from here. You cannot refine it from here. You can only, from here, let it rest. And you can feel, as it goes, a small release. Not dramatic. The releasing of small things, despite how much they weigh in the aggregate, tends to happen quietly, almost politely, as though they didn't want to make a fuss on the way out. But it is there. A small, real felt ease somewhere in the front of the chest. A fraction of lightness. Room opening where something was. Take that room. The thing you said today that you are still circling. The one where you're still deciding, even now, even here, whether you said the right thing. You can set that down too. You said what you said. That exchange happened, and it is now finished the way the day is finished, permanently, by which I mean completely. What was said cannot be unsaid, and does not need to be, not tonight, not from this bed. You were there. You said what seemed true. And the person you said it to has, in all likelihood, moved on with their own evening, their own quiet. They are not, right now, running the exchange back at the same speed you have been. Or perhaps they are, in which case they are welcome to do it in their own bed, in their own dark, because it is equally not something you can help with from here. Down. The worry about whether you made the right call, the one earlier in the week, or earlier today, or earlier this hour. Choices are like that. Once made, they are no longer up for tender. They have passed through the deciding and come out the other side as things that happened, which means they belong to history now, and history does not require your active participation to remain historical. Down. The small guilt about the email you didn't send, the thing you forgot, the moment when you could have been more generous or more present and weren't, not for a bad reason, just because you were a person carrying a lot. And sometimes a person carrying a lot is simply not able to give more than they are giving. You did what you could. The rest will still be there in the morning if you decide to look at it, and in the morning you will have something to look at it with. Down. All of it, one by one, or all at once, or in some slow drift that is neither, because the deciding of how to set things down is not a decision you need to make tonight. However it wants to go, let it go. And as it goes, as the accumulated weight of the days deciding slowly, quietly meets the floor beside you, you notice something happening in your arms. They are becoming empty. Not the sudden emptiness of something dropped, which carries a little shock. This is the other kind. The gradual, almost surprising lightness of something slowly lifted, a letting go so complete that for a moment your arms are not quite sure what to do with themselves in the absence of what they were carrying. They settle. They soften. They lie alongside you in the warm dark, not reaching, not bracing, not holding anything, just there. Just part of you, restful, loose, belonging to a body that is not being asked for anything more tonight. You are not behind. You are right here. And with your arms finally empty, with the floor beside you holding what it can hold, which is everything you needed to set down, a softness moves through you that has been waiting for exactly this. For the last thing to be let go so it could arrive. It moves slowly. The way warmth moves toward the center from the edges when something cold begins at last to thaw. Not in a rush, not with any announcement, just a spreading, a gentling, a slow giving way of what was held toward what was always underneath. Something in the chest that has been, without your naming it, a little braced, a little forward, a little effortful, the posture of someone still in the midst of deciding begins, at last, to settle back. The rest of you knows what to do with that. It has been waiting, patiently, in the way of the body and the breath, and the soft things that know without being told, waiting for the last of the holding to release, so that it could do what it has been quietly prepared to do all night. And now it can. The breath is doing something now that you did not arrange. You may notice it if you turn your attention there, though you don't have to. You don't have to do anything at all, and what you will find is that it has slowed. Not dramatically, not as the result of any instruction you gave it. Just slower than it was an hour ago, and slower still than it was before that. The way water settles when the thing that was disturbing it lifts away. The disturbance is gone, and the water, which never needed to be troubled in the first place, simply returns to its own level. Your breath has returned to its own level. There is something worth staying within that for a moment. Not because you need to study it or practice it. You do not. It is already happening, and your studying of it would not improve it, the way watching a tide does not affect when the tide arrives. But because it is worth noticing, in the particular way it is worth noticing when something that has been quietly taking care of you without your knowing finally comes into view. Like finding out, at the end of a long trip, that someone had been carrying one of your bags. Your breath has been carrying something for you tonight. All through the releasing, through the loosening of the grip, and the setting down of the weight, and the long, unhurried work of letting this night do what nights are for, the breath has been there, doing its patient thing, matching itself slowly to the shape of where you were going. You did not ask it to. You did not supervise the slowing. It simply moved with you, the way water moves with whatever vessel it is in, finding the new level each time the vessel came to rest. And now the vessel has come, at last, to something close to rest, and the breath has found the level that goes with it. This slow rhythm it has arrived at, the long, unhurried in, the longer and more unhurried out, the little pause between them that is not an interruption but simply a small resting place, a quiet breath-sized room in the middle of the motion. This is not something you are doing. This is something that is happening to you. There is a difference, and it matters, and it is worth letting yourself feel it. The difference between steering and being carried. You are not steering this. You have not been steering it for some time now. Actually, though the habit of feeling responsible for your own breathing is so old and so deep that you may not have noticed when you set that particular habit down. Somewhere in the middle of tonight, in the gradual releasing of everything that was not yours to hold through the dark, you let go of this too. The quiet, constant, unnecessary effort of managing your own breath, the vigilance that said, watch the breathing, direct it, make it go correctly. That has gone with the rest of it, and what you are left with is what the breath was always going to do on its own, which turns out to be this, the most natural, unhurried, adequate thing. The slow tide. That is what it is, if you listen for it, not listen to it, not analyze it, just let it be present the way a sound becomes present when the room goes quiet enough. In, and then out. A little further out than you might have expected, as though the breath itself is discovering, each time, that it can go a little further, that the out-breath has more room to move in than it thought, that it can empty just a fraction more and the air will still return. It always returns. There is no version of this where the air does not return. The tide going out is not alarming. This is the thing about tides, the thing that makes them the right shape for this. You do not worry when the tide goes out that it will not come back. You have never worried about that. The tide goes out all the way out, past the rocks, past the dark smooth places the water usually covers, into its long retreat, and you do not stand on the shore wondering whether this particular tide has made some kind of mistake, gone too far, forgotten to return. The returning is already inside the going. You know that. And so you let it go. Your breath is doing the same thing. The long out breath, the one that seems to last a little longer than you might have expected, the one that empties to somewhere near the bottom of itself, is already bringing the next breath with it. This is already arranged. This has always been arranged. You are not responsible for the arranging. You are only writing it. And writing is, it turns out, the easiest possible thing. Not because it requires nothing, there is a kind of softness, a kind of willingness that writing asks for, a not fighting, a settling into the motion rather than bracing against it. But that softness is already in you tonight. You have been practicing it all through this dark. The releasing, the opening of the hands, the floor receiving what you set down. You have been, piece by piece, learning the shape of this, and now the shape is available to you without effort. You already know how to not fight the current. You have been not fighting it for some time. So let the current carry you. The breath goes out slow, complete, longer than you could have planned, and as it goes, something in you goes with it. Not all the way out, not gone, but shifted. Like a door that swings open on a hinge and lets the room on one side become, for a moment, continuous with the room on the other, and something passes through, some quality of the air, some small temperature change, and then the door swings back. But the room is not quite the same as it was before the passing. Something has moved through. Something is always, very slowly, moving through. This is what the breath has been doing all your life, underneath every day and night you have ever lived. This unhurried, relentless, perfectly reliable moving through. In and out, in and out. You have taken something in the region of 20,000 breaths today. You did not count them. You did not manage them. You did not, except in perhaps a handful of moments, think about them at all. And yet here you are, having taken all 20,000, carried all the way to this moment on a tide that never once asked to be captained. You are not behind. You are right here. Carried here specifically by this. By the oldest and most patient thing in your experience, older than any of the worries you carried today, older than the invisible scoreboard, older than the timeline you have been measuring yourself against. The breath was here before all of that. It will be here after. It knows the way through this dark the same way it has always known it, by doing the only thing it knows how to do, moving, one breath at a time, toward the next one. You do not have to know the way. The way is being found for you. Right now, with each slow out breath, with each longer and more complete emptying that carries you a small fraction further into the particular dark that deepens towards sleep. The way is being found. You are not lost in it. You have not been lost in it. You were never responsible for finding it. The breath knows where it is going and it knows how to take you there, and it asks nothing of you for the journey except this, the not fighting. The willingness to be carried. The releasing, for this last portion of the night, of the last remaining impulse to steer. Let it steer. Let the slow tide do what tides do. Find their own level, complete their own motion, go as far out as they are going to go, and then bring back whatever the sea brings back on the return. You are not the captain of this. You are something far more comfortable than the captain. You are the passenger, warm, reclining, with nothing to navigate and nowhere to arrive except here, which you have already arrived at, which you are already in. The outbreath reaches its far edge. And there is the small resting place, the breath-sized room, just a moment, just a pause like the hinge point of a swing at its highest, the instant before the returning. And in that pause, which is not an emptiness but a fullness of a quieter kind, you are simply here, not going anywhere, not yet returned, just present in the stillness between one motion and the next. And then the return, easy, unbidden, air arriving in its own quiet way, filling what was empty without being asked. This is all it is. In and out, and in, and the slow, complete, more patient than before out. You are not doing this. It is doing you. And the doing is so gentle, so utterly without demand, that the you being done is becoming, very softly, less distinct at the edges. The border between you and the warmth around you is less clear than it was. The place where the breath moves seems continuous with the place where the blanket is, which seems continuous with the place where the dark is, which is wide and held and still. Your edges are growing softer. The room, which has been quietly here all night, faithful in its familiar shapes and its ordinary dark, seems to be moving gently to a greater distance. Not away, it is still here. It is holding you. It is doing the room's reliable work of being four walls and a warmth and a ceiling above you like a quiet sky. But further, like something seen from a long way off that is no less real for the distance, only softer, only more peacefully at the edge of your knowing. The tide continues its slow work, and you continue being carried. There is a posture the body holds all day that you may not have named until now. Not the posture of the shoulders. You have already let those go, earlier in this long dark, and they are somewhere softer than they were. Not the posture of the hands, which opened themselves an hour ago and have been resting, unclenched, at your sides or across the warmth of your middle. This is a different posture, subtler, further in. It is the posture of the person who is always, at every moment of the waking day, leaning slightly forward toward the next thing. You know this posture. You have been in it so long you may have forgotten it was a posture at all. It is the slight tip of attention toward what is coming, toward the next hour, the next task, the next conversation, the next version of the day that has not yet arrived but is always in the background being prepared for. The body knows it. The chest holds a little of it, a small forward dangling of the self, an orientation that says, there is somewhere I am going and I am already in some small way on my way there. There is the next thing. I am pointed at it. I am ready. You have been pointed at the next thing since the moment you woke up. Probably before. Some part of you, the part that reviews the day before it arrives, that runs the morning from underneath the last moments of sleep, was already oriented forward when you opened your eyes, already tracking, already in the softest sense reaching, for what needed doing, for what needed to be managed, for what was coming and what was owed, and what would require your particular attention when it got here. The whole day was a kind of reaching, and you did it so continuously, at such a low and steady level, that by the time you got here, to this room, to this dark, to this bed, the reaching had simply become the shape of being awake. You did not notice you were doing it because you had never, not once today, fully stopped. Even here, even in the first minutes of lying down, even as the sections of this long night have done their patient work of releasing you, even then, some small portion of you has still been oriented forward, toward tomorrow, toward what is unresolved, toward the better version of you that is a little further along, that has handled what you have not yet handled, that has made more progress, that is further ahead on the timeline you were measuring yourself against. That version, the one a little further on, a little more caught up, a little more arrived, has been sitting just past the edge of where you are all day, and you have been, all day, leaning toward it. But here is what is true right now, in this specific moment, in this particular dark. There is nothing there. Not in a bleak way. Listen to how I mean this. There is nothing in front of you right now in the sense that there is nothing in front of you right now that needs reaching for. The next thing is not here. The better version is not standing in the corner waiting to be arrived at. Tomorrow is genuinely not in this room. And the reaching, the leaning, the slight forward tip of attention that has been the posture of every waking hour has nothing to find. You can let it down. The arm that has been reaching, not a real arm, not one you can see, but real in the way that what the body carries without naming is real, real in the way of felt things. That arm can come all the way back to your side. There is nothing to extend toward. Not because you have failed to find the thing to reach for, or because the things worth reaching for have disappeared. They have not. They will be there. But they are there in the future, which is genuinely, completely somewhere else. And from here, from this horizontal, warm, breath-slowed place, there is no path between where you are and where they are that passes through tonight. You cannot reach tomorrow from here. You have tried many nights, and it turns out it is not a reachable thing. It is only an arrivable thing in the morning, when you wake and find yourself already there. So the reaching can rest. Let it rest the way the hands rested. Let it rest the way the shoulders rested. Slowly, because this is a habit with deep roots, the reaching, the orientation toward what's next, but completely. Let the attention that has been pointing forward come, at last, to point at nothing in particular, or more precisely, let it stop pointing. Let it spread out, softly, the way a light spreads when it is no longer aimed in a specific direction, diffusing, widening, filling the space around you without asking anything of the space in return. There is nothing you need to want right now. That sentence, sit with it for a moment. It is easy to read past it, to hear it as an instruction and nod and keep moving. But it is stranger and more specific than that, and it is worth letting it actually land. There is nothing you need to want right now. Not the next step, not the outcome, not the resolution of the thing that is unresolved, or the arrival at the place you have been trying to get to, or the completion of the work, or the version of yourself who is a little more together, a little further along, a little more acceptable to the internal measuring that runs all day without being asked. None of those things are yours to want right now, not because wanting is wrong, not because those things don't matter, but because wanting is a kind of work. It is the reaching, it is the leaning, It is the energy of orientation. And you are, for this portion of the night, genuinely off duty from that work. And the thing that opens up in the place where the wanting was, this is the part worth staying with, is not empty. It feels like it should be empty. The wanting has been there for so long, pointed at so many things, that its absence might seem like absence in the bleak sense, like something removed and not replaced. A gap where a full thing used to be. But that is not what it is. What it is, and you may feel this right now, in the specific quiet of having let the reaching finally come all the way down, is something closer to fullness. A different kind. The kind that is not loud about itself. The kind that does not announce its contents, or ask to be measured, or compared against some other fullness that looked more impressive online. Just the quiet, complete fullness of a thing that does not need to be anywhere other than where it already is. This moment, as it turns out, is full. Full of the warmth at your back, and the settled weight of your own body, and the slow, unhurried tide of the breath that has found its level. Full of the room, which is here, and the quiet, which is here, and you, which are here, specifically, actually, presently here, in a way you have not fully been all day, because all day there was always somewhere slightly ahead of here that required a portion of your attention. And now there is not. And so all of you is here. All of you, which is more than you might have expected, fills the space that the reaching has vacated, and it fits, and it is enough. And this is the word, even if it is an unexpected one, abundant. You have arrived at a small, quiet abundance. Not the abundance of more, not the abundance of achievement or accumulation or forward motion. The abundance of the thing that is fully present and fully itself and not also partly somewhere else in its reaching. The abundance of being, for this one piece of the night, a thing that is completely here, not in transit, not oriented toward a destination, not measured against a distance still to go. Just here, just this. Just the warmth and the breath, and the loose and open and finally unreaching self, resting in the ordinary, unremarkable, entirely sufficient fact of its own presence. You are not behind, you are right here. Not metaphorically right here, not right here in the sense of emotionally present, but right here in the most literal sense available. Your weight on this mattress, your breath in this room, your hands open on either side of you, your face turned toward whatever the ceiling looks like in this dark, which is its own kind of quiet sky. Right here, in this body, in this moment. Without the lean, without the reach, without the slight forward tip of attention that says there is somewhere better than here, just a little further along. There is nowhere, just a little further along tonight. There is only here, which is all the way along, which is as arrived as anything gets, which requires nothing of you and offers everything that is actually available right now, which is the warmth and the dark and the breath doing its slow and patient and unfailing work, and the fading, very gently, very softly, of the edges of the wanting into something that is not quite anything at all, just the barely lit quality of a mind that is releasing its orientation and floating, a little, in the comfortable directionlessness of approaching sleep. The reaching has set itself down. And what is left, what was always underneath it, all day, waiting for the reaching to get out of the way, is you. Simply you, without the forward lean, without the next thing in your sights, without the quiet vigilance of wanting. Just the warmth of what you already are, already have, already are surrounded by. And the tenderness of that, the particular, unhurried tenderness of having nowhere to go and nothing to reach for, and no better version of yourself standing just ahead, waiting to be caught up to, begins, very quietly, to deepen. It is enough to be here. It has always been enough. You simply could not feel it until the reaching stopped. And here, in that stillness, in the quiet that the reaching left behind when it finally set itself down, you may begin to notice something that has been happening the entire time, without fanfare, without asking permission, without requiring a single thing from you in return. The bed is holding you. Not because you earned it, not because of what you accomplished today, or didn't accomplish, or half accomplished, and then set aside for tomorrow. Not because of how you handled the difficult moment, or whether you answered correctly, or whether you made progress on the thing you were supposed to be making progress on. The bed does not know about any of that, and this is the part worth sitting with. The bed does not care. It holds you the same way it would hold anyone who lay down on it. With the same patient, unhurried, complete acceptance. With the same willingness to receive the entire weight of whoever arrives. And you have arrived, all of you. Feel that for a moment. The full, specific weight of you, not a curated version, not the version that got things right today, not the version you are working toward, all of it, exactly as it is, pressed gently into the mattress. And the mattress receives it, every ounce, every tired, complicated, still slightly worried ounce, without flinching, without adjusting, without making even the smallest sound of assessment. The bed doesn't grade the day before it holds you. That sounds simple. It is simple, and also, if you let it reach you the way it wants to reach you right now, it is something quite a bit more than simple. Because you have spent so much of your life inside systems that do ask, that do attach conditions to the holding. The inbox that expects replies. The calendar that expects attendance. The internal ledger, the one you've been balancing all day without being asked to, that tallies your output against some unclear standard and issues its soft and endless verdict. You are so accustomed to the conditional holding, to being received in proportion to what you have produced, what you have handled, how well you have managed yourself, that a holding with no conditions attached to it can take a moment to actually land. This one has no conditions. The mattress does not know what day it is. It does not know what quarter you're in, what project is overdue, what version of your future self you were supposed to be by now. It knows only what it has always known, weight, and how to receive it. And the weight that is you, tonight in this particular dark, complicated and carrying its own history, and not quite at the finish line and still quietly worried about 3 things you have not been able to fully set down, that weight is received. Completely. Without subtraction. You are being held, right now exactly as you are. And the dark, too. The dark that has been here all night, faithful and unhurried. It hasn't been checking either. It gathered around you when you lay down not because you had done something to summon it, not as a reward for having completed the evening, but simply because that is what the dark does. It arrives. It settles. It fills the room with a quietness that belongs to no one and costs nothing, and is given freely to everyone who finds themselves horizontal in a bed when the lights go out. The dark makes no distinctions. It does not sort the people inside it by what they accomplished or failed to accomplish. It does not ask, before it gathers around you, did you do the thing you said you were going to do? Did you make enough of the day? Did you move far enough along the timeline to have earned this particular portion of the night? It does not ask any of that. It simply closes around you, soft and complete, the same closing that has happened in every dark room at the end of every day anyone has ever lived. And it holds you inside it the way a room holds the quiet, not by gripping, but by simply being what it is. There is no proof required here. You do not have to show your work to the dark. You do not have to explain yourself to the mattress. The warmth that has gathered under the blanket, the warmth that is your own warmth, the warmth the body made simply by being the body, a thing it does whether or not you are having a good week. That warmth does not belong to you conditionally. It is already yours. It was already yours before you lay down. It will be yours in the morning when you wake. It simply is, the way the body simply is, without terms attached, without an invoice, without a moment where the contract was signed and the obligations listed. You are allowed to be held by this. Not earned, allowed. The distinction matters even in the dark, even half asleep, even at this late hour when everything is softening. Earned implies a transaction, something given in exchange for something returned. What you are in right now is not a transaction. It is simpler than that. You are in a bed, and the bed holds, and the dark is here, and the warmth is yours, and none of it asked anything of you first. You came to it just as you were, tired, imperfect, a little frayed at the edges, and it received you. The whole of you at once without conditions. That is what it means to be held without earning it. And the strange, true, quietly remarkable thing about this moment, about this holding that you did nothing to deserve except arrive, is that it is more reliable than the conditional kind. The conditional holding can be revoked. It comes with fine print. Perform to this level, produce this amount, meet these particular benchmarks, and the belonging continues. But this, the mattress under your spine, the dark around your face, the warmth that the body makes and gives to itself without being asked, this cannot be revoked. It is not issued in response to performance. It is simply here, continuously, completely, without the possibility of withdrawal. You are not being held because you did well today. You are being held because you are here. And here, right now, is a complete and sufficient place to be. You are not behind. You are right here. In this body, in this warmth, in this room that asks nothing. The ceiling is above you in its familiar, reliable way. The floor is below, solid and patient in the dark, doing what floors do without ceremony. The walls are where they have always been. All of it simply continues, simply holds, simply receives you, the same you who made the mistakes today and left the thing undone and spent too long worrying about the thing that may or may not be a problem, and still has not fully figured out the part of the life that remains slightly unfigured. That very you, held completely, without reservation, by the simplest and most faithful things there are. A bed, a dark, a warmth. These are yours tonight, not because you earned them and not because you deserve them in any ledger sense, but in the older and more certain sense, because you are a person who needs rest, and rest is what tonight has to offer, and the offering was never conditional on anything except your arriving. You arrived. The rest arrived with you. Feel the weight of that, your weight on the mattress now. Really feel it. The place where your shoulders settle into the surface, where the small of your back meets the give of the mattress, where your legs lie heavy and loose, where your heels press gently down without effort. All of that is being received. Right now, in this moment, every part of your body that has been working all day, carrying you from morning to here, managing the weight of itself and everything else, every part is being supported. Not by your own effort, by something outside you, beneath you, simply and steadily there. You can give it all your weight. You don't have to manage it. You don't have to monitor the giving. The mattress is not going to get tired of you. It is not going to check the weight and find it too much and ask you to distribute yourself differently. Give it everything. The parts of you that did well today and the parts of you that didn't. The parts that are still worried and the parts that have almost let go. Give it the full, unedited, unsorted, unglamorous weight of who you are on this particular night of your particular life. All of it is received. All of it is held. And inside that holding, inside the complete, unconditional, no proof required receiving of this moment, something in the chest grows quieter still. Not empty, quieter. The way a sound fades not into absence but into a softer register, something under hearing, something felt more than heard. The small, ongoing hum of needing to justify the rest, to have done enough to deserve the sleep. That hum, which has been running at a frequency just below conscious thought for most of the day, begins to lose its signal here. Because the holding doesn't wait for the justification. It was always already here. Resting inside this, inside the warmth and the dark, and the faithful, unreserved receiving of exactly who and where you are, your breath grows slower still, softer still, barely a breath at all, and yet perfectly adequate, perfectly sufficient, doing its patient and unearned work of carrying you. The next stillness is very close now. You can feel it the way you can feel before sleep arrives, the loosening of the thing between wakefulness and rest, the boundary going soft. You are held, completely, without condition, exactly as you are, and the held thing rests and the breath barely moves, and the dark continues its faithful and asking nothing work of keeping you inside it, warm and still and finally, simply here. All day you were trying to be the right size for everything that needed you. You may not have called it that. You may have called it keeping up, or managing, or just getting through, but underneath all of those, underneath the doing and the showing up and the holding it together, there was a kind of effortful expansion, a stretching. The way a person stretches to reach something on a high shelf, except you were doing it continuously, for hours, and the shelf kept moving and the things on it kept multiplying, and the reaching never fully stopped even when the arms got tired. You were trying to be large enough for the inbox and the expectations, and the thing you said you would do, and the person who needed something from you, and the version of today you had imagined when you woke up, and the version of your life you are supposed to be inhabiting by now. Large enough to cover all of it, large enough that nothing fell through. And even when things fell through anyway, because things always do, because no one is ever quite large enough for the full surface area of a day, you kept expanding toward it, kept stretching toward the size that might have been sufficient, the size at which the falling through would finally stop. That stretching is what the body carried all day. Not just in the shoulders, you know about those, they've already been tended to, they've already come down from where they were. Not just in the hands, which opened themselves in the dark some time ago and have been resting, soft and unclenched, ever since. This is a different kind of carrying. It is the particular fatigue of having held yourself at a size that is simply larger than you naturally are. The way you might hold a breath a little longer than the body wanted, not because it was needed, but because letting it out would have required you to stop and be a person for a moment, and there was too much still requiring the stretched, expanded, handling it version. Tonight, you can breathe out. All the way, down to your actual size, whatever that is, the size of one quiet person, lying in the dark, in one room, in one ordinary piece of the night. Not the size of everything you were managing. Not the size of the expectations. Not the size the day required you to be. Just this much. Just the exact amount of space your body takes up on this mattress, which is not very much at all, which is in fact quite small in the context of the room, quite small in the context of the house, quite small in the context of the street outside, and the neighborhood, and the city, and the enormous, indifferent, continuously unfolding night that stretches in every direction past the walls you are inside. You are one small thing inside all of that. And I want you to let that be a relief. Because it is. It is a relief, a specific, physical, available relief if you will let yourself feel it. The relief of not having to cover everything. Of being, for this one dark and unhurried hour, only as large as you actually are. Of not performing the stretch. Of letting the expanded version of yourself, the one that was trying to be sufficient for every demand, come all the way back to its natural shape, which is smaller and simpler and softer at the edges, and so much less exhausting to be. Imagine it happening slowly. All that reach, all that expanded, effortful size, imagine it coming back the way a breath comes back when you finally exhale after holding it too long. Not deflating in any bleak sense, not diminished, simply returning to its actual dimensions. Your attention, which has been spread wide all day over every person and task and worry that needed a portion of it, gathering back to its quieter center. Your care, which has been distributed outward in a dozen directions, folding gently inward and resting. All of the stretched places settling. All the held largeness releasing into the ordinary, sufficient, undemanding size of a person who is simply resting. You are allowed to be this small. That word small is usually not a kind one. It is used to diminish things, to dismiss them, to make them feel like they don't count. That is not the small I mean. I mean the small of a warm thing at rest. The small of a cat curled at the foot of a bed. The small of a lamp in a window in the dark, doing its one quiet job without making any claims about it. The small of something that is exactly the size it is and not trying to be larger, not apologizing for its size, not measuring its size against the size of everything it couldn't cover today. That small. The kind that is its own kind of whole. Right now, nothing is asking you to be larger. The room is not asking. The dark is not asking. The warmth that has gathered under the blanket, the weight of the blanket across your legs, the place where your head meets the pillow. None of it requires an expanded you. None of it requires a you that is stretched out wide and managing and covering the ground. It requires only the one quiet body, lying still, breathing slowly, taking up exactly this much space and not a fraction more. That body is all that's here. Not the capable one, not the productive one, not the one who is supposed to be further along by now. Just the breathing one. Just the warm and slightly tired and doing nothing one. The one that has been here, faithful and continuous, underneath every version of you that the day asked for, and that is here now, when all those versions have been set down for the night, simply being what a body is when it is resting, which is small and warm and enough. You are not behind. You are right here. Here, specifically, is one small body in one bed in one dark room at one ordinary hour of one unremarkable night. And I want to say plainly, without dressing it up more than it needs, that this is a beautiful thing to be, not despite the smallness. Because of it. Because of the specific, quiet beauty of a thing that is not trying to be more than what it is, that has set down the effort of the expansion and found in the setting down something that is not less but different, simpler, more itself. You have been yourself all day underneath the stretching. That self, the one that is simply a person, simply here, simply breathing in the dark, has been present through every hour that required more of you than it deserved to require. It did not leave when the expanding happened. It simply waited. It continued being there, small and patient and faithful, underneath the size the day asked for, until the day was done and the size could come back down, and there it would still be, unhurried, unchanged, doing what it has always done. Being you at rest without conditions. Here you are. And there is a particular quality to the smallness, now that the stretching has released, a tenderness in it, as though having tried all day to cover everything and having not quite managed it, because nobody does, because the day is always slightly more than one person can fully cover. This is just a feature of days, having tried and tired and finally come to rest. There is something gentle and almost fond about being this small again. Like finding your way back to a room you know. Like the particular comfort of a coat that fits exactly right, not impressive, not architecturally significant, just the right size for the body inside it, warm and familiar, and not asking you to be other than you are. The small things are the ones that fit you tonight. The breath that moves in and out without being asked. The weight of your own body, which you can feel settled and still, taking up its portion of the mattress without reaching beyond it. The warmth that requires nothing from you to continue. These are your size right now. These are exactly right for the small, quiet, fully sufficient thing you are allowed to be in this hour, which requires nothing expanded, nothing stretched, nothing managed or covered or made large enough to account for all of it. Nothing more than this is needed. That sentence has arrived a few times in this long night, in different shapes, and each time it has been true, and it is true now in its simplest and most specific form. Nothing more than what you actually are, right now, in this body, at this size, in this room, is needed from you tonight. Not a larger version, not a more productive version, not the version that has figured out more of it. The version that is here, which is the only version that is anywhere, which is quiet and small and warm and breathing, and in the particular way that a thing can be whole without being large, whole. Let yourself be small. Let the room be large around you. Let the night be enormous, out beyond the walls, doing whatever the night does with its enormous unasked-for business. And let yourself be this, one quiet, ordinary, unhurrying body at the center of all that space, taking up exactly as much of it as you take up, which is just enough and no more and no less and entirely fine. The smallness is the rest. And the rest is already here, close now, in the way that something is close when you have already, without noticing it, begun to be inside it. The quiet has grown gentler still around you. The edges of the room have softened the way things soften when attention loosens its hold on them. You have been, very slowly, giving your weight to the night, and the night has been, very slowly, receiving it, and somewhere in that exchange the last of the stretched places has come to rest. You are small, and safe, and still, And here, the hour holds this. Not the way something precious is held carefully, worried about spilling. More the way a room holds the quiet, without effort, without awareness of its own holding, simply by being what it is. And what this hour is, this particular one, this dark and unhurried slice of the night, is already whole. That word is worth sitting with. Whole. Because the mind tends to look at an hour and assess it for what was done inside it, what was built or finished or moved forward, whether it was used or wasted or somewhere in between. The assessing happens so automatically you may never have noticed it was happening at all. Hours, like days, like whole stretches of years, have been quietly evaluated as they passed, good ones and bad ones, productive ones and lost ones, hours that counted and hours that didn't quite. You have spent your life inside that habit of accounting, and it is a hard one to notice until you are lying in the dark with nothing left to count. But this hour, this one in this room with this particular quiet that has been gathering all through this long night, this one is not inside that system. It is not waiting to be assessed. It is not accumulating towards something or making up for something or proving anything to anyone. It simply is. And what it is already, without a single thing added to it, is complete. Think of a note held long enough to fill a room. The note is whole at every moment of its sounding, not only when it finally resolves, not only when the room goes quiet afterward, but in every moment it is still being held. It is whole in its middle. This hour is like that. It does not need to arrive somewhere further along to have been worth being inside. It is worth being inside right now, in its ordinary, unremarkable dark, because it is the hour that is happening, and therefore the only hour available, and therefore, in the most unglamorous and practical sense, exactly the right one. You are inside the right hour. Not the hour where you figured out the thing, not the hour where the way forward became clear, or the worry finally dissolved, or some evidence arrived that everything was going to be all right. Just this one. The one that is dark and still and costs nothing, and asks nothing and simply continues, one quiet moment at a time, at the unhurried pace of something with nowhere particular to be. And here is the strange and true thing about an hour like this. There is no behind inside it. The behind feeling, you know the one, it has been with you all through this long night. You've been gently setting it down in different places and finding it again around the next corner. The behind feeling needs a reference point. It needs a finish line further ahead, a position you should have reached by now, some imagined version of ahead that makes where you are count as not yet there. Take all of that away, and what are you left with? Just here. Just the hour. Just the quiet, doing its faithful and unasked for work. Just the breath, which does not know whether you are ahead or behind, has never particularly wanted to know, and simply continues with its own perfectly calibrated rhythms that have nothing to do with anyone's timeline, including the one you have been holding in the back of your mind all day. Inside a moment this still, there is nothing to be late to. Think about that slowly. Lateness is a relationship between a person and an expectation, an expected position, an actual position, the gap between them. But the expectation has to exist first. Someone has to have named a time that mattered, a thing you were supposed to be or do or have become by now. And here, in this specific quiet, who has named that time? The room hasn't. The dark hasn't. The pillow under your head, which knows you only as a warm and welcome weight, has not posted a schedule. The ceiling above you, that familiar, reliable, asks-nothing ceiling, has never, in all the nights it has been above you, issued a verdict on whether you were making adequate progress toward wherever you were supposed to be going. There is no schedule posted in this room tonight. There is only the room and the hour, and you inside both of them, which is to say, exactly on time. On time in the only sense that is actually available right now, present while this is happening, here while this is here, warm and breathing and growing softer at the edges, falling slowly toward the sleep that is gathering the way snow gathers, quietly and without announcement, on a ledge. You are not behind. You are right here. Right here in this hour, which does not need to be a better used hour or an hour in which more was accomplished before the darkness came. It needs to be only what it is. The hour in which a tired person is lying still, breathing slowly, in a room that holds them completely and without terms. That is the entire content of this hour. That is everything it contains. And it is enough, not almost enough, not enough if you give it credit, but fully and simply enough in the way a complete thing is enough, because it lacks nothing. Nothing is missing from this hour. That sounds obvious. It sounds like something you can nod at and move past. But stay with it a moment, because the mind has spent so long inside the logic of lack, the not yet, the still more to do, that a sentence like asterisk nothing is missing can slide right past without actually landing. So let it land. Whatever you did not do today, not missing from this hour. Whatever you have not yet figured out, not missing. Whatever version of yourself you imagined you would be by now, not missing, not subtracting from what this hour is, not leaving a gap where something whole should be. This hour is not a partial hour. It is not a reduced hour waiting for those things to be supplied before it can count. It is whole exactly as it is. As you are. The same wholeness that lives in the hour lives in you, right now at this quiet and unhurried size. You did not become partial because things were left unfinished today. You are a person, and persons are whole things, not whole in the sense of having completed everything, not whole in the sense of having arrived at some endpoint, but whole in the older and more reliable sense. Entirely themselves, present, not in need of supplement. You were whole before the day asked things of you. You are whole now that the day has let you go. The hour is whole, and you are inside it. That is the full fact of this moment. A whole hour, a whole person, meeting each other quietly in the dark, neither one requiring the other to be anything different from what it already is. And in that meeting, in the simple, unremarkable, entirely sufficient fact of being here, the last of the held things loosens. Not dramatically. The loosening is as quiet as everything else in this room, as unhurried as the breath that has been carrying you all the way through this long night. There is no moment you can point to and say, "There, that was when." There is only, gradually, a little less to hold, and then a little less than that, and then the holding itself growing soft and forgetful, the way the hands grow soft and forgetful in sleep without knowing they are letting go. You are not behind. You are right here. The thoughts, which have been thinning for some time now, thin a little further. Not all at once. They thin the way things thin in the last minutes before sleep, growing vague at the edges, less like thoughts and more like the impressions of thoughts, shapes without sharp outlines, the color of something without it being fully named. The mind is doing what it eventually does when it has been given enough warmth and enough stillness and enough patient permission. It begins, very gently, to release the project of itself. To stop keeping track, to simply be without monitoring the being. The hour holds all of it. The thinning thoughts and the slow breath and the growing softness where the edges of the self used to be. The hour holds all of it without asking any of it to be different, without hurrying it toward any conclusion. It is simply the container that this moment lives inside, and it is more than large enough, and it makes no claims and no demands and keeps no record of what it cost you to arrive here. You arrived. That was all it required. And the quiet that has been gathering all night, patient and faithful and always near, grows closer now. Not pressing, settling. The way something settles when it has finally found the place it was always heading toward. The last thoughts soften to something barely there, barely named, the barest suggestion of awareness still resting in the warm and the dark. This hour is whole, and you are inside it completely, with nothing more to be. You are almost there. Not almost somewhere you have to reach. Not almost to a destination that requires one more step, one more thing managed or resolved or correctly done. Almost there in the older sense, the one you may not have had words for since you were very small, when someone sat beside you in the dark and you could feel yourself going, feel the whole long day loosening its hold on you, and the last thing you knew before the knowing stopped was simply, "I am almost there." That is where you are. You can probably feel it, somewhere beneath thought, the way you feel weather before it arrives. A change in the quality of things. The edges of the room have grown softer, not darker, because the room was already dark, but softer somehow, less distinct, as if the walls have very gently decided to stop being architecture for a while and simply become the comfortable boundary of where you are. Your thoughts, which have been thinning since somewhere far back in this long night, are thinning still, not disappearing, just growing further apart. The space between them has been widening the way space widens in a place where there is nothing to crowd it. And inside that space, there is something very quiet and very close. You do not have to go toward it. This is the thing about the threshold of sleep that the wakeful mind never quite believes. The crossing requires nothing from you. You have been approaching it all night, and your approach has been exactly right, and you have done everything the approach required, which was very nearly nothing, only lying still, only breathing, only giving your weight to what was already holding it. And the threshold itself, which is not a door and not a line, but simply the place where one state ends and another begins, does not require you to step through it. It receives you. All you have to do in this moment is the thing you have already been doing, nothing particular. Allow, be here, which you already are. Let the here be enough, which it already is. The falling happens on its own. You know this, actually. You have always known it. You have fallen asleep thousands of times, and not once in all those thousands of times, did you do it through effort. Every single time you have ever fallen asleep, you fell. The word is right. A falling, a release of the held position, a letting of gravity take over, a going down that the body knows and the mind only has to stop interfering with. You have never once successfully commanded yourself to sleep. You have only ever stopped commanding, and then it came. And you are very close to the stopping. Think of the last moment before a word surfaces when you are trying to remember something, the name just at the edge of arriving, the fact that is present but not yet formed. There is a quality to that moment, a particular feel of it, something on the verge, something that you know is there that you can almost locate, that will come as soon as you stop reaching for it quite so precisely. Sleep has that quality right now. It is right there, on the other side of the very next loosening. It has been here longer than you know, patient and ready, waiting for the moment the last small grip releases, and the weight of you simply goes. You can feel the weight now. The good weight of your own body, settled into the mattress, heavier than it was an hour ago and heavier still than a moment ago. Not the heavy of tired in the way tired sometimes feels like burden. The heavy of something that has been held a long time and is now, finally, being allowed to set itself down completely. The way a held breath, when it finally releases all the way, feels heavier than the holding did, because in the holding there was still some effort, some small, sustained work of keeping the chest lifted, and in the releasing there is simply the body doing what the body does when no one is asking anything of it, falling gently into its own weight. That is what you are doing. You may not be naming it as you do it. That is exactly right. The naming is the mind's job, and the mind is growing quieter now, its attention spreading thin across the things it was trying to keep organized. The things it was sorting and planning and holding in careful, vigilant order. Somewhere in the last while, you couldn't say exactly when, because you were not watching closely enough, because you were busy softening, the sorting stopped. The plans are there somewhere. The way belongings are somewhere in a house you have stepped out of. You didn't lose them. You simply left them in the rooms where they lived, closed the door quietly, and came here. You are right here. Not behind, not ahead, not partway to somewhere more worth being. Here, which is the only place the sleep you need can find you, which means here is exactly the right place, the precisely correct location, the one spot in the whole long story of today and tomorrow, and all the tomorrows being worried about on your behalf by a future that has not arrived yet. The one spot where what is actually needed right now is simply available, without conditions, without a commute, without waiting. You are already where the rest is. Your breath has found the rhythm it finds when you are not managing it. Slower than you thought you were breathing. Softer. The breath of someone who is almost asleep is a particular thing. It is not deep in any deliberate sense. It is not therapeutic or performed. It is simply the body's own pace, the one it drops into when the mind stops supervising, and it is very slow and very even and very quiet, and it is the breath you are breathing right now, whether or not you noticed it had become that. Notice it now gently. You do not have to change it. Only notice how slow, how unhurried, the whole small arc of it in and the pause and out, moving at the pace of something that has nowhere to be because you have nowhere to be. The breath does not know about tomorrow's schedule. It does not carry the week or the project or the quiet ongoing assessment of whether you are handling your life correctly. It carries only what breath carries, which is this moment and this one and no others. You are in good hands. Your own body's hands, which are soft and open now, as they have been for a while. The breath's hands. The dark's hands, if the dark can be said to have them. And here, tonight in this room, it seems like it can. Something here is attending to you without being asked. Something in the quality of this hour that has continued its faithful, requiring nothing work of simply being where you are, surrounding you, soft and without edges, the way the most trustworthy things have no sharp corners. You are allowed to let go. You have been allowed to let go since the moment you lay down. The permission was not withheld from you. Nothing was waiting for you to accomplish the right amount before granting it. The letting go was available the whole time. The way a door left open is available. You simply had to be ready to walk through it, and you are ready now because you have been walking toward it all night, and the walking is done. Just this last loosening. If there is any remaining held thing, any last small thought still trying to keep its shape, still trying to maintain its outline in the thinning dark, you do not have to argue with it. You do not have to solve it before you go. You can leave it on the windowsill, the way you might leave something small and unremarkable on a surface, intending to deal with it later, and then forget to deal with it, and then discover that it sorted itself in the time you were away. It will be there in the morning if it needs to be there, and the morning has arms for it. Tonight, your arms are empty, and empty is what tonight asked for, and you have given it, and the giving is complete. You are not behind. You are right here. Right here at the edge of something very quiet and very gentle, which is already half surrounding you, already doing its patient arriving work. The edge is not sharp. You have been crossing it without noticing, the way you cross into sleep every night, not at a particular moment you can name, but gradually, the whole structure of wakefulness simply releasing the last things it was holding and leaving them to float softly down wherever they land. The thoughts are floating now, light and far apart and growing lighter still. The spaces between them long and warm and dark and without urgency. In those spaces there is nothing to do, nothing to answer, nothing to adjust or reconsider or notice you have forgotten. The spaces are simply spaces, and they are wide, and they are comfortable, and they are full of the same faithful quiet that has been your company all through this long and gentle night. You are almost there. You have always been almost there, this whole night, getting slowly closer in the way that slow things get close, not rushing, not pushing, not arriving all at once, but coming steadily and without drama to the place that was always going to receive you. And here it is, very near now, right at the edge of the next breath, or the one after that, or the one so soft and quiet you might not notice it is the last one before the knowing stops. And as you drift right up to that edge, the next quiet opens beneath you like water, ready to carry you down. There is a face you have been wearing all day. Not a mask, nothing as dramatic as that. Something subtler. The face you put on when there are eyes on you, when you are in the world and the world is watching, when you are getting things right or trying to, or at least trying not to visibly be trying. The face of being a person among other people. You have worn it so continuously, and for so long that you have likely forgotten it was something you put on at all. But it is. And underneath the wearing of it, very quietly, some small and careful things have been working. The forehead, for instance. There is a position the forehead takes. You will know it if you turn your attention to it gently, without urgency, a slight contraction, a barely there furrow, the ghost of concentration. It is what the forehead does when you are following something closely, when you are being precise, when you are making sure you understand or are understood or are presenting things correctly. It is a very small thing. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't announce itself. But it has been holding that position with extraordinary patience since sometime this morning, and it has not once asked you to acknowledge it, and you have not, because there were always other things to attend to, and the forehead was simply doing its job. The jaw, too. The jaw is a stalwart thing. It has been set today, not clenched, nothing so pronounced as that, but set in that particular way jaws get when there is steadiness required of you and you are doing your best to provide it. Slightly forward, slightly ready. Slightly on behalf of all the things that needed you to hold it together, to track the thing and respond to the thing and be present for the thing, which is what the jaw has been doing on your behalf since the day began, being quietly present for whatever came next. It is a kind of loyalty, the jaws. It keeps showing up for you. It has kept showing up all day. And then the smaller things. The fine muscles beside the eyes, the ones that live just at the outer corners and never really got named, because they're too small and too busy to be named. They are the calibrators. They have been making tiny, expert adjustments all day. How open, how guarded, how much of what you're feeling to let through and how much to hold back. Which exact combination of warmth and composure was the right face for this meeting, this moment, this person looking at you and forming their impression. They have been doing this continuously and with great skill and without a break, and they are tired in the way that small, expert, never-noticed things get tired. Quietly, without complaint, without any expectation of acknowledgement, because they have never been acknowledged before and they are not expecting to start. They have done a great deal today, your face, all of its parts, together. And now there is no one here. Right now, in this room, in this dark, there is not a single pair of eyes on your face, not a single person forming an impression, not a single moment that requires the right expression, the appropriate warmth, the practiced composure, the face that shows you are following along. The assessing has stopped. The being seen is over, completely, fully, officially over for today. The last shift ended without ceremony some time ago, and the face that has been working since morning can simply stop. Not just rest, stop. Stop performing its small, continuous, faithful performance of you. Stop calibrating and adjusting and presenting. Stop being the face of someone who is managing, or the face of someone who is appropriately engaged, or the face of someone who is fine, or the face of someone who is not quite fine, but is doing their best not to show it, which is its own kind of performance and sometimes the more tiring one. All of that can stop, because there is no audience for it. The room is dark and the room is empty, and the only thing the room is looking at, if rooms look, is the ceiling. And ceilings are famously uninterested in whether you are holding it together. You can just have a face. An unperformed one. The face you have in empty rooms, in the car alone after something hard, in the few seconds between putting down the phone and picking up the next thing. The face that drops the calibration. The face that doesn't know it's being worn because it has no job to do except exist. That face. The one that has been there, underneath, the whole time, patient and private and entirely yours, waiting in the way that the quieter, truest version of anything waits, while the necessary performance is happening in front of it. That face is what you have right now. Let the forehead go first. If there is still any furrow there, and there may be, the forehead is a faithful creature of habit. You don't have to tell it anything. You don't have to press it smooth or instruct it to relax, because both of those are a kind of effort, and tonight you are not in the effort business. You only have to notice it. The way you might notice, with mild and comfortable surprise, that you have been holding a pen and didn't realize it, and simply set the pen down. Notice the forehead. The slight concentration still living there, the ghost of all the things you were tracking today, and then just let that be old news, done news, news from a time that was today and is now very solidly over. You can feel the change when it happens. It is a small thing, the forehead releasing, almost imperceptible. A fraction of tension gone. The skin above the brows settling back into its own shape, not anyone's expectation of it, just its own. The shape it takes when it is simply the front of a face in a dark room, not a face in the world doing the world's work. And in that small release, there is a specific sensation that is very close to the sensation of fresh air on a just-washed face, or cool water on a warm wrist. Nothing grand, nothing dramatic, just the pleasantness of a thing no longer held. Then the jaw. The jaw believes things more slowly. It has learned, over years of days like this, that readiness is required, that steadiness is required, that the jaw is needed and it should stay available. You can tell it, gently, not tonight. Nothing is required of the jaw tonight. Nothing is on its way that needs meeting with steadiness. The whole soft machinery of the face can simply hang in its natural position, which is not ready, not set, not holding anything in particular. Just the jaw, slack and warm. The back teeth parted the small amount they part when you are not asking your jaw to be anything. There is often a warmth in this, when it finally comes. Blood returning to a place that was quietly, unknowingly tight. The jaw has its own small warmth to offer you when it releases, a softness at the hinge, a relaxing of the muscles along the sides of the face that you probably held too long without realizing the holding. And that warmth moves upward, gently, the way warmth does, into the cheeks and toward the eyes. And then the eyes themselves. Not the eyes exactly, but the country around them. Those small, loyal, unnamed calibrators. You can let them rest now. You can stop fine-tuning. The careful adjustments, all the micro-corrections to the amount of yourself you were showing today, all the tiny negotiations between being seen and being protected, all the competence and warmth and precise amounts of each, none of it is required right now. Not for one face in one dark room that no one is looking at. Those muscles can unknit from their position and simply become skin again. Just the skin beside the eyes, which is the softest skin on the face, which has been bunched into service all day and can now, finally, unfold. All of it softening together. The forehead, the jaw, the country around the eyes, once you notice them going, they seem to go together. One releasing, inviting the next. The face finding its way back to something smaller and quieter than the one you wore all day. Not a sad face, not a defeated one, something more like the original face, the one underneath. The one that was there before you learned that faces had jobs to do. The one that comes back when the jobs are done and the night is here, and there is no one waiting on the other side of your expression. You are allowed to be looked at by no one. That is a strange relief, if you let yourself feel it. The relief of disappearing from all consideration, of the face being allowed to be private, of no one in the world at this moment needing anything from your expression. Most of the day, someone needed something from your face, your attention, your engagement, your warmth, the reassurance that you were tracking what was being said. It is a continuous and largely invisible service, the faces. It rarely gets acknowledged, even internally. And the relief of its absence, of walking off that stage entirely, into the quiet backstage of an empty, dark room, is not nothing. It is quite something, actually. You can feel it spreading now, the softening, not just in the face, but through it downward, something in the throat, something at the collarbone. The way release tends to travel from the place where you finally notice it outward, touching everything nearby as it goes. The face was the last thing, the last held presentation. And in its releasing, something moves through the body that is very quiet and very welcome. The final recognition that the performing is over, that the being seen is over, that what is left is only you in the dark, and the dark is not looking. And so the smallest held things let go. One by one, without announcement, in whatever order they are ready. The forehead first, or the jaw, or the fine uncertain muscles beside the eyes. Whatever went last today is what goes last now, and it does not matter which, because they are all going, all finding their way back to the quiet private face that belongs to no one's expectations. The face you have when you are between. The face in the gap between performance and sleep. The face that is just a face, soft in the dark, unobserved, requiring nothing of itself except to rest. That face is yours. It has always been yours underneath all the other ones. Patient, private, softer than you remembered, still here, waiting for tonight, waiting for this. And here it is. The face settles back into the dark, and somewhere beneath it, the last of the held things finds the floor, and the floor receives it, the way the floor receives everything that is finally let fall, without drama, without assessment, with the simple and complete reliability of something that has always been there to catch what you could no longer carry. And here, in all of that settling, in the dark and the quiet and the soft returning of the face to its private self, there is one last thing worth noticing. It is a gentle thing, and a slightly funny one, and it goes like this. Somewhere in the back of the mind, very quietly, there may still be a small and well-meaning voice taking notes. Not a loud voice. It has too much tact for that. It is a murmur more than anything, a low background hum of monitoring. It has been running this whole time while the shoulders dropped and the hands opened and the jaw found its rest, quietly checking. Is the relaxation progressing correctly? Is the breath slow enough? Slow enougher than that? Are all the relevant muscles receiving the correct instructions in the correct order? Is there perhaps a technique that would be doing this more efficiently? And if so, did you try it? That voice means well. That is the endearing part. It is the same voice that remembers to tell you to drink water and notes when you have been inside too long, and generally keeps a low-grade, well-intentioned quality control operation running on your behalf. It just has not quite figured out that rest is not in its jurisdiction. It keeps showing up to the meeting, clipboard in hand, entirely prepared to optimize the unwinding, and there is something so lovably, recognizably human about that. The idea that the mind, already so tired, already doing its slow dissolving, would find, in the middle of that dissolving, a small burst of energy to audit the dissolving, making sure it's being done correctly, making sure you are not, somehow, behind at this. Here is the truth about rest, offered as gently as it can be offered at this hour. There is no right way. There is no technique. There is no sequence. There is no form that must be completed before sleep is authorized to proceed. No one anywhere has ever rested correctly, and thereby earned a better rest than they would have had if they had only lain in the dark and simply existed. The breath does not need to be paced to any particular count. The thoughts do not need to be cleared in any particular direction. The muscles do not need to be systematically visited and released in any prescribed order, as though there were a map and a required route, and some portion of sleep unavailable to those who didn't follow the directions. Rest is not a thing you do. It is a thing that arrives. And the only relationship you are capable of having with something that arrives is the relationship of someone who has unlocked the door and stepped back from it. That is the entire job. That is the whole of what is asked. Not to pull the sleep in, not to construct the conditions precisely, not to perform the unwinding in a way legible to some invisible evaluator. Only to be here, which you already are, and to be somewhat available to what is coming, which you already are, and to let the coming be what it is instead of what you think it should look like. You can let go of even that. The effort of resting well, the hope of getting full marks on the relaxing, the faint, residual attention that has been tracking your own softening, the way you might track a process you were not fully sure you trusted. Will it work? Is it working? Is this what working looks like? You can close that tab, not because the monitoring has been wrong or foolish. It is one of your most loyal features. That monitoring, it has gotten you through a great many days that required tracking, but because it is not needed here. This is not a process that requires your supervision. This is a thing that knows how to do itself, and your supervision of it is the only thing in this room that could slow it down. So the only move is to stop making moves. Which is also, if you think about it, the easiest move you have been offered all day. You have been asked to make many moves today, decisions and adjustments and responses and recalibrations, a long, continuous series of choosing. This one asks nothing. This one is made by opening the hand and letting the effort fall out of it, the way the hands opened earlier, the way the face settled, the way each held thing has been finding its way to the floor all through this long night. It is the same move, made again in a slightly different room of the self. And you already know how to make it because you have been making it, section by patient section, all the way through. You are not behind it resting. No one is. The concept doesn't apply. Resting is not the kind of thing you can be ahead at or behind at. It is not on a schedule. It is not building toward a certification. It is not a performance being compared to other people's performances of the same. And yet, you know this one, some part of the mind has been doing exactly that. Some part has been listening to the breath and thinking, should it be slower? Some part has been noticing the thoughts and thinking, shouldn't there be fewer by now? Some part has been monitoring the monitoring and worrying that the monitoring is itself a problem, which it is, but worrying about it is also the problem. And this line of thinking is one of those rooms where every wall has a door that opens onto another identical room. The exit from that room is not a door. It is simply noticing that you are in it and then not going through any more doors. Just standing there for a moment in the room with all the doors and not choosing any of them, and letting the room become, by the simple act of your non-choosing, a room where you are just standing quietly, and then without drama, without accomplishment, without getting anything right, not even a room anymore. Just the quiet, just the dark. Just the breath that has been doing its faithful and untracked work all along, not waiting for your assessment of it, not performing for your assessment of it, simply moving at whatever pace it moves at, which is this pace, right now, which is fine. It was always fine. The breath was always doing it correctly. The rest was always coming. The unwinding was always happening in exactly the right sequence, which is whatever sequence it was happening in, because there is no wrong sequence, because there is no sequence at all. Only the natural and unhurried arrival of the quiet you were always going to find tonight, at the end of this long, soft night, in this room, in this dark. Rain does not consider whether it is falling correctly. The thought occurs gently, almost by itself. Rain does not check its angle or its speed, does not wonder if it should be coming down heavier to be more effective, does not monitor its own landing to ensure it is making appropriate contact with the ground. It simply falls, the way things fall when nothing is holding them up anymore. And the ground receives it. And the receiving is quiet and complete and entirely without opinion. That is you, right now. The falling, the receiving, both of them, all at once. The weight of you falling very slowly into the weight of what is holding you, and the holding receiving the falling without asking it to be any particular kind of falling, and the whole arrangement being exactly what it is, which is rest, quiet rest, the ordinary and uncertified kind, the kind that simply happens when a tired person lies in the dark and stops trying to do it correctly. You are already doing it. You have been doing it. This has been rest, this whole long passage, not despite the thoughts that came through it, not after the monitoring finally finished, but during all of it, through all of it, in whatever impure and unsystematic and non-expert form it has been taking. The imperfect rest is still rest. The rest that happened while you were still thinking about whether you were resting is still rest. Nothing has to be filtered out of this moment for it to count as the rest it already is. There is nothing to get right. Only the dark and the breath, and the weight of you settling a little further into the thing that holds you, which does not grade the settling, which does not have a rubric for the quality of your surrender, which only ever does one simple and reliable thing, which is hold. You are not behind. You are right here. Right here in the not trying. Right here in the completely sufficient imperfection of this moment, which is resting, which is rest, which is you in the dark, having let the face go and the hands go and the effort go, and now, at the very end, the effort of the letting go. That last held grip, the one around the idea of doing this well, opening now, like everything else opened, like everything else tonight eventually found its way back to open. And the quiet that comes in, where the effort is the oldest quiet. Not the quiet of having gotten it right, just the quiet of having stopped. That is all rest ever was, the stopping. Not the correct stopping, not the expert stopping, not the stopping that got full marks. Just the simple and available and entirely free act of being here, in the dark, at the end of a long day, with nothing left to prove and nowhere left to go, while the night does its old and faithful work of holding you through to morning. Let the night have you. It knows what to do. The road underneath you is very long. Longer than today, longer than this season, or the last one, or the string of months you have been quietly measuring yourself against. The ruler you have been using, the one that told you all day how far along you should be by now, and weren't, is a short ruler. A few inches, held up against something that stretches far beyond what that ruler can see in either direction. This is worth staying with for a moment, not to make you feel better about the measuring, but to let the measuring simply become what it actually is, a small instrument applied to a large thing, returning a number that sounds definitive and isn't. The number is only as true as the ruler is long, and the ruler you were carrying today was the length of a season, maybe two. The road it was measuring is a life. Those are very different lengths. Think about the stretch of road you have already covered without the measuring. Think back not to last month or the month before, but to some earlier version of yourself, some you from several years ago, in a room different from this one, carrying different worries, holding a different version of what you hoped the future might look like. That person existed. That person was on this same road, though in a different stretch of it, unable to see this far ahead. And what seemed enormous then, what loomed then, what kept that earlier you awake, has, mostly, become simply part of the route. A stretch you passed through. A stretch that was hard from inside it and is now, from here, simply where the road went for a while. You passed through it. You may not have thought of it that way. You were probably too busy passing through to think of it as passing, the way you don't think about moving through space when you are inside a car moving through it. But you were. The road was carrying you even when you felt entirely still. Even when you felt stuck, the days were passing, the seasons were shifting. The road was continuing in the way that roads continue, without urgency, without dramatic announcements, simply extending itself one ordinary day at a time until one day you looked up and the stretch that had felt so permanent was behind you. That is still how it works. Right now, in this particular stretch, which has its hard angles and its uncertain distances, and its spots where the way forward is not entirely clear, the road is still doing exactly that, extending. Quietly, without asking your permission, without requiring your supervision, without consulting the timeline you were checking against all day. It is just going, the way roads go. And you are on it, which means you are also going, which means the stuck feeling, however real it felt today, is not the whole truth of your position. The whole truth of your position is that you are moving through something, and have been, and will be, and that this particular stretch is simply one stretch among many. From far enough out, no one's path looks like a race. It is hard to see that from inside the path. From inside any path, there are always people slightly ahead, or seeming slightly ahead, which is not the same thing, though the feeling is identical, and the view ahead is always partial, and the whole of where you are going is always a little obscured by the curve of the road, and the speed of other people is always more visible than your own, because you can see their movement from outside it, but you experience your own movement from inside it, where it feels slower than it looks. But from far enough out, from the kind of distance that lets you see a whole life rather than a Tuesday, what you see is not a race. You see routes, winding, specific, entirely individual routes, each one shaped by the particular terrain it moved through, each one going in a direction that makes more sense in retrospect than it ever did from inside. From that distance, no one is ahead, no one is behind. There are only people on roads, each on their own, each in their own stretch, each with their own particular curve just ahead that is obscuring what is coming. You are not standing still on yours. It feels, sometimes, like standing still. You know this feeling, the sense that everyone else is arriving somewhere while you remain in the same approximate place, waiting for the momentum to return. But the feeling of stillness is one of the things the short ruler does. When you are measuring by the week, or the month, or even the year, the changes are often too gradual to register as movement. The road underneath you moves more slowly than that. It is in the business of the long arc, not the quick leap. And from inside the long arc, from inside the quiet daily continuing of it, it is almost impossible to see the distance you have actually covered. But you have covered distance. You have. That is true even without a precise account of how much. The person you were at the beginning of this road, and there have been many beginnings, many small resets, many moments that felt like starting over but were actually just the road turning. That person did not know what you know now, did not hold what you have learned to hold, did not carry the particular and specific and honestly hard-won understanding of themselves that you carry into this dark room tonight. None of that was handed to you. All of it was the road. All of it was the ordinary and unremarkable and slow accumulation of having lived through the things you have lived through, each one leaving something behind. That is not nothing. That is the whole thing. That is what roads are for. And somewhere in the knowing this, somewhere in the feeling of the long road underneath this night, underneath this particular stretch of worry about where you should be by now, there is a specific and quiet kind of relief, the relief of scale, the relief of being reminded that you are not a snapshot but a sequence, not a result but a route. The measuring you have been doing today was measuring the snapshot. This month, this year, this arbitrary line in the sand that someone drew, or that you drew, or that the culture drew and never told you it had drawn. But you are the sequence. You are the whole long thing. And the whole long thing does not fit inside the short ruler, which means the number it returned today is not your number. Your number is much bigger than that. Your number is every year you have been alive, and every version of you that got through the hard stretches, and every way the road continued when you were sure it wouldn't, and every time what looked like the wall turned out to be the curve. Your number is the whole of it, the beautiful and the difficult and the ordinary and the slow and the surprising and the long, and that number cannot be unfavorably compared to anyone else's, because no one else has been on this road. This road is yours. It has always been yours. It was made exactly to the specifications of the person walking it, which is you, and it is taking you exactly where a road like yours goes, which is somewhere you cannot see yet, which is fine. You are not behind on your own road. Behind is a word for races and schedules and deadlines. The road doesn't use it. The road has no opinion about your speed. It simply goes on ahead of you, quietly and patiently, doing what roads do, which is being there, being reliably there, one step out in front, available to receive you whenever you are ready to take the next step. Not demanding the next step. Not comparing your pace to the pace of the person on the other road over. Just going on ahead, in the way of all the roads that have ever been walked, faithful and unhurried and entirely without expectation. And beneath you, right now as you lie here, the road is still there. It does not sleep. It does not pause because you are pausing. It is simply there, underneath the night, underneath the quiet and the dark and the weight of your body setting itself down, extending gently out in front of you in the direction you are going. You will find it in the morning when you are ready for it. It will be exactly where it has always been, and it will still be long, longer than the short ruler suggested. Long enough to hold everything you are still going to do and be and find out about yourself, in this body, on this particular and specific and entirely yours route. That length is yours tonight. Not to carry, you have already set down enough tonight, and the road is not something you carry. To rest into. To feel the way you might feel the solidity of ground beneath a room, not noticed, not examined, simply known to be there, the reliable fact underneath everything that the floor will hold. The road is like that. It will hold you. It has been holding you. Through every stretch that felt uncertain, it held. Through every stretch that felt endless, it continued. Through every version of you that doubted it, it was patient. It is patient now. It is not going anywhere while you sleep. It is not measuring you. It is not marking in some ledger how far you got today or comparing that distance to any other day or any other person's day. It is simply waiting, the way long roads wait, without urgency, without impatience, without judgment. The same road that has been there from the beginning. The same road that will be there in the morning. The same road that has always, in the end, been longer and more forgiving than the short ruler of any single hard day could possibly suggest. You are not behind. You are right here. Right here in the middle of a road that extends in both directions as far as you can hold it. Behind you, all the distance already covered, all the hard stretches navigated and left behind where they belong. Ahead of you, the quiet and unknowable and genuinely open distance of everything still to come. And here, exactly here, at this particular and ordinary and completely sufficient spot on the road, you are allowed to stop for the night. The road will still be there. It knows you are resting. It does not mind. It has held you this far, and it will hold you further, and the holding requires nothing from you tonight except the simplest thing. The thing you have already given, the thing the night has already taken gently from your open hands. Just rest here on the long road. It will carry you the rest of the way. Something is happening to the thoughts. You may have noticed it, just now or a few moments ago, or somewhere in the middle of all of that, a small and almost imperceptible shift in the quality of the thinking. The thoughts are still here. They have not gone, but they are different than they were an hour ago or an afternoon ago. There is something softer in them, something less insistent. The way a voice gets when it has been talking for a long time and is running, gently and without drama, out of things it needs urgently to say. An hour ago, the thoughts had edges. They had the particular architecture that daytime thinking has, the connective tissue, the internal logic, the sense that each thought was going somewhere and that somewhere mattered and that you were obligated to follow it there. The thought about tomorrow led to the thought about the thing you hadn't sorted yet, which led to the question of whether you would have time, which led to the older and more complicated question underneath that. And underneath that one, the familiar room you have visited many times, the one you know very well, the one that waits for you at the end of certain chains of thought. The thinking had momentum. It had direction. It had, underneath everything, the faint sense of urgency that daytime thinking always carries. The implication that following this thought to its conclusion was something that needed doing. That quality is going. Not dramatically. There is no moment when it snapped off. It is simply less present now. The thoughts are still arriving. They will probably keep arriving for a while, little trailing shapes moving through. But they have lost some of the daylight certainty that they were going somewhere important. They arrive and then they do not insist on being followed. They begin a direction and then they let the direction go. The way a person starts a sentence and forgets what they were going to say and finds, after a moment, that it doesn't matter. The thought appears. The thought softens. The thought becomes something else or dissolves back into the dark from which it came, and another one drifts in from a slightly different angle. This is the border. You are at the border of sleep, which is not a sharp line but a gradual country, a gradual loosening of the mind's conviction that it is in charge of things. During the day, the mind is in charge. That is its job, to track and connect and reason and plan and remember and anticipate, to take the incoming world and make it coherent, to hold things in relation to other things, to ensure that the next thought follows sensibly from the last one. It is very good at this job. It has been doing it without interruption since you woke up, and it did it well today, as it does, even when it didn't feel like it was doing it well. Even when the thinking felt muddy or circular, it was still working, still maintaining the structure of a mind that is awake and oriented and managing. And now, at the edge of this long and gentle night, it is beginning to set that job down. Not because you told it to, not because you found the right technique or got the sequence right, on its own. The mind, like everything else in the body, knows how to do this, has always known, has done it every night of your life without instruction. And it is doing it now, in its own unhurried way, releasing the connective tissue thought by thought, loosening its grip on the logic the way a hand loosens when the thing being held is no longer necessary, not dropped, just no longer gripped. The grip becoming a rest, the rest becoming an open hand. You can notice it. That is the only thing asked of you right now, not to direct it, not to help it along, not to check whether it is proceeding correctly, which you already know by now is not a question the night entertains, only to notice. The way you might notice from a warm room that it has started raining outside, not with any particular need to respond, not with any decision to make about it, but with a mild and interested awareness that something is happening, something has shifted. The sound of rain is now part of the room even though the room hasn't changed. The thoughts are loosening. That is the rain. You are the room. The room only has to be where it is. The thinking is becoming more like weather now. That is the phrase that comes, and it is true enough to stay with. Earlier, the thoughts were architecture, constructed, load-bearing, one piece depending on another. Now they are more like weather. They pass through without attaching. A fragment of tomorrow's logistics drifts by and then disperses before you have to engage with it. The face of someone you spoke to today appears and then dissolves back into something else, something with no particular shape, something that was a thought and then became the impression of a thought and then became simply a movement in the dark. The weather of the mind, passing through, the way weather passes through a valley, present for a moment, then gone, the valley unchanged, the sky the same sky it was before. None of it needs catching. That is the relief underneath this if you let yourself feel it. The thoughts that are passing through right now do not need to be caught. During the day you had to catch them, had to hold on to the right ones, had to track the important ones, had to make sure the necessary threads didn't slip through. The catching was part of the job, but the job is done now, and these thoughts that are moving through at the edge of sleep are not the kind that need to be caught. They are the overflow, the residue. The last of the day's energy moving through in the only way it knows how, which is as thought, because that is what the mind makes of things, but these thoughts are not carrying any weight that requires your response. They are simply passing. They only need to be noticed from a comfortable distance, in the way that you might notice clouds moving across a dark sky, present, and then gone, and the sky the same after as before. The sequence is loosening. This is the other thing that happens here, at the border. Daytime thinking is sequential. That is almost its definition, thought following thought in an order that makes logical sense, each one containing the seed of the next, the mind building its careful chains of cause and effect and implication and plan. But the thoughts right now are less sequential than they were. They are arriving in an order that is not quite the order of reason. They are connecting, when they connect at all, in ways that are softer and more associative and more dreamlike. The way thoughts connect in half-sleep, which is, sometimes they do, and sometimes they simply sit near each other without any clear thread between them, and that is fine, and the mind does not seem troubled by it. This is the thinking loosening its grip on being coherent, which sounds from outside it like something that might need correcting, but from inside it, from right where you are, it is simply what it feels like to be arriving somewhere. The loosening is the arrival. The coherence was necessary all day, and now coherence is being set down the way the other things were set down, one by one, through this long and patient night. The face, the hands, the effort, the grip, and now this last most internal thing, the logic, the sequence, the mind's conviction that things must follow in order and that it is the one who must hold the order together. It can let go of that now. It has held it beautifully, and now the holding is done. And what is left, when the sequence goes, is not nothing. It is something softer than thought, something that does not quite have a name because it exists just past where names apply. Impressions, perhaps, the sense of things without the structure of things, a quality of warmth without a specific object, a color that is not quite a color, more a feeling with color in it. A sound that may be real or may be the mind making a gentle facsimile of a sound. Something heard from very far away, or something so close and usual that the mind has given it its own quiet approximation, because it is comforting, and because at this depth the distinction between the actual and the imagined is soft and unimportant. The thoughts are becoming something else. They are not stopping, they are changing. The way water changes when the agitation stops, still water, but differently still, more still. The surface finding its level and holding it, small movements at the edges and then smaller and then barely. Not gone, just still. The thoughts are going still in the same gradual way. Not an absence of the mind, but the mind arriving at a different register, one that does not traffic in logic or sequence or the necessity of conclusion. One that simply moves through the available dark, loosely, without agenda, touching things gently and leaving them undisturbed. You do not have to do anything about any of this. That cannot be said enough or quietly enough. There is nothing to do. The loosening is happening all by itself, the way the breath happened all by itself, the way the warmth happened all by itself, the way everything tonight that you needed has simply arrived without requiring you to organize its arrival. This is the same. The thinking is releasing on its own, because the thinking always does this. Because this is what the thinking does when the day is over and the body is at rest and the room is dark and the conditions are right, which they are, which they have been for a long time tonight. You are allowed to simply drift in it. The loosening, the gentle incoherence, the thoughts that are more like weather than argument, more like impressions than plans, more like something half heard through a wall than something being said to you. You can let them go on without your attention. You can let them be whatever they are, background residue, the last light movement of a mind that has been working hard and is now, very quietly, very naturally, finding its way toward the particular stillness it knows how to reach. Something like quiet. Something very like it. The thinking going softer, the impressions going softer, the border between the thought and the not thought becoming a region rather than a line, something you are in rather than something you are approaching. And the body, underneath, still and warm. And the dark, all around, unchanged. And the night, doing its old and faithful work, the same work it has been doing all along, unhurried, unchecked, receiving everything that is given to it, holding everything that arrives. Holding this too. The loosening. The gentle going under of thought into something that is barely thought anymore, barely anything anymore. Just a soft and undemanding presence moving through the available dark, needing nothing, going nowhere, arriving, slowly and without ceremony, at the oldest and most familiar place. And that oldest and most familiar place has a name, though you may not have been calling it that tonight. It is home. Not the address, not the walls around you, though they are here too, doing their quiet and reliable job of being walls. Not the particular city or the specific street or even this room, though this room is part of it. Something more interior than all of that. Something that the word points toward before geography takes it over, the feeling underneath the word, the original meaning, the one that existed before you ever had an address to attach it to. Home as a quality, home as a state. The sensation of being somewhere you are entirely allowed to be, without explanation or performance or apology, where nothing is required of you and nothing is withheld from you, where you fit exactly and the fitting takes no effort, where you are, in the simplest and most complete sense, where you are supposed to be. That is the thing. And that thing is here. All of its conditions are present, right now, around you and beneath you and above you in the dark. The warmth, the particular gathered warmth that has been building under the blanket all this time. The warmth that is already yours, already shaped to you, that asks nothing and simply holds. The weight, not heavy in the way of burden, but heavy in the way of being held. The pleasant and grounding heaviness of a body that has been given something to rest against and is slowly, trustingly offering itself to it. The dark, the familiar dark, the known dark, not the dark of uncertainty or threat, but the dark you arrived into tonight, and have been inside long enough that it is simply the medium of this hour, the quiet surround, the dark that means the day is done and the only thing left is this. The stillness, a stillness so complete that the small sounds within it, the faint tick of a wall, a breath, whatever distant and unimportant thing might be moving somewhere beyond these walls, are not interruptions of it, but textures inside it. The way a very quiet room reveals sounds you had not noticed, and the noticing of them only deepens the quiet around them. These are not almost the conditions of home. They are the conditions, already here, already assembled around you without your having to arrange a single one of them. The warmth did not wait for you to deserve it. The dark did not check your progress before settling around you. The weight of the blanket has been resting across you all this time, regardless of what you figured out today, regardless of what you didn't, regardless of how much or how little moved in the right direction. The stillness held. It has been holding since you lay down, and it will keep holding, and it did not need to know your timeline to do that. You were looking for something today. Maybe all day, maybe longer than today. There is a particular quality of looking that is not about finding an object. It is more like a low hum in the background of an ordinary day, a not-quite restlessness, the faint persistent sense that somewhere slightly beyond where you currently are, there is a configuration of things that would feel like arriving. A better position, a further point. The version of the circumstances in which the tightness in the chest would finally ease, in which the looking would stop, because the thing had been found, in which you would know, without having to argue yourself into it, that you were in the right place. That is the feeling, you know it. And here is the quiet thing this particular dark has to offer you, offered gently, without fanfare, the way the most true things are usually offered. You are inside it right now. Not approaching it, not almost there, inside the thing itself. The configuration you were imagining, warmth, stillness, cover, the soft absence of demand, the permission to simply be without proving anything is not ahead of you somewhere. It is here. You are in it. You have been in it since you lay down, and perhaps even before that, the arrival happening gradually enough that you didn't feel it happen. The way you don't feel the exact moment you stop being cold and start being warm. You simply notice, at some point, that the cold is no longer the thing you are in. You can stop looking now. That is not a small permission. The looking has a way of continuing past the point where the thing has been found. The way a mind that has been tracking something all day keeps the tracking open even after the thing is located. The habit of search running on a few moments past its own usefulness. You can close that, gently, the way you close the other things tonight. The search for home. The quiet suspicion that you are still on your way to something. The feeling of not quite arrived that has been traveling with you longer than today, maybe much longer than today. That small and familiar hum of not yet, still not yet. Not yet has become now. Or rather, and this is the thing, the actual thing, now was always now. The home feeling was never a future state waiting to be unlocked by enough progress. It was always this, a warm body in a still room in a known dark, with nothing required and nothing withheld, with the day done and the night holding and the weight of the world somewhere outside the walls where it can wait very comfortably until morning. Those conditions have been the conditions of home every single night of your life, and they are the conditions right now. And the only thing that was ever between you and the feeling of being in them was the thinking that you hadn't arrived yet, that this was merely where you were, not where you were supposed to be, that the real home, the one that would finally feel like home, was still slightly ahead. But this is the real one. This is the one, the specific and unglamorous and completely sufficient one, not the imagined version, tidier and more resolved and fully sorted. This version, with whatever is still unsettled and whatever is still unfinished, and whatever has not yet become what you hope it will become. All of that is part of the real one too, folded into it, no less welcome, because home is not the place where everything is resolved. Home is the place where you are allowed to come with everything unresolved and be held anyway, and nothing about the holding depends on the resolving. The blanket does not know what you have unfinished. It only knows your weight, and it holds it. There is one small, completely ordinary thing that this recognition asks of you, if it asks anything at all. Only this, to feel where you already are, not to find your way to anything, not to achieve anything, not to get the feeling right or hold it correctly or worry whether it is deep enough or real enough or the kind that will still be there in the morning. Just to let the body register, quietly and without ceremony, that it is warm and still and covered, and that the dark around it is a known dark, and that this is home, has been home since the moment you lay down, and that you don't have to keep traveling in your mind towards something that is already where you are. You are not behind arriving. You have arrived. That is the quiet center of this particular hour, held gently here for you without argument, without needing you to believe it on faith, because the evidence is not in the abstract. It is tactile. It is the weight across your legs. It is the particular temperature of this air in this room that you have breathed in and breathed out enough times tonight that it is yours now, familiar now, a medium you are at home inside of. It is the specific and known quality of this dark, which is not all dark, your dark, the dark of this particular place, which you recognize even with your eyes closed, which you could navigate in the way that belonging lets you navigate, not by looking, but by knowing. This is where you belong tonight. And belonging does not have to be earned, which is the thing belonging has always been trying to tell the not quite arrived feeling, the thing the not quite arrived feeling has never quite been able to hear. You belong here not because you completed enough today, not because you reached the place on the timeline that would have justified arrival, not because you solved the thing, or finished the thing, or became far enough along on your way to the version of yourself that would finally deserve to rest. You belong here because this is where you are. Because the night gathered around you, and the warmth gathered beneath you, and the body found its weight, and the dark offered its familiar quiet, and all of that means, this is yours. You are home. And home, discovered to already be the place you are in, does something to the body that is very close to what is happening to you right now. A slow, absorbed warmth, not new warmth added to you, but the warmth that was already there settling more completely into its knowledge of itself. A release that is not a sudden thing but a gradual one, the way a room that has been warming for hours finally reaches the temperature where you stop noticing it, because you are no longer outside it. You are inside it evenly, and the temperature is simply the air you are breathing, and the breathing is easy, and the ease is home. The thinking has already mostly gone. Whatever remains of it is very soft now, impressions rather than arguments, shapes rather than sentences. The kind of thinking that does not need you to follow it. The kind that simply drifts through the available warmth of a mind that has, at last, stopped making its way towards somewhere and is simply here. Here is warm. Here is still. Here is the known dark doing its faithful work around you, holding the room, holding the quiet, holding this particular gathering of warmth and weight and breath that is you. Tonight, in the place you have always been allowed to be, in the place you are already inside, in the place that never required anything of you except arriving. And arriving, quietly and without fanfare, is exactly what you have already done. You are not behind. You are right here. Home already, exactly here. The stillness of it settling in around you now like something absorbed rather than something reached, sinking in slowly, the way warmth sinks in, the way the body finally receives what it has been offered all along, and the receiving is quiet, and the quiet is complete, and there is nothing left to travel toward, nothing left to find, nothing left to look for in the dark. Only this. Only the warm and the still and the already arrived, and the long, unhurried, wholly sufficient dark. The dark outside does not know your name. This is worth sitting with for a moment, not as a melancholy thing, because it is not melancholy at all, but as a specific and quietly generous fact about the particular medium you are inside right now. The night stretched out beyond these walls, beyond this building, across the rooftops and the distances between here and everywhere else that is also, right now, held in the same dark. That night does not know your name. It does not know what you did today. It has not been keeping any record of how far you got, or how much you finished, or whether any of the measurements you carried through the hours amounted to something satisfying at the end. The night does not keep records. This is the thing. It does not have a rubric, the way the clock does not have a rubric, but where the clock was simply neutral in its counting, the night goes further than neutral. The night is generous. It covers everything. The whole wide, complicated, quietly exhausted human world of people, and their days, and their different amounts of done. It draws the same dark over all of it, with the same unhurried hand, the way a blanket drawn gently over everything leaves nothing uncovered and nothing preferred. Not because all days are the same. They are not. Your day and a stranger's day across the city were nothing alike, shaped by entirely different hands and entirely different circumstances, different measures of ease and difficulty, different weights carried from the morning through to here. The night does not pretend otherwise. It is not performing a cheerful equality it doesn't feel. It is simply not in the business of sorting. It has come, as it does, and gathered everything into itself with the same low, steady, impartial dark, not because it decided everything was equivalent, but because comparison is simply not what the night does. It is not what the night is for. Right now, in this specific and quiet moment, there is someone across the street, or 2 streets over, or somewhere further in the same wide dark, whose window is also dark, who is also lying down, who also had a day. Their day looked nothing like yours. Maybe they did more, by any of the measures you might reach for when you're calculating. Maybe they felt, at some point this afternoon, that particular bright and fleeting satisfaction of having moved forward far enough that the measuring paused for a few hours, and they could simply be inside the progress instead of anxious about it. Or maybe they felt, as you may have felt, the particular and familiar weight of a day ending without quite having become what they hoped it would become. The night does not know which. It gathered them into the same dark it gathered you into, the same quiet, the same stillness, the same offer of these hours that requires nothing in return. There is no preferred person here. There is no night edition of the scoreboard that does not actually exist anywhere in the daylight, no second version of it that operates after midnight, checking outcomes and awarding the better stillness to whoever accomplished more. The stillness is the same stillness. The dark is the same dark. The night holds the person who felt ahead today, and the person who felt behind today, and the person who stopped measuring for a few hours, and the person who could not stop. And it holds all of them in exactly the same way, with the same patient, indifferent, ultimately kind regard of something that simply does not compare. There is something genuinely good about a thing that does not compare. You may not have had many of those today. Comparison was available at nearly every turn. The feed, the quiet interior accounting that runs underneath everything and does not need any outside input to keep producing its small verdicts. It was the water the day was conducted in. And navigating it, trying to hold a reasonable and fair picture of yourself alongside all the other available pictures, took something out of you, the way it always does, because the comparison is not designed to be navigable. It is designed to generate more comparison. But you are out of it now. The night does not participate in it. It stepped in, as it does, around the edges of the evening, and then more fully as the hours moved, and it simply is not a comparison-making environment. It has no feed. It has no before and after. It has no version of you that is further along to hold the day you actually had up against. It is only this, dark and quiet, and the particular fullness of a world gone to rest, which is a fuller and more equal place than the world that is awake and measuring. And you are inside it. That is the specific thing this hour holds. Not a consolation, not the gentle reassurance that you did enough, which has its own tenderness, and which this long night has already offered more than once. Something more structural than comfort. You are inside a thing that genuinely does not rank. The night does not grade on a curve. The night does not grade. Whatever the measuring felt like today, whatever the invisible scoreboard returned when you glanced at it between the necessary things, it is not here. It did not follow you all the way in. Or rather, it may have tried to follow you, in the way it always tries, arriving in the thinking as the thinking was still running. But the thinking has been loosening, as you know, setting itself down piece by piece through this whole long and patient night, and what remains is much too soft and quiet to hold any score. The architecture that a scoreboard needs to stand up, the logic, the sequence, the comparing mind, has been dissolving gently back into the dark for hours. The night took it. Without fanfare, without negotiating. The way the night takes everything it is given, not confiscating it, not promising it will not return when the morning brings back the daylight and the thinking with it, but offering simply to hold it through these hours so that you don't have to. The night is very good at holding things that don't need carrying right now. It has been doing this for as long as nights have existed, which is longer than the concept of behind, longer than the invisible scoreboard, longer than anyone first looked at another person and felt the comparison stir. The night is older than all of that. It was here before the timeline, before the first person drew a finish line in their mind and started measuring their distance from it. And in all that time, through all the many thousand years of people lying in the dark wondering if they had done enough, if they were far enough along, if the person in the next village or the next century was somehow further ahead, the night has held all of it with the same hand. The same patient, unranking, quietly generous hand. Not one of those people was given more dark than another. Not one was held more still for having accomplished more, or given a lesser quiet for having accomplished less. The night does not have a rewards program. It has only this, the full portion given to everyone who needs it, which is everyone, every night, without exception. Everyone beneath it tonight is simply a person in the dark. The tired person a few streets over, lying in their own dark, their own specific and entirely private version of the not quite done feeling resting somewhere in their chest the way something similar rests in yours. The night holds them with the same gentle indifference it holds you. The person who had a good day, the one you might have glimpsed at some angle and felt the comparison stir, they are also in it now, also lying down, also given the same ration of stillness and quiet, which is all of it. The full portion. No one receives extra dark for having accomplished more. No one is given a more generous stillness as a reward for a better afternoon. The night is not running that system. It is running something much simpler. It is only being the dark, freely, completely, without condition, drawn over the full day and the incomplete day alike. Over the person who crossed things off the list and felt, briefly, the satisfaction of it, and the person who looked at the list at the end of the day and saw only what had remained. Over the one who felt, for a few hours, like they were exactly where they were supposed to be. Over the one who spent the whole day quietly, privately convinced they were not. The dark arrives for all of them in the same unhurrying way, at the same hour, with the same low and faithful and thoroughly uninterested in outcomes presence. The same dark. And the dark is not withholding. It is, if a dark can be called anything, generous in the way that only truly sufficient things can be generous, because it has enough, because it cannot run out, because there is, in the end, enough night for everyone who needs it, and everyone who needs it is everyone. And everyone is in it now, in their own private dark that is also, quietly and without announcement, the same dark. The shared human dark of a world that goes to rest together without quite knowing it is going together. You are not alone in it. That is a soft and true thing to sit inside, here, at this deep and equal hour. The dark that holds you is the dark that holds everyone. The same quiet gathered around this room is gathered around rooms you will never see, where people you will never meet are also doing this, also releasing, also breathing at a slower pace than they were this afternoon, also letting the measuring soften into something that is mostly just warmth and weight, and the reliable dark of a night that did not ask anything of them before it came. The night asked nothing of them. It asks nothing of you. It has only come, as it always comes, to hold the world through these hours, not grading, not comparing, not checking the timeline before it offers the stillness. Just this, the dark, equal and complete, drawn over everything with the same slow, deliberate, thoroughly unranking hand. And inside that darkness, inside the same quiet that is everywhere tonight, the same vast and patient holding, you are already in it, not approaching it, already inside the thing itself. Held without rank, given the full portion, the same as everyone. And the dark gathers a little more completely now around the room. The same dark it is gathering around every room that has gone quiet tonight, every dark window in every direction. The whole sleeping world drawing itself inward in the way the world does at this hour, breathing slower, going softer, settling into the particular and thoroughly democratic stillness that belongs to no one more than anyone and to everyone equally and entirely. The night does not know who did more. It only knows you are here, which is enough, which has always been enough, and it holds you now with the same hand it holds all the others. Open, unhurrying, asking nothing, offering everything. Just the dark. Wide and still and equal. And you inside it, known by nothing except the quiet fact of being here, which is all the night has ever needed to hold you, and which it will go on holding, softly and without condition, through all the hours still ahead. Something else the night does not do, and it is worth noticing, just now, in the specific quiet of this hour. It does not look at you. All day you were looked at, not always directly, not always a face turned toward yours and a pair of eyes reading you. But there was a quality to the day that was never quite absent, a soft, continuous, low-grade awareness that you could be seen, that you were in a world of other people who were also perceiving, also reading, also forming in some quiet part of their minds an impression of you as you moved through the same rooms, the same air, the same general vicinity of existing together. You knew this the way you always know it, without quite naming it, the same way you know when a light is on somewhere behind you without ever looking back at the light. A background condition, a low hum underneath all the other hums of the day. And so some part of you, quietly, without quite deciding to, was managing it. Not performing, necessarily. Not any more than is ordinary, not any more than is simply what a person does when they are in the presence of other people who are capable of forming an opinion. The face arranged itself slightly differently than it does right now. The shoulders held themselves at a slightly different angle. The voice found its public register, the one that knows it is being heard. Even in the moments when you were alone, in the car, or in a room to yourself for a few minutes, or in those small in-between pockets that a day has, there was probably still some version of the internal audience running. The imagined observer that doesn't always clock out just because the actual observers have left the room. You know the one, the part of you that was scrolling through your own thoughts as if someone were reading over your shoulder, monitoring the experience slightly from the outside, holding the whole thing up to some imagined gaze. It does not need a real audience to keep working. It is diligent that way. You have been holding yourself up to be seen all day. It does not take as much out of you as the bigger things. It is not like the conversation that required something careful or the hours that pulled from the actual reserves. But it is a thing, and it has a weight, and the weight is subtle enough that you almost never name it, because it is simply the background radiation of being a person in a world full of other people. And the day is crowded enough that you never quite get around to setting it down until you are here, like this, in the dark, where there is finally, genuinely, for the first time since this morning, no one looking, no impression forming, no reading, no assessing, no half-conscious awareness of how you are coming across or what this moment might look like from the outside. The room does not observe you. The dark does not form an opinion. The particular and complete privacy of this hour, your own walls, your own horizontal dark, the eyes of the world gently closed behind you somewhere between the last thing and this, is a specific kind of gift, and it is available right now, and it is entirely yours. You can put it down. The presentation, the low background hum of being readable, the slight management of how you appear that has been running, as it always does, beneath everything else today. You can set it down now the way you set something heavy just inside your own front door. When the key turns in the lock and the door swings open and you cross the threshold and you just let it go. The floor receives it. You don't have to carry it anywhere else. The door is closed. The thing is down. Nobody needs anything from you on the other side of this particular darkness. And the management of how you appear in the world's eyes is not a job the night has assigned you. And there is a softness that comes with this, if you let yourself feel it. A specific, immediate, quite physical softness, because being seen has a body, and not being seen has a body too, and they are not the same body. The seen body is slightly different from this one, a little more assembled, a little more held together in the invisible way of a person who is aware of being witnessed. The small presentational muscles do their quiet maintenance work. The face holds a version of itself that knows it is a face in the world. Even posture is a kind of performance, when you look at it, the arrangement of the self that happens automatically in the presence of eyes. But the unseen body, yours, right now, in this dark, is something else entirely. Something more interior. Something that has no public register because there is no public here, and never will be, not in this hour, not in this room. Just the body, just the person. Just the exact and unperformed and wholly unarranged version of you that has been underneath the presented one all day, patient and waiting for precisely this. This is what you look like when no one is looking. And if you could see it, if there were some gentle and undemanding way to witness yourself as you are right now, horizontal in the dark, the face completely quiet, the body given over to the mattress, not arranging a single thing for any eye, you would probably find it more recognizable than the version that was out in the world all day doing its reliable job of being seen. This version does not have to be anything for anybody. It is the original. The one that was there before the day asked it to arrange itself for other people's perception. It exists only for this hour, and for these walls, and for the honest and entirely private dark that has gathered around it. The world cannot see this. That is the quiet and specific fact of it. The world, the reading, assessing, impression-forming world that you were navigating all day is behind you now, on the other side of the door, doing whatever worlds do when the people inside them have gone to rest. It is not following you in here. It does not have access to this room at this hour. And the version of you that exists in other people's minds, the you that someone was reading across a table, or that appeared somewhere on a screen, or that someone reconstructed from memory as they drove home. That version is out there somewhere, held in other people's consciousness, the way all versions of all people are held in other people's consciousness. Partially, imprecisely, through the particular filter of whoever was doing the holding, shaped as much by them as by you. But this one, this version here, lying in this dark, breathing this particular air, with this exact and unglamorous and fully private weight on this exact surface, this version is not held anywhere except here. No one is forming it right now. No one is reading it or retaining it or carrying it home to think about later. It is simply occurring, unseen and unrecorded, in the one space that has always been yours in precisely this way. Your own closed-door dark, where nothing about you is being stored anywhere except the quiet and sufficient fact of your presence. You are nobody's impression right now. That is worth landing on gently without rushing past it. Not nobody, not invisible in a cold or lonely way, just not currently existing inside anyone's perception of you, not a subject being read, not a person whose meaning is being assembled by some other mind. Simply a body in a dark room that no one is looking at, and the freedom of that, the particular and quietly enormous freedom of that, is available to you right now, completely and without condition, the way a door standing open is not a door you have to unlock. You can stop arranging. Even the small interior arranging. The slight internal curation that doesn't always stop just because the outer eyes are gone, the habitual self-observation that turns the gaze inward when there is no outward gaze left to manage. You can let even that go still. There is no audience remaining, not even yourself at your most watchful. The examiner can rest. The presented self and the presenting self can both set down their respective work here in the dark and be simply this: the actual and unlooking and wonderfully private body that belongs entirely and without performance to this moment and no other. No one is watching this. No one will form an impression of how you rested. There will be no record of how completely or how correctly the letting go happened, no assessment of the quality of your settling, no version of you in this exact and private hour stored anywhere in anyone's mind. It is happening inside the one space in your life that is structurally and thoroughly unwitnessed. Your own dark, your own closed door, the irreducible privacy of a person at rest in their own room, which no measurement reaches, which no impression captures, which exists only for you and belongs only to here. The relief of that is allowed to move through you now. Slowly, the way warmth moves, not suddenly, not as a flood, but finding its way into the places where the day's management was still being held, and releasing them, one after another, without drama or announcement. The particular set of the jaw that comes with being in a world that can see you, the slight steadying of the face, the way the eyes hold themselves differently when they know they might be read, the posture that is never quite the same as the posture of a person completely alone and completely unwatched. All of it can simply be here now, undone and unwitnessed. The presentation dissolving back into the ordinary texture of a person who has come to the end of being perceived and is, at last, simply resting. The face you are wearing right now is the real one. Not more real than the other versions, not truer in the sense of better or more authentic, because all of them are genuinely you, the one that was out in the day and the one that is here now. But this one is not arranged. This one is not managing anything. This one has been released from the quiet, continuous job of being someone whose face can be read. And in the release, it has settled into something softer and more interior, something that has no name in it and no task, only the particular and unhurried texture of a person who has finally, for these hours, stopped being watched. The dark has no eyes. And the dark, right now, is everything. Wide and familiar and completely undemanding, holding you with the same open and thoroughly uncritical warmth it holds everything that comes to rest inside it, without opinion, without record, without forming anything at all from your presence except the simple fact of it. You are here. You are warm. You are unseen. And in the unseenness, in that specific and available relief, you are allowed to be only exactly what you are. One quiet body in one private dark, with nothing to arrange and no one to arrange it for, belonging entirely and without apology to this hour, which holds you as completely and as anonymously as the night holds everything it gathers, and which, in holding you unseen and unassessed and entirely as you are, holds you, finally, well. And underneath all of that, underneath the unseen face and the dissolved presentation and the unhurried dark that has gathered so completely around you now, something older than any of it is already at work. Something you did not arrange, something you did not decide to begin, something that started quietly, without announcement, a little while ago, or maybe longer ago than that, maybe from the first moment you lay down and the body felt the horizontal and understood, without being told, what that meant. It has been moving this whole time. Your body knows where you are going. Not in the way that thinking knows something, not as a plan it worked out or a route it studied, not a decision it made, not a technique it learned. Older than technique. Older than the first time anyone looked up the word for technique and understood what it pointed toward. Your body knows the way from waking into sleep the way water knows the way down. Not because it was taught, not because it mapped the route, but because this is simply what it is. This is its nature, reliable and patient, and there before any instruction was ever offered. You have made this crossing every night of your life. Think of that for a moment, Not as a thought to chase, but as a fact to rest inside of. Every night. Not most nights. Not the nights when you were very tired, or the nights when sleep came easy, or the nights you remember as particularly full and good. Every single one. Every night of this life, from the very first, when you could not speak or plan or worry about a timeline or measure your distance from a finish line or wonder whether you were behind, your body already knew. Already carried this knowledge, fully formed, requiring nothing from you. The crossing from waking into sleep, it knew how to make it. It made it. And then it made it again the next night, and the next, and every night in the long, unbroken chain of nights that has led, without gap or exception, to this one. You never taught it how. This is worth staying with, gently. You never sat down and taught your body the path from here to sleep. You never had to. No one walked you through it when you were very small and everything was new. The way someone walks you through a thing you have never done before, patient and instructive and careful to cover each step in order. There was no lesson. There was no learning curve, no early fumbling attempts before the body got the hang of it, no version of rest that you had to practice until you found the right way. You simply lay down in the beginning, and the body, already knowing, already equipped, already in possession of exactly what this moment required, took you across. It has been doing that ever since. All the nights between then and here. The ones you remember as easy and the ones you do not remember at all. The nights when sleep arrived quickly, a soft, immediate thing, and the nights when the mind stayed lit longer and the crossing took more time. Even then, even on the restless ones, the body was quietly at work, doing what it does, holding the path the way a river holds its bed even when the surface is not still. The path was always there. The body always knew it. You were never, not once, in any genuine danger of having forgotten the way, because the way is not something that lives in thought at all. It lives somewhere much older and quieter and more fundamental than thought, and it does not require the thinking mind to be running in order to function. The thinking mind is mostly not running right now. You may have noticed this. The thoughts that were available earlier, specific, sequential, shaped the way daytime thoughts are shaped, with a before and an after, and something they were trying to get to have been softening for a while. They are not gone, not entirely. They are more like weather moving through now than like furniture, drifting rather than settled, passing rather than staying, arriving without quite completing, and then dissolving back into the warm general dark before they have fully formed. The thinking is becoming impressionistic. The logic is mostly asleep already. And underneath it, doing its work without any help from logic, the body has simply been continuing to do what it has always done on the approach to this crossing. Getting you there. You don't have to help. This is the thing, the specific and immediately available thing. You do not have to help. You do not have to guide the body toward rest the way you guide yourself toward a goal, actively, with intention, keeping the destination in view and the route in mind and the effort sustained. The body is not a project that requires your management tonight. It is more like something that has been underway the entire time, moving at its own known pace toward its own known destination, and your only role in all of it, your entire contribution to this crossing, is simply not to get in the way, which you are already doing. The getting out of the way has been happening for a while now, probably without your fully deciding it. The grip on the day's thoughts loosening. The effort to hold the mind at its daytime altitude relaxing, one altitude at a time. The way a bird stops working to stay at height and simply begins to descend. The descent requiring nothing, requiring in fact less than the staying up required, being the natural thing rather than the effortful one. That is what has been happening. And the body, reliably, has been reading all of it. The slowed breath, the weight shifting more completely into the mattress, the warmth gathering deeper, the thinking going soft, and understanding every one of those signals the way it has always understood them, fluently, without translation, in the language it was born already speaking. You are being carried. Not by any force outside yourself, nothing like that. By the body itself, which is not separate from you, but is also not quite the same as the part of you that plans and measures and holds the timeline up against itself at midnight. That part has been setting down its tools, one by one, through this whole long night. What remains is older. What remains is the original machinery of this person. The inhale and the exhale, the heartbeat steady in its own unhurrying rhythm, the warmth at the core of you that has nothing to do with productivity or progress or any of the distances you were measuring yourself against today. What remains is the body doing its oldest and most faithfully repeated work, the crossing. You have never once failed to make it. That is not a small thing. Every morning of your life, the crossing happened. Whatever the night before had been, however long the waking had taken, however restless the mind, however loudly the day's unfinished things had tried to follow you in, you made it across. Every single time. And you will again, in a moment or a few moments or however long the body in its own known way decides it needs, because the body is not working toward a deadline here. It is simply making its way at the pace it has always made its way. The pace that does not need supervising. The pace that is already, right now, the pace of your breath. Slower than it was. Feel it if you can, without trying to change it, the breath that your body has found for itself, the rhythm that arrived without being set, the quiet in and the quiet out that is already a little slower than it was when you first lay down, a little deeper, a little more given over to the weight of this hour. You did not choose that pace. The body chose it. The body is always choosing it, always moving toward its own right rhythm for this point in the crossing. The way a river finds its own depth as it moves through different ground. Not deciding to, not planning to, but simply going where the geography takes it. And the geography of sleep has been receiving you for a very long time. Trust it. Not as an instruction, not as something you have to do, simply as the recognition of what is already happening, the body already in motion, already carrying you, already further along the path than you may have noticed while you were occupied with the other things. The knowing that has lived in it longer than any thought you have ever had is simply continuing to do what it has always done, finding the way down. Finding the warmth and the depth, and the soft particular dark of being neither quite awake nor quite asleep, the border country, the threshold the body has crossed 10,000 times and will cross again tonight as naturally as breathing. Which is, of course, exactly what it is. The breath slows, the weight settles, the warmth finds its own depth. The thinking goes softer, and softer, and softer still, until what remains is not quite a thought, more like the felt sense of being here, exactly here, in this warm and familiar and thoroughly unhurried dark, handed over to something that has never once needed coaching, surrendered to a knowledge that was there before the measuring started, before the timeline existed, before the first morning you ever woke and wondered if you were already behind. The body knew. It still knows. It is knowing you home, right now, in the only direction it has ever been heading at this hour. You only have to let it. Something settles in. Now that is not quite a thought. It has been building the whole time, not visibly, not the way you build toward a conclusion you can point to, but the way warmth builds underneath a blanket that has been settling for a long while. Gradually, and then fully, and then in a way that makes you wonder how you did not notice it sooner, because it is simply the right temperature, the only possible temperature for this moment. That is what this is. The feeling that has been accruing through all of these hours, through the slow lifting of the day's weight, through the gentle dissolving of the timeline and the scoreboard and the invisible accounting, through the face unclenching and the hands opening and the body handing itself over to the mattress with all of its old reliable knowledge, it has been moving toward something. Quietly, without announcing itself, the way all slow and certain things move toward where they are going. And what it has been moving toward is simply this. You are not behind. Not as a reminder, not the reassurance that arrives from outside, spoken in a gentle but still somewhat external voice. Don't worry, you're fine, it's okay. Not that. Something more interior than that and more certain. The way you know your own name, not because someone is telling it to you right now, but because it has been true for as long as you have been here, and the truth of it does not require any ongoing confirmation or maintenance. The knowing just is. It lives underneath the doubt the way the ground lives underneath the weather. The weather was not wrong. The doubt was not wrong, it was real, and it arrived for reasons, and it sat with you through many hours of today that were genuinely difficult in their way. But the ground was there the whole time, and it is there now. And what it holds is simply this, said once and quietly and with the whole long weight of this night behind it. You are not behind. The timeline that made it feel otherwise, and it did feel that way today, and possibly for a long time before today. That low and persistent feeling of being slightly less far along than you were supposed to be, slightly behind some invisible mark that someone or something had placed for the person you were meant to be by now. That timeline was never a real thing. This is not comfort meant to paper over the feeling. This is just the flat and specific truth of it, seen clearly from here, from this still and quiet place. The timeline had no author. No one drew the finish line. No one sat down at any point in your life and wrote out the schedule: by this age, these accomplishments; by this year, this much progress; at this point in the story, this much story behind you and this much remaining, and the ratio meaning something. That schedule was assembled from borrowed pieces. Things overheard, things half-absorbed, things implied in 1,000 sideways glances at what other people's lives appeared to be doing from the outside, from the particular angle that was available. And borrowed things are not instructions. They are not a syllabus anyone issued. They are not a true measure of where you are supposed to be. They were just noise that happened to sound, for a long time, like a verdict. And the noise has been quieting all night. Piece by piece, the way noise quiets when the thing making it is simply no longer in the room. It did not require a confrontation. You did not have to argue it down or out-logic it or assemble enough counter-evidence to prove, definitively, that it was wrong about you. You just had to lie here long enough for the night to do what the night does, draw its slow and thoroughly unhurried dark over all the measuring, over the borrowed timeline and the invisible scoreboard, and the comparing mind that runs so quietly it can sound like facts, and take it, gently, out of the room along with everything else that does not belong to this hour. And the night did that. It has been doing it this whole long time. And what remains, now that the noise has settled, is what was always underneath it. The simple and entirely sufficient fact of being right here. Here, this word, you are right here. Not almost somewhere else, not at some waypoint, a certain number of stops from a destination, marking the distance left to travel, trying to calculate what the ratio means about whether you are doing this right. Right here is not a waypoint. It is a location. A complete and entire location, with its own temperature and its own quality of dark and its own specific gathered weight. The warmth beneath you, the cool beside you, the breath arriving and returning in its own right rhythm, the night drawn completely around this room and everything inside it. And a location that is whole in itself does not require any other location to be arrived at before it is allowed to be real. This moment is not waiting to become something else. It already is, completely. The wholeness of it is not something you have to earn your way into or be far enough along to deserve or hold yourself against the right standard to qualify for. You are inside the wholeness right now, the way you are inside the warmth, not approaching it, already surrounded by it, already held by it from every side. The measuring mind, when it was running, used this moment as a point on a line, a position to be gauged, a place from which the distance to there could be calculated, a marker whose meaning depended entirely on where the finish was supposed to be. But take away the line. Take away the finish that was never actually posted anywhere in the world except in the thought that invented it, and what remains is not a point. What remains is a place, a whole and unreduced place. One that contains everything this moment actually holds. Your breath, and the weight, and the dark, and the warmth that has gathered fully beneath you now, and the night outside that gathers around the building the way it gathers around everything tonight, without preference, without rank, without any opinion at all about how far along you should have been by the time it arrived. You are not behind. You are right here. And right here has always been enough. Not enough in the sense of having finally cleared some bar, having done sufficient things to merit the rest that is waiting on the other side of sufficient. Not that ledger at all. Simply enough, the way this moment is enough, the way the dark is enough, the way the breath is enough, completely, without remainder, without a condition still outstanding. Not because anything was resolved before you lay down. Not because the morning will arrive with everything fixed and the measuring appeased, but because enough is what you have always been, underneath the noise that said otherwise, in the ground that was there under all the weather. The small things know this too. Not the enormous things, not the future that is somewhere past the edge of tonight, not the outcome of the uncertain and genuinely heavy things you held today, not any of the distances that the timeline was measuring. Not those. The small things. The ones that are simply and completely yours. The breath that is arriving right now yours. The weight of your own body settling a little further into the mattress with every exhale yours. The shoulders, which you might feel you can let drop one more small degree right now, not because you decided to, but because the body has been arriving at that dropping for a while, and it is simply ready, and you can let it yours completely. These things are real. They happen today, and they are happening now, and they are more reliably, more genuinely yours than any of the enormous things you were measuring yourself against ever were. Your shoulders can drop. Right now, let them go a little further. There. The breath moves in and the breath moves out, and there is nothing that needs to happen between those two events except the quiet passage of a moment, which is all a moment ever is. The passage of itself, unhurried, without a score attached, without any record of whether the breathing was done with sufficient productivity or at the correct rate of personal development. Just the breath, just this. Just the simple and faithful and always yours arriving and returning of the one thing that has been with you through every hour of this life and every hour of today, through the hard parts and the ordinary parts alike. You are not behind. You have never been behind. The measuring that said so was doing the only thing a measuring tool knows how to do: measure. It was not malicious. It may have even been, in its way, trying to help, trying to orient, trying to give a direction, trying to make the enormous and shapeless thing of a life into something that could be navigated. But it was measuring you against a finish line that was never posted, on a course that was never universal, and the thing it was measuring was something that does not have a correct measurement. You are not a distance. You are not a position on a line. You are a person in a quiet room at the deep end of a night, breathing at the pace your body chose without being asked, held by the same dark that is holding everyone tonight, each one of them in their own private quiet, each one of them carrying some version of the same feeling that you have been carrying, each one of them, right now, slowly letting it set down. And you are enough. Not enough to pass a threshold, not enough as in having finally accumulated the required amount. Simply enough, the way a night is enough, the way warmth is enough, the way a breath that arrives when it is needed is enough. Completely, and without remainder, and without any condition left to satisfy. The ground under all the weather. The thing that was true before the measuring started, and is true now that the measuring has mostly gone quiet. It has always been true. The night just made it quiet enough to feel. And so it settles, not arriving from outside, not delivered, recognized. The way you recognize something that was always yours and that the noise had simply been covering for a while, and now the noise has gone, and there it is, exactly where it always was. It settles the way the last thing settles when there is nothing left holding it at height, gently, without drama, finding its place at the bottom of this still and dark and thoroughly sufficient moment. Not a conclusion, not an ending. Just the truth of it, arrived at last, holding you the way the ground holds everything resting on it, without effort, without condition, without needing anything from you in return. You are not behind. You are right here. And here is whole, and here is warm, And here, in this unhurried dark, with the breath moving at its own right pace, and the body given completely over to what it has always known, here, exactly as it is, without anything added, without anywhere still to arrive, is home. There is one more thing that was moving today, underneath everything else, quieter than the worry and the comparison, smaller than the scoreboard and the timeline, and perhaps harder to name because it never quite announced itself the way the bigger things did. It was simply there, as it is most days, running in the background of being a person who is alive and paying attention to their own life. The quiet project of becoming. Not a bad thing, not the wrong thing, not even something you decided consciously. Most days, it is more like a background orientation than a plan, the way a plant orients toward light without quite deciding to, because that is the direction in which more life is available, and some deep part of it knows this without being asked. You were moving through this day, as you move through most days, with some soft and unexamined part of yourself pointed toward the next version of you, the more ready one. The one that had processed a little more, understood a little more, arrived a little more fully at whatever it is you are gradually making your way toward. The you who has figured out that one thing, untangled that one strand, found the steadiness to begin the thing you have been meaning to begin. The one who is, in some small and undramatic but real way, further along than the one who woke up this morning. That orientation is not a flaw. It is how people grow. It is the soft engine of a life, and it is usually running, and mostly it is gentle, a low background hum of intent and direction, nothing as harsh as urgency, just the general sense that you are in motion towards something and the motion matters. But tonight, just for these hours, just for the space of this one unhurried dark, that motion can simply rest. The becoming can set itself down alongside everything else you have been setting down through this long night. The timeline, set down. The scoreboard, set down. The day's unfinished weight, the comparing mind, the versions of yourself that were being assembled and assessed and held up to the light all day, set down. And now this, too, the quiet ongoing project of not quite being the version of yourself you are working toward. You can put it down gently. There is no version of you that is required to exist before morning. Not a more prepared one, not a further along one, not one that has done the thing that would make the rest more earned or the sleep more deserved. No upgraded version of yourself is required to check in before sunrise. The improving can simply pause. The way everything pauses in the deep end of a night. Not abandoned, not dissolved, just resting, just here, held in the same unhurrying dark as everything else. What you already are is exactly what this moment asks. Not more, not the next iteration, the version that has done the thing or learned the thing or figured out what to do about the thing. Not the you who has resolved whatever is still tender and unresolved. Not the one who will feel more settled in some weeks or months, when more has been processed, and the shape of some things has clarified itself, the way shapes always eventually clarify. That version of you is real and coming, probably in whatever form and on whatever gentle timeline is actually yours, but they are not needed here. Not tonight. This moment does not require their arrival before it is allowed to begin. It is already begun. It is already fully here. And the one it requires, the only one who is any use at all to this particular hour of this particular night, is the one who is already in it. Which is you, exactly as you are. This is the specific and quiet relief of a pause, and it is different from the release of the big uncontrollable things, though it sits alongside them now in the same still dark. The enormous immovable things you could not fix tonight, you know those by now. You've been setting them down all through this long stretch, and the setting down has been real and right. But the becoming feels smaller than those. It doesn't have the weight of urgency or the sharp edges of the undone. It is softer than that, and so the setting of it down is softer too, less like putting down something heavy and more like stopping a gentle and habitual motion you didn't realize was still running. The way you might notice at the end of a long walk that your hands were slightly clenched the whole time without ever quite needing to be. Not painful, not dramatic, just they were doing that, and they can stop now. Your hands are open. The becoming is resting. And what is left, in the space where the project was running, the space that was always very quietly occupied by the slightly better version of you that was expected to arrive at some point and take over, is simply what is already here. The breath that arrived without improvement, without waiting for the conditions to be right or the work to be done. The weight of the body that the mattress has been receiving this whole time, quietly, without requiring it to be a different weight or a more improved weight or a weight that had been through sufficient personal development before it arrived. The warmth that has gathered underneath and around you through this whole long dark, not because you earned it, not because the becoming reached a checkpoint, but simply because you lay down, and warmth is what happens when a body is covered and still and the night gathers in. The warmth does not know about your next version. It just knows you, this one, the one who is here right now, and it receives you completely. That is worth letting in slowly. The idea that something requires nothing from you except your presence, not your readiness, not your arrival at the next stage, not any version of you that is more complete or more processed or more prepared for whatever morning will ask. Just you, the one that is already here. The breath, the weight, the specific and unremarkable and perfectly sufficient body in this bed at this hour in this dark, received completely by a warmth that has no requirements and makes no comparisons. There is a whole world outside this room that is, among its many tasks, generating new ways for you to be measured against what you could become. The feed, the ambient noise of other lives being lived visibly, the background hum of all that motion, all of it offers, almost constantly, a kind of gentle advertisement for the you that would emerge if only you adjusted this, began that, committed to the thing, found the energy, got yourself on the right side of your own timeline. You know the sound of that world. You have been in it all day. It is not cruel, it is not trying to make you feel small, most of the time, but it is oriented always toward motion, toward becoming, toward the version of you that has not quite arrived yet and might arrive. The whole apparatus suggests if you do the right next thing. That world is very quiet right now. Quieted, at any rate, behind the door and the dark and the specific boundary of this room at this hour. It is not following you in here. Its suggestions are not circulating in this air. And the version of you it was pointing toward, the next one, the more arrived one, the one who had done the work and reached the stage and finally felt that the becoming had settled into something like simply being. That version is not needed tonight either. They are welcome whenever they come, in whatever form and at whatever pace is genuinely yours. But their arrival is not a condition. This rest is not a waiting room. You are not here in the meantime. You are here, fully, now. And what you are, right now, is already the right answer to this particular question. The question this hour is asking is not, are you ready? It is not, have you become enough to deserve this rest? It is not measuring anything at all. The question this hour is asking is simpler and older and has nothing to do with timelines or versions or the gap between where you are and where you were quietly trying to get. Are you here? And you are, entirely. The only way you could be more here is if you somehow took up more of this moment, and you already take up all of it that has been given to you, this breath, this weight, this specific and unrepeatable instance of lying in the dark at the deep end of a night, held by warmth and stillness, and the simple, reliable fact of being alive inside your own particular body. The becoming can rest now. Let the motion pause. Feel, if you can, the specific and quiet relief of a project set down for the night, not failed, not abandoned, simply resting alongside you the way everything that belongs to you rests alongside you when you are finally horizontal and still, and the dark has gathered fully in. The project will be there in the morning, if morning wants it. The motion will resume, probably, gently, when the light comes back and the day opens and the world remembers it has things to ask. None of that is lost by the pausing. A river that goes still for a stretch does not lose its direction. It is simply, for a little while, a quiet thing. And quiet things have their own rightness, their own completeness. You are a quiet thing right now. The warmth at the core of you, the specific, unhurried warmth that has been building gently under this blanket all this time, finding its way into the small places where the day's tension was still being held. That warmth is not waiting for the next version of you to arrive before it spreads. It is already spreading. It does not require your improvement as a condition of your comfort. It simply goes where the body is, which is here, and here is enough, and you are inside it already, and there is nothing left to become before that warmth is yours. Your shoulders are low. The breath is slow. The face, which has been so quietly working all day, is soft. And the project that was running underneath everything else, the gentle, habitual, quietly exhausting motion toward the more ready, more arrived, more together version of yourself, is still. Just for tonight. Just for this particular hour of this particular dark, in which no further version of you is required to clock in, and the one who is already here is the one the moment has been waiting for. Not something you are still on the way to becoming. Something that is already entirely here. The breath knows it. The weight knows it. The warm dark that has gathered around you from every side, without asking anything, without requiring the next stage or the further point or any evidence of sufficient progress, receives that truth without ceremony, the way the dark receives everything it gathers tonight, simply and completely and without keeping score. You are enough. Right now, before the morning, before whatever comes next, before the becoming resumes its gentle motion toward wherever it was quietly going. Right now, in this exact and unhurried dark, you are already what is needed, and nothing else is required, and the becoming is resting alongside you in the stillness. And rest, not the earned kind, not the reward kind, just the simple and open and always available kind, is here. It has always been here. Waiting, very patiently, for you to stop moving long enough to find it. Listen. Not for something. That kind of listening is still the day's work, still the forward-leaning attention of a person who is tracking something, expecting something, wanting something to come around a corner and be resolved. Not that. Something much softer and closer than that. Simply notice. In the quiet that has gathered completely in this room now, at the bottom of this long and thoroughly unhurried night, there is a sound you have been making this whole time without attending to it. Your own breathing. You can hear it if the room is quiet enough, and the room is quiet enough. It has been getting quieter for a long time. Everything that is not this slowly drawing back until what remains is mostly just the dark and the warmth and the weight. And underneath it all, barely there, almost too quiet to count as a sound at all, the small and steady evidence of your own aliveness. It is softer than you might have expected. Slower, probably, than it was when you first lay down. Not because you slowed it, not because you remembered to breathe deeply or told yourself to release, not because you did anything at all. The body, faithful and patient and entirely in charge of its own right rhythm, has been finding its way here for a long time now, working without instruction toward exactly this. And this is where it has arrived. This particular quiet pace, this particular softness, this particular sound that is your body's own way of saying, without words, without ceremony, in the only language it ever actually speaks, that rest is already here. You did not have to send for it. You did not have to earn it, or prepare for it, or lie in exactly the right position, or practice the correct sequence of thoughts before it would agree to come. It was already coming. From the first moment you lay down and the body understood what the horizontal meant, it was already on its way, quietly, without announcement, in the way that certain inevitable things move. Not toward you in a rush, nothing like that. Simply closer, and then closer still, and then here, all the way here. And the soft evidence of its arrival is the sound of an exhale that is already a little longer than the one before it. There is something specific about hearing the breath. Not feeling it, which you have been doing in some quiet way all night. The chest moving. The small shift of weight with each inhale, the faint warmth of the air as it returns, but hearing it is a different thing entirely. It requires a particular quality of quiet to hear, The kind of quiet that does not exist at noon or even at 9 in the evening. The kind that only comes at this hour, when the house has finished whatever small settling work it does through the night, when the sounds from outside have thinned past the point of registering, when the room has slowly given up all its daytime noise. The notifications, the hum of something always somewhere being processed or expected. The low background frequency of being a person in a world that has things to say. All of that has gone very quiet now, and so the breath surfaces, soft and close and already here, the way something surfaces when the water above it finally, completely stills. Just that small sound. And it is not asking anything of you. It is not a technique requiring your correct execution, not a practice demanding your sustained attention and your willingness to return to it every time the mind drifts, not an exercise, not a discipline, not one more thing for you to do properly before you are allowed to feel the benefit. It is simply a sound your body is making, as it has been making it this whole night, as it has been making it every night of your life, without instruction, without effort on anyone's part, needing nothing from you except to be the person it belongs to. And you have been doing that, just being the person this breath belongs to, just being here, which is the only thing this moment has been asking, and you have been doing it so long now that you have probably stopped noticing it as an act at all, which is exactly right, which is exactly what it looks like when someone is very nearly across. The sound continues, in and out. You don't have to do anything with it. That is the specific and quiet thing about this, perhaps the specific and quiet thing about this whole long night. After all the gentle setting down and the slow releasing and the gradual lifting of what the day left on you. The thing that is left does not require anything. The breath does not need correcting. The body's rhythm does not need supervision or adjustment or your active participation to keep going. The sound it makes as it moves through this hour is already the right sound, at already the right pace, and your only relationship to it, your entire job, which is barely a job at all, which is in fact the smallest possible job, smaller even than the small jobs you were offered earlier in the night, is simply to let it be there. Which is nothing. Which is, at this particular hour, everything. It is the sound of this room at its most honest, not performing anything, not presenting anything, not arranging the impression it makes on anyone because there is no one here to manage it for, no gaze left to orient toward. Just a body in the dark doing the one oldest thing. Breathing in and breathing out, in and out, with the same faithful and entirely unconcerned patience that slow and lasting things always have. Not because they are wise, not because they made a decision to be patient, but simply because this is what they are, and what they are is enough, and enough is not a bar they cleared. It is simply what they are. You are like that right now. Not as a metaphor, it is very late and your mind is soft and the abstractions can put themselves away. Just plainly, specifically, concretely, you are like that right now, simple and faithful, breathing in and breathing out. The sound of it barely a whisper in this quiet room, but real as anything this night contains, more real in some ways than the enormous things that seem to require your constant attention all day, because those things were mostly futures and possibilities and distances and assessments. And this is an actual sound happening in actual air, right here, made by your actual body, which has not stopped doing its work for a single moment of this entire night, and does not intend to stop now. It has been going this whole time, without your help. Think of that gently from wherever you are. All the hours of this long night, the setting down of the timeline, the lifting of the comparison, the slow and unhurried releasing of the becoming, the face unclenching, the hands opening through all of it, the breath simply continued. There was no point at which it needed you to step in. No moment where you had to supervise the exhale or remind the inhale to return. It did what it does, every time, with the kind of reliability that is so deep it has stopped resembling effort and has become indistinguishable from simply being. The way a river keeps moving when no one is watching it. The way this particular dark keeps gathering around this particular room every night without a reminder. You are being held by something that makes a sound. That is a small and specific thing to notice, but it is good to notice it tonight. The holding is not silent or not entirely. It has this one soft sound, the sound of the breath arriving and the breath returning, the inhale and the exhale, which are two parts of the same motion. One thing done in two directions, and it is so quiet. Quiet enough that you might have missed it if the room had not become exactly this still. Which is perhaps, in some soft and unplanned way, why this hour has been becoming this still, slowly, from the very beginning of this long night, so that you could be here for this without trying to be, without having needed to arrange it. Just here, hearing it. Not behind the breath, chasing some state that is supposed to be on the other side of it. Not ahead of it, waiting for it to deliver you somewhere more restful, more arrived. Simply alongside it, the way you are alongside everything in this moment. The dark, and the warmth, and the weight of your own body, which the mattress has been receiving for so long now that the receiving has become indistinguishable from simply being held. You cannot quite tell where the bed ends and the being held begins. That border dissolved a while ago, and that is good. That is the soft, warm blur of the edge you have been approaching all night, without hurry, without needing to know you were approaching it. You are not behind. You are right here. And here in this unhurried room, in this completely gathered dark, in the company of this small sound of this particular breath, is the whole of it. Not a waypoint on the way to something more restful, not a pause between two more important things. The whole of what this night has been slowly, patiently arranging around you, without asking you to notice, without requiring your direction or your approval. The becoming is resting. The timeline is quiet. The scoreboard went dark a very long time ago. And what is left is not a consolation for the things that got set down, not an absence where all the measuring used to be. It is something in its own right, something with its own presence and its own soft and faithful sound. It is the sound of rest itself. Already here, already doing its unmanaged work. The breath moves in. The breath moves out. That small sound, barely a sound at all, in this room that has become so gently and completely quiet, continues on its own, patient and soft and requiring nothing, and the silence that gathers around it is not empty silence. It is not the silence of something missing. It is the full and warm and gathered silence of a night that has been holding you this whole time, without condition, without score, without any opinion about the pace at which you arrived here or the things that were and were not done before you lay down. The silence around the sound is as kind as the sound itself. Both of them are simply here, with you, in this dark that asks for nothing and offers everything it has to offer, which is warmth and stillness, and the small continued faithful proof of your own breathing, and the very specific and real and grounded knowledge that you are in a room, and the room is quiet, and the night is holding the room, and the breath is moving on its own without any help from you at all. That small sound. There. And there again. Continuing, as it has always continued, on into the soft and waiting dark. And somewhere in the listening, somewhere in that very soft attending to the sound of the breath, which has been moving on its own this whole time without needing any direction from you, you may have noticed something that is harder to name, but that has been happening alongside it. The edges have been going. Not all at once, and not dramatically. Nothing like that, not tonight, not here at the bottom of this long and thoroughly unhurried dark. Not a sudden thing. More the way fog thickens without you seeing any single moment of the thickening. You look up and the far line of trees is still there, and you look again a little later and it is softer somehow, the outline less definite, the shape still recognizable but the certainty of it beginning to yield. That kind of thing. Gradual and quiet, and already well underway before you thought to look. The edge of the day, for instance. Earlier tonight, when you first lay down and the day was close, still sitting right there beside you, still warm and present and capable of producing new worries if you let it, it had a definite shape. You could have traced it if asked. The thing that happened, the thing that didn't, the version of yourself that moved through all of it, the face you put forward and the tiredness underneath. It was all quite specific, quite contained. The day had a clear and bordered feeling, the way something feels when it is recent, and when the mind has not yet had the chance to begin its natural work of softening and simplifying. But the day is not quite so definite now. It is still there, somewhere in the back of all of this. It has not vanished. You are not trying to make it vanish, and the trying was never required anyway. But its edges have gone soft. The sharp outline of it has blurred a little at the border, the way the far line of anything blurs when you stop focusing so precisely on it. The things that felt urgent have lost their specific pressure. The shape of the worry, which was so detailed earlier, has become something more approximate, still there in the way that weather is still there when it has mostly passed. A quality in the air, a felt residue, but not the urgent and specific thing it was when you first arrived. This is the mind doing what it knows how to do. Not because you told it to, not because you guided it toward this softening with the correct sequence of thoughts or the proper practice of releasing. The mind, left alone in the dark for long enough, with the breath going at its own right pace and the body settled and the room holding its quiet completely. The mind finds this on its own. It has always found this. Every night without instruction, the same quiet process. The definitions loosening, the sharp edges of the day's feelings giving a little, the worries that required such precise holding becoming approximate, and then general, and then simply a soft presence at a soft distance, nothing requiring any further attention from you. It is the mind's own intelligence. Not failure, not confusion, not something going wrong, not a muddle you have accidentally fallen into because you forgot to stay sharp. The opposite, in fact, this softening is what the thinking mind does when it has finally, genuinely been given permission to stop being precise. All day it was precise. It had to be. Tracking, assessing, comparing, evaluating, deciding, second-guessing, tracking again. Precision was the tool it needed. The mind is very good at precision. It spent today being exactly as precise as today required, and it is good at that, and it did that. But precision is not the only thing it knows. It also knows this, the loosening, the gradual and intelligent softening of everything that no longer needs to be held at that kind of resolution. And it has been moving toward this since the moment you lay down, the way a hand that has been gripping something for a long time begins, very slowly, to remember what open feels like. Not because someone pried it open, not because it decided, exactly, because the thing it was gripping is no longer here. And without anything to grip, the hand finds its way to open on its own, as it was always going to. Your thoughts have been doing that. You may feel it if you look very gently, which is the only kind of looking that applies here at this hour, in this particular quality of soft and gathered dark. A kind of looking without focus. The way your eyes go when you stop trying to see something specific and simply let them rest. That kind of looking. From there, you can feel it. The thoughts that are still moving, if any are moving, have lost their insistence. They are not connecting the way they were at noon. They do not have the same logical grip on each other, the way thoughts do when the daytime mind is fully engaged, one thought following from the last in a chain that means something and is going somewhere. The chain has loosened. The links have softened. The thoughts, if they are still happening, are happening in the way that things happen just before sleep. A little impressionistic, a little wide, a little without consequence, like shapes seen through water. That is a good sign. Not that you needed a sign. Not that anyone is keeping score on the quality or depth or correctness of your dissolving. There is no rubric for the right way to approach sleep. There was never one, and this whole long night has been part of the gentle project of releasing the feeling that there ought to be. But it is worth noticing, and noticing warmly as a simple and specific fact. The thoughts are softer now. Their edges are not where they were. The day's careful logic has begun to give way to something less structured and more spacious and considerably more kind. There is nothing you need to do with this information. It is not a command or an instruction or an invitation to try for something further. Simply a fact offered gently about where you are, which is at the edge. Not the edge of something frightening, nothing like that, no sharp drop, no cliff, nothing that requires bracing. The gentlest possible edge. The kind that is less a line and more a gradual change. The kind you barely notice you are crossing until you realize, softly, that the thing you were in has already become the thing you are becoming, with no clear moment of transition, no ceremony, no announcement. The edge between the day and the dark. Between the holding and the letting go. Between the careful, responsible, enormously hardworking self who moved through everything today with enough precision to get through it, which is its own kind of accomplishment, quiet and unheralded and entirely real, and the self that is here now, or nearly here, at the soft border of sleep, where the precision is no longer needed and the hardworking can simply rest. That border is not a wall you push through. It is a dissolving. It is fog. It is the way a shape becomes a suggestion and then a quality and then not quite anything you could name, while still remaining, somehow, itself, warmer and less defined and more surrounded by everything around it than it was when it had sharp edges. You are becoming, right now, slightly more surrounded, slightly more continuous with the dark and the warmth and the weight of this specific unhurried hour. Your outline, your sense of where you end and the rest of this moment begins, is softer than it was. That is not loss. It is the beginning of something very old and very right. The you who was being careful all day, who was getting things precisely right, or trying to, who was tracking the timeline and the comparison and the invisible accounting, who was presenting and calibrating and keeping the edges clean and the impressions correct and the performance of being a person who is managing adequately. That self is very soft right now, very quiet, not gone, not dissolved completely, not yet, but soft. The edges of it have given way to something wider and less particular. The way a stone held in water for long enough begins to lose the sharpness of its angles without losing the fact of itself. And the warmth is still there, all the way through. Not outside the softening, not contingent on maintaining the clean outline. The warmth is inside it, the way it has been inside everything tonight, in the breath, in the weight of the body, in the dark that has been gathering without requirement or condition. It does not need the edges to hold. It goes right through the dissolving, continues past the border, and is there waiting on the other side in exactly the quality and degree you would want it, which is entirely and without limit, and without asking what you accomplished today before it agrees to stay. You are not behind. Even here at this soft and barely definable edge. Even here, where the thoughts have lost their insistence, and the day has lost its outline, and the self that was so carefully assembled this morning has given up, gently, the project of holding its shape. Even here you are not behind. You are right here, at the only place the crossing has ever happened, this particular and unrepeatable edge, which arrives for everyone, every night, without preference and without keeping score, and takes the day's precision gently away and replaces it with something that has no edges at all. Let it. The letting is already happening. You do not have to begin it. It began a long time ago tonight, in the first breath that was a little slower than the one before, in the first moment the shoulders went a little further down, in the first instant the thoughts lost one link of their daytime chain. You have been letting for a long time now. This moment is simply where the letting has arrived, at the place where the edges are soft enough that you can no longer quite say where they are. And that is fine. That is, in fact, exactly right. The warmth is here. The breath is here. The dark, which has been so patient all night, so unhurried, so thoroughly on your side, is still gathered completely around this room and everything inside it. And you, who have been so careful and so precise and so faithfully present all day, you are here too, softer than you were, a little less defined at the borders, a little more continuous with the dark, with the warmth, with the weight of a night that has been holding you this whole time without asking anything back. The edges are soft now. very soft. And softening still, gently, the way everything softens at this hour. The way the light softens before it goes fully. The way a sound softens as it moves into distance. The way a shore looks from far enough above that the line between land and water becomes approximate, and then suggested, and then simply part of the larger pattern of something very quiet and very wide and very, very still. You are at that shore. The water is warm. And the shore, you are beginning to notice, goes all the way down. Something is already beginning to happen that you did not arrange. There, at the very soft edge of wherever you are, not a thought exactly, and not quite an image, but something between the two, something that has the quality of an image without being one you chose or reached for, something is beginning to arrive. The way things arrive in this particular hour, without introduction, without explanation, without asking permission or announcing their purpose. Simply appearing, the way a shape appears when you are not quite looking at it, at the edge of vision, in the peripheral dark. You did not send for this. That is the thing worth noticing, gently from wherever you are. You did not decide to see it. You did not construct it, or summon it, or call it up from the long and careful inventory of the day's experience. It is just there. A color, maybe, or a texture, or the particular angle of light in a room that might be somewhere you have been or might be nowhere at all, some place that belongs to the geometry of sleep and exists nowhere in any other register. It comes without context, without explanation, without requiring you to understand what it means, or where it is from, or how it fits into the coherent and logical account of your own experience that the daytime mind was so faithfully maintaining right up until the moment it started, very quietly, to stop. The daytime mind did not even announce that it was stopping. That is the thing. That is the specific and quiet thing about this threshold, the one you are at now, which is not a wall, not a line, not something you declared or decided or worked toward. It has simply arrived around you, the way the dark arrived around this room, gradually and then completely, and by the time you noticed, it was already here. The mind that was maintaining coherence all day, tracking the logic, keeping the story straight, holding the connections between one thing and the next, has simply started, very gently, to do something else. Something that does not require coherence. Something that does not require you to follow it or understand it or verify that it makes sense. It is just making pictures now, softly, at the edge of itself. And the pictures it makes are not the pictures the day would have made. The day's pictures had reasons. These don't. And that is right. That is, in fact, exactly the signature of where you are, the specific and unmistakable mark of the threshold between the thinking and the dream. The images arrive without earning their arrival, without explaining their presence, without being subject to the kind of review the day's mind would have run on them to confirm they were real and relevant and worth attending to. They simply appear. And they are not quite real, and they are not quite imagined, and they do not need to be either. They are the third thing. The thing the mind makes when it is not making sense, when it has finally, gently, given up the project of coherence and begun instead to simply play in the dark. Let them come. That is the only thing available to you here, and it is also the only thing needed. Simply to let them come, not to hold them, not to follow them, chasing the image down to its source the way the daytime mind would, asking where did this come from and what does it mean and how does it connect to the day that just ended and the person I am in it. That kind of following would pull you back from the edge, which is the one thing that is not useful right now. Not because the following is wrong. The following is the daytime mind doing exactly what the daytime mind is for, but because the daytime mind is, right now, off duty. It has handed itself over. And the images that arrive when the daytime mind hands itself over are not meant to be followed. They are meant to be received. There is a difference. Following is an act of effort, of extension, of leaning forward toward the thing and pursuing it into its own logic. Receiving is something else, a kind of quiet openness, a staying still while the thing comes to you, a willingness to let it be present without requiring it to account for itself. You have been receiving all night in various ways the warmth you received without earning, the dark you received without choosing, the breath you received without directing. This is the same motion, only softer, only smaller. Only here at the very edge, where the things that come to you have lost even the solidity of warmth and dark and breath, and have become something lighter and more impressionistic, and already, as they arrive, beginning to dissolve. They dissolve even as they appear. That is the quality of them. Not like daytime thoughts, which have a certain persistence, a certain staying power, a certain tendency to loop and return and demand attention again each time you think you have finished with them. These are different. They come and they do not stay. A color that is not quite a color you can name. A place that is not quite a place you can locate. A face that may or may not be someone's face, that rearranges itself slightly as you look at it. That was one thing and has become another thing before you finished registering what the first thing was. They are gone almost before they arrive, replaced already by the next one, which is equally unchosen, equally quiet, equally without the kind of consequence that daytime images carry with them. You cannot lose them by not holding on. There is nothing to hold on to, and there is nothing lost in the losing. Each one that dissolves makes room for the next, and the one after that, a soft and endless procession of images that belong to no one's waking life, that exist only at this particular border, that are made entirely of the mind's own loosened materials and the dark's own available light. They are not going anywhere. They do not need to be remembered or recorded or brought back through the crossing. They belong here at the edge, and they are doing exactly what they are for, announcing, very softly and without any drama at all, that the crossing has already begun. You did not have to begin it. It began on its own, the way the breath slowed on its own, the way the shoulders released on its own, the way the face unclenched on its own, the way the edges went soft on their own without being told. The mind found this threshold the same way, not because you guided it here, not because you did the right sequence of things in the correct order and were rewarded with arrival. Simply because you lay down, and the dark gathered, and the breath continued, and the body did what the body knows how to do, and the mind, given time and quiet, and the simple mercy of not being required to be useful for a little while, did what the mind knows how to do, which is this: to reach, eventually, without effort, the place where the images come without asking. You are not behind, even here. Even at this soft and completely unchosen threshold. Even here, where you could not have arrived any faster or any more correctly than you have, because this is not a place you travel to on purpose. It is a place that finds you when you have been still long enough and quiet enough and gentle enough with yourself to stop insisting on remaining entirely coherent. You were still long enough. You were quiet enough. And what found you is this: the soft and unasked-for proof that the mind, left to its own deep knowing, was already making its way here all along. Right here. There is a color at the edge of the dark. You don't quite know what color it is. It was something a moment ago, and it is something slightly different now. And by the time you attend to it fully, it will have become a shape instead, or a sound that is also somehow a texture, or simply a feeling of somewhere that is warm and not quite definite and entirely without requirement. The images are doing what they do. They are coming and dissolving and coming again, each one a little softer than the last, a little less interested in being understood, a little more content to simply be present for the moment it takes to pass through and dissolve into the next. And the next. And the quiet that waits between them, which is not an absence, not the silence of something missing, but the full and warm and gathered quiet that has been here this whole long night, patient and entirely unhurried, holding everything inside it with the same complete and requirement-free welcome it has always had. The images come and go, and the dark between them is warm. And the breath continues, faithful and soft and entirely its own, moving at the pace it knows, which is the right pace, which is the only pace this hour has ever asked for. You don't have to do anything with any of this. The crossing is already underway. It requires nothing from you now, Not a decision, not an effort, not a final act of will or intention or accomplishment. The mind is already moving, softly, through the door it has been finding its way toward all night. The images at the threshold are its own announcement. The dissolving is its own arrival. And above you, somewhere beyond the ceiling of this room, beyond the particular dark that has gathered so completely in here, the night continues, vast and unhurried and full of its own quiet, holding everything, including this, including you, and above you, the stars. Not as a thought you are having. You are well past the kinds of thoughts that need you to generate them, and the mind at this particular border is not producing things so much as receiving them, softly, the way you have been receiving everything tonight. More like something you simply know, quietly, without having to think it through. That above this ceiling, above this roof, above whatever city or town or stretch of road-scattered dark, holds this particular building that holds this particular room that holds you specifically, in your specific warmth right now. Above all of that, they are there. As they have always been there. They were there before this building existed, before the road outside, before the town, if there is a town, or the city, with its low, warm glow that softens the dark above the rooftops and makes the nearer stars go a little dim. Before any of it, the stars, doing their particular and ancient and almost entirely unimaginable work, which has nothing to do with timelines, or output, or whether the thing you meant to finish today was finished or not. Their work is so old and so vast and so continuous that the word, work, barely fits it. It is simply what they are, a burning, a going, a continuing in enormous silence through a dark that makes this room's dark look like a candle flame. And yet from here, from the warm and specific shelter of this bed, they appear as points of light so small and still and quiet that a child can fall asleep counting them. That is a thing worth holding gently for a moment. The same object, enormous, burning, ancient past any scale that means something to a person lying in the dark with tired eyes, appears, from here, as something small enough to count, small enough to be a comfort. The distance between what they are and what they look like is so vast that it has folded all the way back into something soft. And in that fold, in that particular trick of scale and distance and the dark between, there is something that has the quality of company. They don't know you're here. This is the thing, and it is worth receiving it gently the way you have been receiving everything. They are entirely unaware of you, specifically, of your name, your day, the weight you have been carrying and setting down across this long and unhurried night, the invisible scoreboard that has been running in the back of everything since early this morning. They have no opinion about any of that. They have no access to it. You could have done twice as much today or half as much, and it would not have reached them. Not a signal of it, not the faintest implication of it. The scoreboard does not transmit that far. It does not, in fact, transmit very far at all. It was always a local thing, a very small and very specific thing, a thing that existed only inside the mind that made it and believed in it, and even there only during certain hours. And the stars, going about their patient and enormous business above all of this, have never once been aware that such a thing existed. Their indifference is not cold. That is what you find, holding it quietly here in this particular dark, at this particular hour. Their not knowing is not a dismissal. It is simply scale. The kind of scale that puts the scoreboard, very gently and without any cruelty, into its actual proportion, which is small. Not shamefully small, not small in a way that diminishes you, not small in the way that minimizes what today cost you, or what you were trying for, or what it felt like when you lay down tonight with the day still sitting nearby and the list not finished, and the comparison still running. Small the way everything is small against that particular backdrop. The stars don't know your timeline, and they don't know your neighbor's timeline, and they don't know the timeline of anyone whose life appeared on any screen today and made yours feel insufficient by comparison. They don't know any of it. And in the not knowing, in the complete and ancient and entirely impersonal not knowing, There is a quality of rest that is different from anything else this long night has offered. Because the not knowing applies equally to everything. To you and to the person whose version of things seemed so much further along. To the one who appeared to have arrived and the one who appeared to be behind, which was you, tonight, or part of you, the part that was checking the scoreboard. The stars, continuing their old and patient burning, hold no record of the distinction between those two. They have no preference. They were here before the idea of a timeline existed in any mind on this particular turning planet, and they will be doing exactly this slow, enormous, silent going, long after the last comparison has been made and released. They are, in that very specific sense, the longest available argument against the feeling that the scoreboard matters. Not because they make an argument. They don't. They simply continue, which is its own kind of answer, as long and unhurried as anything has ever been. And you are underneath all of that. Right now, in this warm and specific moment. Under the ceiling, which is under the roof, which is under whatever soft or clear or cloud-covered sky holds this particular night, which is under the stars doing their ancient, indifferent, companionable work. You are held in a stack of shelters, the blanket, the bed, the room, the building, the dark above it all the way up until the dark becomes something else. Something vast and cold and blazing. The kind of dark that makes this warm room feel like the most sheltered and specific and particular place imaginable. Which it is. That is what you are. One particular, warm, specific person in one particular sheltered place, held at the bottom of an enormity that has no interest in measuring you, and belonging entirely and without qualification to both things at once. To the particular, this warmth, this weight, this specific breath moving at its own right pace in this specific quiet. And to the enormous, this same dark that goes all the way up and all the way out, past the ceiling, past the roof, past the low glow of whatever lights burn near here, past the nearer stars and the further ones, into the kind of distance that has no floor and no ceiling, and no edge anyone has ever found. You belong to both of those things. The small and specific, which is entirely yours. This breath, this warmth, this particular moment of lying still in the dark with the day set down and the list patient and the comparison quiet. And the vast and continuing, which holds the small without requiring it to be large. The stars above the ceiling, continuing their work exactly as they have through every night of your life. Through every night anyone has ever lain down and looked up at them or simply knew, somewhere below thought, that they were there. They were there the night you were born. Not as a thought to follow, simply as a fact, arriving softly. The night you first existed in the world, the stars were doing exactly this. They did not mark the occasion, did not adjust their positions, did not find you notable or insignificant. They simply continued as they had, as they do, as they are doing right now above this specific ceiling, above this specific quiet room, where you are lying in the specific and real and entirely enough warmth of your own life. And every night since then, through all the nights of your life, through the nights when things were going well and the nights when they weren't, and the many, many nights that simply were what they were, without verdict through all of them, the stars continued their work. Not for you, not despite you. Simply alongside you at the only scale they know, which is enormous and patient and entirely without opinion. That patience has a quality to it. Something you can almost feel if the room is quiet enough and the thought is soft enough, and the edge you are at is as close to sleep as it seems. The patience of something very old doing what it does without urgency, without consulting the timeline, without wondering whether this is the right pace or whether it should be further along by now. The stars have never been behind. Not because they are ahead, there is no ahead in what they do. Because the measuring simply does not apply to them, has never applied, was never part of what they are. And lying here, warm and specific and held, below all of that enormous not measuring, you can let a little of it settle on you. Not as pressure, as permission. The same permission the stars have, which is not a permission anyone granted them. It is simply what they are, doing what they do at the pace it takes. Burning, going, Continuing. And far below, in a warm room in a specific dark, one person breathing at their own right pace, which is also the pace it takes, which is also entirely without comparison, which is also, in its own quiet and entirely human way, enough. You are not behind. Not from here. Not from the particular vantage of a night that goes all the way up to where the stars are doing their ancient, unconcerned, patient work above everything. The scoreboard was always a local thing. This dark is larger than local. And the warmth inside it, your warmth, this blanket, this breath, this specific body settling further into the specific weight of this specific moment. That warmth is as real and as present and as particular as anything in the whole enormous, quiet dark. More present, even, more immediate, more simply and plainly here. Above you, the stars. Continuing. Below them, the roof. Below the roof, this room. Inside the room, this warmth, this quiet, this breath still moving at its own right pace without any help from you. And at the center of all of it, at the warm and specific and entirely real center of everything this night contains you. Not behind, not ahead. Simply here, held at the bottom of an enormous and patient dark that has no opinion about your timeline and never did, doing the smallest and most available thing. Breathing in and breathing out, and being, without any requirement at all, exactly and only this. The stars continue. And the room is warm. And the dark between you and them is full of the same patient, unhurried quiet that has been here all night, holding everything inside it, asking nothing, releasing nothing, simply continuing, the way they do, the way the breath does, the way this particular moment does, which has been here all along and will remain very gently as the next one arrives. And somewhere in all of that continuing, the stars doing their patient and enormous work above the roof, the breath going at its own pace below, the dark holding everything between with the same unhurried patience it has held all night. Something else happened quietly, without making itself known. Today became yesterday. Not at a moment you can identify, not with any announcement. It crossed the line the way light crosses from afternoon into evening, gradually, and then apparently all at once, though the all at once was always just the gradual finally catching up with your noticing. Today was today, and then it was almost not today, and then, somewhere in the soft middle of this long and unhurried dark, while the body was settling and the thoughts were losing their insistence, and the edges of everything were going soft, it slipped, without ceremony, past the line. And it is now the past. Just that, simple and complete, the past. The settled country where all finished days come to rest, where every day eventually ends up, without exception, regardless of what happened inside it. You have been living in the leading edge of today for its entire length, that low-grade sense of the day still being open, still potentially requiring something, still containing a future that had not arrived yet. That sense is gone now. Today has closed its future. Lived it all the way down to this moment, this breath, this warmth, this particular dark, and then stopped. And what remains is only what actually happened, which is everything that happened, which is now permanently and quietly itself. Nothing more can be added to it. That is the thing about the past. It is the only country where the account is genuinely, finally fixed, not because someone reviewed it and issued a verdict, but simply because the time passed. The day was used. Whatever went into it is now irrevocably what it was. The good moments stayed good. The difficult ones took the shape they took. The unfinished things became, when the day closed around them, the particular form that unfinished things make when a day ends, which is not a gaping accusation, not a debt quietly compounding in the dark. Only an edge. The ordinary edge of a limited day meeting the night, the way it always does, and the night, as it always has, winning. Gently and completely and without any drama at all. Because nights always win. Every day that has ever been eventually yielded to one. The most accomplished day anyone ever lived still closed in a night, still crossed this same line, still settled into the past in exactly this way, quietly, without ceremony, without being asked first whether it was ready. The crossing does not assess you before it happens. It does not check whether the list was finished, or whether you arrived far enough along, or whether the version of you who moved through today would satisfy the invisible rubric that was running in the back of everything. It simply marks the moment, and the moment passes, and the day becomes what all days become. And done is not the same as failed. This is worth holding gently, worth sitting with for a moment, here in the deep of this particular night, because it is one of those true things that gets blurred in the ordinary light of a day when you are in the middle of it, and the comparison is running, and the scoreboard is tallying. Done and failed are different words for different things, and they have been sharing a room in the back of the mind since morning without anyone noticing. They do not belong together. Failed means something went irreparably wrong, that the outcome is broken, that what happened cannot be enough. Done means something ended. This day ended. That is all done means tonight. It arrived, moved through its particular hours, received what you gave it and gave what it gave back, and then ended. The ending is not a verdict. It is not a grade written in red. It is simply the ending, the ordinary and inevitable and entirely non-judgmental act of a day becoming the past, which is what every day does, without exception, and this one did it too, and that is its own kind of completion. This day did that. While you lay here, while the room was holding its warmth and the breath was going at its own pace, and the stars were continuing their patient, enormous work above everything. While all of that faithful and unhurried presence was happening around you, and inside you, today slipped, without requiring your assistance or your awareness or your final approval, across the line, into the past. And there it rests now, in the company of all the others. It is a real stillness, that one. Not the stillness of something suspended, something paused mid-breath, waiting for the next instruction. The stillness of something set down. The way a stone rests on the floor of still water, not held by effort, not balanced on a narrow point, not in any tension with its position. Simply there, in the place it came to, as heavy as it is, as itself as it is, held by the water that neither judges it nor asks it to be anything other than what it already is. Today is at the floor of that water, finished. Held in the past's particular and unhurried quiet, where nothing further will be asked of it, and nothing further will be asked of you on its behalf. The past does not send messengers. That is the mercy of it, the specific and quiet mercy that is available to you right now in this room at this hour. The past does not surface at midnight with a revised accounting. It does not find new angles for the comparison, or locate additional items for the list, or recalculate what remains outstanding after the day has already closed. The past is, in that very specific way, the most peaceful country in time, because it is the only country where the work is genuinely and irrevocably done. Where the account no longer accepts new entries, where the day has the form it has, and that form is its own, and it rests. You are not behind it. You are here on this side of the line, the present side, which is warm and dark and continuing, where the breath happens and the body settles and the slow, faithful work of rest does what it knows how to do, without urgency, without score. The day is behind you now in the truest and oldest sense of that word, earlier, past. It happened, and it is done happening, and it has joined the company of every day that came before it, yours, all of them. The hard ones and the ordinary ones, and the many that were simply 1 hour following another until they were over and the dark came. All those days are there. Every one of them. The ones that felt behind and the ones that felt okay, and the many that were simply the unremarkable texture of a life moving through its hours. None of them are keeping score from where they rest. From the settled country of the past, they do not look like the tallies that were kept inside them at midnight. They look like days. Real ones. Yours. Each one moved through its particular hours and closed and rested, and became part of the fabric of what actually happened in this specific and finite life. Today has joined them. This day, with its specific texture, and its particular weight, and its mixture of effort and tiredness, and small, unremarkable moments of simply being present for something, is there now, fixed in the exact form it took. And the form it took is the form of a real thing. Real things, when they happen, never happen perfectly. They happen actually, which is always something else, specific and limited, edged with imperfection the way all true things are. Today happened actually. That is enough. It is, in fact, the only way a day can ever be enough, by being real, and this one was. It is done now, and it is real, and it is resting in the past where finished things rest, and it is not asking anything further of you, and it is not waiting, and it is not watching. You are not behind. Not from here. Not from this depth of night, with today settled and the room warm and the breath still going at the only pace it knows, which has always been the right one. The measuring was always a local thing, something happening inside the mind that was running the scoreboard, inside the hours that felt insufficient. But the days themselves, resting in the past's unhurried country, carry no such measurement. They simply are what they are, finished and real and gone where finished things go, without ranking. This one is there now. And you are here, in the present dark, which is warm and specific and entirely yours, in this particular hour that has no more requirements than the stars have opinions, which is to say, none. The night holds this moment the way it has held every moment tonight completely, and without condition, and without caring how far along you were when it arrived. The past holds the day. Gently and completely, the way the dark holds this room, the way the mattress holds the body, the way the breath has been holding you this whole long night, from beneath, from the place where things are simply and faithfully supported without being asked to justify the weight. And somewhere older than any of that, older than the night, older than the stars continuing their work above the roof, older than the first time anyone lay down in the dark and wondered if they had done enough, there is a quiet that was here before any day ever began. Before the first morning anyone measured themselves against anything. Before the idea of a timeline existed in any mind at any hour. Before the scoreboard. Before the word behind. That quiet is here now. In this room. In this warmth. In the breath still going, soft and faithful, the way it has gone all night. It was here before today. It will be here after tomorrow. And in between, in this particular and unrepeatable dark, in this warm and specific and entirely sufficient moment, it is simply here. And so, softly, without effort, without requiring anything of you at all, are you. Before the measuring began, before the first thought about the timeline, before the word behind attached itself to anything, before the invisible scoreboard was invented by the part of the mind that is very good at inventing invisible scoreboards, there was this. Just this. The dark and the warmth and the body simply here. No comparison running. No rubric in the background, no standard to be held against, no version of you a few steps further ahead that the current you was quietly failing to keep pace with. None of that had been assembled yet. And the ease you can feel now, at the very soft edge of where you are, the gathered and entirely unchosen ease of a body finally setting down what it has been carrying, is not something new. It is not something you are moving toward for the first time. It is something you are moving back to. Something that has always been here, underneath the day's accumulated machinery, unchanged by all the comparing and measuring the day required of you, patient in the way that things are patient when they have nowhere else to be. It predates every measure. That is the quiet thing worth carrying for a moment into the dark. Every system you have ever been asked to measure yourself against, the timeline, the milestone, the standard you absorbed so gradually you eventually mistook it for your own honest opinion of yourself. All of it came after this, came long after. Before the first time anyone told you where you were supposed to be by now, this ease was already yours. You were already in it, already of it. Already perfectly and completely inside the warmth and the dark, without knowing that warmth and dark were anything that needed to be found or earned or even named. They simply were what they were. What the body is when nothing has been added to it yet. When the day has not loaded its particular freight, when the comparison has not started its particular engine, when the only thing the body knows is that it is here and covered and warm, and that this is enough, because this, for a body that has not yet been handed a scoreboard, is simply everything. That original ease has not gone anywhere. This is the specific and quiet thing worth receiving right now, in this hour, in this warmth. It has not been lost. It did not expire when the scoreboard started. It did not get used up by all the days that involved measuring, or drift away during the seasons when the timeline felt most insistent and the comparison ran loudest. It simply went underneath. Beneath the daily accumulation, beneath the doing and the checking and the wondering about the wondering. The way bedrock goes underneath everything built on top of it, patient, unchanged, unconcerned with what is happening at the surface, not waiting for any particular moment to resurface because it never left, because going underneath is not the same as going away. You have been walking on it every day of your life without knowing it was there. And tonight, in this particular dark, with the day settled into the past and the body honest in its tiredness and the mind at the softest edge of itself, tonight you are close enough to that original ease to feel it. Not as an idea, as a fact. The kind that lives below thought, in the body, in the bone. You can feel it. It is the thing underneath the tiredness. Not the tiredness itself, which has weight and texture and is real and entirely yours, but the thing beneath even that. The thing the tiredness is resting on. A ground that was here before the tiredness arrived and will be here after it has lifted. That holds everything without asking what it is or whether it has earned the holding. That ground is the original ease. And it is, right now, exactly where it has always been. Underneath you, in the most literal possible sense. The mattress, the floor, the foundation, the earth below the building. And something in the body knows this without needing to think it. The way the body knows so many things that were never taught, that existed in it long before it learned to keep score. The body has always known. Every night of your life, it has found its way back here, to this specific and familiar combination of dark and warmth and weight settling, to this place where the breath goes slow on its own, and the muscles release the day's particular shape, and the mind's brightness dims into something softer, something less insistent, something that does not need to be followed or understood. It has done this close to 10,000 times without once being given new instructions, without once reading a manual or completing a course or proving it was ready. The return is not a technique. It is a nature. And a nature does not need to be learned or earned or achieved through the correct sequence of steps. It only needs to be allowed, the way water only needs to be allowed to find its level. The water does not study the landscape. It does not calculate the most efficient route or check whether it is keeping pace with other water. It simply moves where the shape of things inclines it and arrives. You are going where you go. Not falling, that word has the wrong texture, the wrong quality of losing your footing on something that was meant to be held, and this is nothing like that. This is something quieter, something more like what a river does when the land tilts gently in one direction and the water follows the tilt without deciding to, without effort, without knowing it has been traveling at all. A river that reaches the sea does not accomplish an arrival. It recognizes something. It finds, at the end of all that long traveling through varied and sometimes difficult country, the thing it was made of. The original element, vast and patient and old beyond any river's measure of old, which has been waiting without waiting, which does not need the river to hurry or to arrive earlier or to be further along by the time it gets there. The sea has never kept a record of which rivers were on time. And the river, reaching it, does not think, I have traveled a long way. It simply rests in what it has always been. That is where you are going. And it is not far. It is, in the most literal sense, the closest possible place, closer than the ceiling above you, closer than the room around you, closer even than the sound of your own breath. It is underneath, already. It has always been underneath, which means the distance to it is not a distance at all. It is a depth. And depths, unlike distances, are not traveled toward but settled into. You do not walk toward a depth. You allow the settling, and the settling does the rest, as it has always done, as it is already, right now, doing. You can feel the settling. In the specific and unchosen heaviness of the body, not the heaviness of a thing burdened, not the weight of something carrying too much, but the heaviness of a thing that has finally, with complete and unguarded relief, decided to be as heavy as it actually is. Stopped holding itself above the surface. Let the bones be the weight they are. Let the muscles be the substance they are. Let the whole gathered and specific and entirely sufficient person of you be only its own weight, resting on the thing that has always been ready to receive it. Nothing in that weight is wrong. Nothing in it is insufficient or behind or less than the measure. It is the exact and ordinary and completely enough weight of one person in one dark room in one unhurried night, setting themselves down in the oldest available way. The way that predates every scoreboard, every timeline, every thought anyone ever had about where they were supposed to be by now. You were always going to be right here. At this particular edge, in this particular warmth, at this particular depth in this particular night. The return was built into the nature of things from the beginning, not as a destination that had to be earned, but as the ordinary and reliable shape of every waking day that has ever been. The waking day is an excursion, long and full of the things that days are full of, the effort and the comparing and the occasional surprising moment of something that was exactly right. But excursions have this quality. They end in returning. The returning is not a failure of the excursion. It is its natural form, the thing that makes a day rather than simply an unfinished continuation. And what you are returning to has not changed while the excursion was happening. It was here this morning when you left. It was here through all the hours. It is here now. The original ease, which was not something the day produced or failed to produce, but something that belongs to a register far below the day's jurisdiction. It never required you to earn it. It only required you to be done for the day, which you are. Only required you to be here, which you are. The original ease does not review your credentials at the door. It does not ask what was finished, or how far along you arrived, or whether the comparison was settled in your favor before you came to it. It is entirely indifferent to all of that, not coldly, but in the way that something very old and very certain of itself is indifferent to the small and local urgencies of a single ordinary day. It has received every tired body that has ever lain down in every dark room of every night that has ever been, without once reviewing the day first, without once saying, a little more, a little further, come back when you have moved the needle. It simply says, here. That is all, here. Not an achievement and not a reward. Here is only the place the body is, this warmth, this dark, this breath still moving at its own pace, soft and faithful and entirely unchosen. The most ordinary and available thing in the world. The thing that was here before the first measure was ever taken, and has been here every night since, and is here right now, underneath everything, the way it has always been underneath everything, patient and unchanged and entirely without requirement. And underneath all of it, underneath this breath, underneath the warmth gathered in this specific and real and enough place, underneath the day now resting in the past and the stars above the roof still doing their ancient and patient work, the original ease, unchanged, entire, not waiting because waiting implies somewhere else it would rather be, and there is nowhere else, simply here, the way it was here before the measuring began, the way it has been here through every night of this long and varied life. The way it is here now, in this particular dark, receiving the particular weight of this particular body, without asking anything of the weight it receives. Not ahead, not behind. Simply here, exactly as it has always been, exactly as you are returned, without having left, to the thing that was always underneath. Just this now. The dark, the warmth, the breath already slower than any thought you are still having, moving at the pace of something that has stopped trying to move and has simply become movement. The inhale that arrives without being called, the exhale that leaves without being sent. You are not doing the breathing anymore. The breathing is simply happening, the way the night is happening, the way the warmth beneath the blanket is happening, steadily, faithfully, without requiring your attention or your guidance or your management of any kind. You can let even that go. The last thing that was still yours to attend to, even the awareness of the breath, the soft noticing of the chest rising and the chest falling, you can let that go too. Not lose it, not push it away. Simply open the hand that has been very gently holding it all this time and let it continue on its own the way it always has. The breath has never needed to be held. It only needed to be trusted. And trust, at this particular depth, at this particular softness, is not something you do. It is something you find yourself already inside. The way you find yourself already in warmth when you have been in warmth long enough to stop noticing you are warm. You are inside it. The trust and the warmth and the dark, all at once, all continuous, all the same thing wearing different names. The room that has held you all night. The night that has held the room. The quiet that has held the night. All of it one unbroken holding, patient and specific and entirely without condition, asking nothing from you now, having never asked anything from you except what you have already given. Yourself, horizontal in the dark, at the end of a day that is now resting in the past where finished things rest, where nothing more is required of them and nothing more is required of you on their behalf. The day is done. And you are here, which is the only place rest has ever happened for anyone, not somewhere else, not a version of here that is better or quieter or more sufficiently arrived, but here, exactly and specifically here, in this warmth, in this dark, with this breath, in this particular and unrepeatable moment of one life setting itself down. You are not behind. You are right here. Not as a reminder anymore, as a recognition. The recognition of something that has always been true and is simply, at this depth of night, obvious. The way the floor is obvious, the way the dark is obvious, the way the warmth your body has made inside the blanket is obvious. Not a reassurance needed because something was in doubt. A simple fact, sitting very quietly at the center of everything, the way facts do when they have stopped needing to be argued. You are right here. The night knows this. The dark knows this. The mattress beneath you, which has been holding your particular weight in its particular patience all night, knows this without needing to be told. Everything in this room is organized around the simple fact of your presence in it. The dark gathered gently to the walls and the ceiling, the warmth pooled in the specific place your body is, the quiet continuous and unbroken as the most reliable thing in the world, which it is. You did not have to earn this room's willingness to hold you. The room was always going to hold you. You only had to be in it, which you are, which you have been, which is the only thing that was ever required. And somewhere, not very far, not very loud, not pulling at anything, the breath is still going. In and out, and in. The intervals between are growing longer, or perhaps they are not growing longer but only seem so from the soft and dissolving place you are in now, where time has lost the quality it had at noon, or at 8, or even an hour ago. The insistent, sequential, accountable quality of time that is going somewhere and can be measured against a standard. The time in this room, at this hour, at this depth, is not going anywhere in particular. It is simply passing, the way good water passes, clear and continuous and without urgency, carrying nothing with it, leaving nothing behind. You are in it. Not moving through it exactly, more like floating on it, the way a very still thing floats, without effort, without steering, simply by being the right weight for the particular surface it rests on. And you are the right weight. You have always been the right weight. The night has no preference for lighter loads, no preference for more accomplished ones, no particular admiration for the traveler who covered the most ground before lying down. It holds everyone with the same unhurried, unjudging patience. It is holding you now. It has been holding you all night. The holding requires nothing from you except to be held. You can be held. You already are. And at the very soft edge of thought, the edge you have been approaching for a long time now, through all the long and gentle hours of this night, through all the reassurances that led here and the images that dissolved and the warmth that gathered and the breath that slowed, at that edge, something interesting happens. The thoughts that are still arriving are arriving differently, quieter, less certain of their own outlines. a little soft around the edges, the way things are soft when they are seen through water, or at a great enough distance, or through the particular haze that gathers at the true border between one state and another. This is the border. You are at it, not approaching it anymore at it. The crossing is already underway, not as a decisive moment, but as a gradual and entirely unchosen process, the kind the body knows and the mind does not need to supervise. The way a fire goes low, not in a single moment of extinguishing, but by degrees, each degree a little less bright than the last, until the brightness is so far down that what remains is only warmth, only glow, only the faintest and most beautiful residue of what was burning. That is what is happening now. The brightness going low, the thoughts losing their insistence, their edges, their tendency to connect forward into the next thought and the thought after that. They are becoming less sequential, more like weather than like argument, more like things you receive than things you produce. A color, perhaps, a sound with no particular source. An image from somewhere without a name, arriving softly, without introduction, the way the mind begins to speak its own language when the louder language of the day has finally gone quiet. Let them come. You do not have to follow them or name them or remember them. They are only the mind's own announcement that it is setting down its daytime self and beginning, at last, to do the oldest thing it knows. The thing it does every night, without instruction, without manual, without needing to be shown the way. You are not directing this. You are only here, only warm. Only breathing at the pace the breath is breathing, which is the right pace, which has always been the right pace, which is slower now than it was and will be slower still. The night is so patient with you. That is what you can feel if the room is quiet enough and you are soft enough to feel it. The patience of the dark, which is enormous and particular and entirely yours right now. Not the patience of waiting, the patience of something that does not need to wait because it has no urgency of its own, no destination it is trying to reach by any particular hour. The night simply continues. It does not mark the time. It does not take attendance. It has no record of how long you took to arrive at this particular depth, no comparison between tonight's depth and last night's or any other night. It simply holds, in its enormous and patient and entirely unchosen way, one small warm body already going towards sleep, already quiet, already resting in the place it was always going to end up. Just here. The whole night has been leading to this. Not as a destination. The night was not going anywhere, and neither were you, not really, not in the way that implies a finish line or an achievement or a threshold to be crossed before you were allowed to stop. The whole night has been tending toward this the way autumn tends towards stillness, not straining but settling, each hour a little quieter than the one before, each breath a little slower, each thought a little less insistent, until what remains is only this: the warmth, and the dark, and the body, and the quiet. And somewhere, so soft now it is barely a thing at all, barely a sound, barely a thought, barely anything except the last true thing worth carrying into sleep, the refrain one final time. You are not behind. You are right here. The night holds you without measure. The warmth holds the night. The breath holds the warmth. And at the center of all of it, at the warm and particular and entirely real center of everything this room contains, everything this hour contains, everything this one small and complete and entirely sufficient life contains, you. Not behind, not ahead. Not anywhere except exactly here, which is the only place that has ever existed, the only place rest has ever happened, the only address the night has ever had. Here. The night continues, unhurried and without measure, as it has continued through every hour of this long and gentle dark, patient with the body settling, patient with the thoughts dissolving, patient with the slow and faithful movement of one person's breath in one warm and quiet room. It does not mark the crossing when sleep comes. It simply holds and continues holding, one small warm body already resting, already whole, already inside the oldest and most reliable country there is. Not behind, not ahead, just here, already resting, already home.